Chapter 19. Liam. "That's perfect! You're getting it!" I observed as the Anachi students hovered small white orbs around the training area in the clearing underneath the rock formation. In last week's class, they'd struggled to conjure a ball at all. This week, it seemed like they were actually sustaining it. Julian perched on a rock high above me, looking down at the class. His wings created shade over the group, which we really didn't need as it was already chilly at the end of November. I knew nothing about Anachi magic, but I understood how elemental powers worked, so I more or less tried to feel my way through my teaching sessions instead of standing there barking orders. It was just like teaching Sophia how to use her fire, like I'd done so long ago. All I had to do was point my students in the right direction, and they'd managed to figure out most of the basics on their own. We'd been working for months on learning how to intrafuse Anachi magic from magical creatures. So far, a few of the students could make small shields, and we'd been working on creating balls of spirit magic for them to use in defensive battle. Some of the students could heal small cuts and bruises, but it was nothing like Luana could do. Still, we'd come pretty far after starting with nothing. I felt like once we discovered how to get the Anachi their powers back, these kids would be way ahead of everyone else. Now I wanted to try something different. "We've been practicing summoning our magic from the earth around us and magical creatures for some time now," I said. "Now I want to try something experimental." "What do you mean? Everything we've been doing is experimental," Linus said. He was one of the kids at the top of my class, and though he was smart, he had a tendency to act like he knew everything. Instead of explaining, I demonstrated. "Zoe, can you come up here, please?" A Coigny girl that had bonded recently came forward. The familiar at her side was an Enfield, a creature with the head of a fox, the forelegs of a bird, and the back legs of a wolf. "What do you need me to do?" she asked. "Throw fireballs at me," I suggested. "Don't worry, you won't hurt me." She conjured a fireball in her palm and tossed it my way. I threw up a water shield from the fountain nearby to block it, but instead of retaliating, I did something else. I focused my attention entirely on the familiar at her side. After concentrating, I felt a strong and steady connection between Zoe and the Enfield. The fox hybrid was giving her a steady magical supply that fueled her powers. I focused my attention on the Enfield, like I did Julian. As I felt the Enfield's magic coursing through her, I shut the connection to Zoe off and instead channeled the creature's magic into my own. My water shield grew 3 sizes, while Zoe's fireballs fizzled out in midair. Zoe gasped. She waved her hand as if trying to pitch another fireball my way, but nothing appeared. The class stood silently in shock. Her mouth dropped open. "I can't use my powers." "That's because I cut off your connection to your familiar," I stated. Surprised notes of alarm went up around the class. Most people seemed shocked. "How did you do that?" Linus gaped. "You know how we've been working on drawing energy from unbonded creatures and our environment? I just channeled the magic in Zoe's familiar into myself instead of allowing it to flow into her," I explained. "But how?" Zoe peeped. "That should be impossible." "But I did it," I pointed out, "which means some of you might be able to as well." "Teach us." Linus eagerly came forward. "If we can take the power of another person's familiar, that means the task force won't be able to fight back." "You're thinking what I'm thinking," I stated. The process is the same as drawing from any magical creature or the earth, except that you've got to override the bond created by nature between an elementi and their familiar. If you focus, you should be able to feel the bond out and redirect it, like you would any magical energy. "That's crazy. Nothing should be able to override the natural bond between an elementi and a familiar," Zoe protested. "It's exceptionally uncommon. I don't know anyone else who can do it yet, besides myself," I confessed. "But maybe one of you can get a handle on it." Linus was the first to try. He attempted to take Zoe's magic like I had done, but she conjured a fireball without breaking a sweat. We worked through the line, though no progress was made. Even though I demonstrated again and again, the students didn't progress. We worked for hours and got nowhere. Except for me, no one was able to interrupt an elementi's line of power. It seems like this is something only talented elementi can do, I mumbled under my breath. I didn't like giving myself the formal label, but other people had called me that, and I wasn't so self-deprecating I denied I was in a different category. I was masterful of magic. A lot of people were good at it, or even great, but for this kind of advanced skill, that wasn't enough. The class seemed pretty discouraged, so I dismissed them. I wasn't in a good mood myself. My plan hadn't worked, which meant that it'd be useless in the fight against the elders and the task force. If I was the only one who could cut off someone's powers, it wasn't much help. I couldn't go through a whole battle taking people's magic one by one. Not to mention it was hard to sustain. I think I could interrupt 2 connections at most before they began to drop off. This was totally useless. I needed to clear my head. I went home and got some basket fibers before I started wandering, looking for a place to go. I hoped to the ancestors no one would bother me with chief stuff for an hour so I could think. Finally, I found a secluded area in the redwoods next to a river, big enough for Julian to lay in. He came down from the skies and fit in through the narrow canopy, nearly knocking himself out of the air in the process. I sat on a rock by the water and began weaving. I got frustrated and swore several fucking times because I messed up and had to start over 3 times before I finally got a rhythm down and maintained some sort of consistency. I was making a cradle board for Sophia so she could carry Ava Marie on her back. It was something I planned to give to her once the baby arrived as a surprise. Basket weaving was one of those mindlessly repetitive activities that soothed my mind enough to straighten out my thoughts. I wondered if anyone back in Kinpago had mastered intrafusion. Was this what Oleander was doing? Taking power from Skyless, even though he wasn't truly his familiar? That explained why Oleander was so powerful currently when no one had heard of him before. I didn't think Oleander was a talented elementi, but maybe he'd found a way around it. Except I was worried. The Anachi students were progressing, but they were nowhere near ready for a fight. These kids weren't prepared to go to war, and the elders were. I was desperately trying to make up for what the Anachi didn't have, but even so, it felt like a clock was ticking in the background, warning me we didn't have much time left. I scowled as I continued working on the cradle board. The baby was going to be here at the end of next month, and I didn't know when I was going to get a spare moment to finish this thing. As chief, I was always busy either dealing with something direly important or stupid shit I couldn't care less about. Wouldn't change it for the world, though. Soft footsteps interrupted my process. Luana sat down next to me, and Sierra fluttered above her head. Somehow, she'd located me. Luana held up a small deerskin bag to say she was working on something. I nodded to show that it was okay to join me. She sat on the rock beside me and took out dozens of beads from the pouch. She began stringing them together as Sierra gave them to her, both of them humming a faint tune. She held up the string of beads she was working on. I think she intended to add them to the cradle board to decorate it after I was finished. I smiled. That's really sweet, Luana. Thank you. We worked in silence for a while. As I wove, she added the beads to the cradle board by weaving them into the work with a few basket fibers of her own. I was nearly done. Maybe things weren't as drastic as I thought. I knew Luana was teaching Sophia later on that night. When she got up to leave, I followed her so I could hide the cradle board before Sophia came home. It was a short walk back home. Once I'd put the cradle board away in Imogen's closet, Luana held out a hand for me to take. You want me to come to Sophia's lesson? I asked. Luana nodded. She grabbed my wrist and guided me out the door. We walked to the beach, and I saw Sophia sitting on the porch at my mom's. Essis was building sandcastles not too far away. Julian came down and did a belly flop in the ocean. Waves went everywhere, splashing on shore and ruining the sandcastle. Essis squeaked and shook his tail. As Julian came on shore, Essis beat his little fists on Julian's leg. They ran and played together as Sophia waved us over. Sophia was 8 months along. Luana said the baby was healthy but small. Sophia still had a rough time getting around, though. Picking up things off the ground had become completely my responsibility, as she couldn't bend over at all. Not to mention, I had to pull her out of the bed lately because she could barely manage to get up on her own. Still, she was glowing. Her hands were placed softly over her belly as I sat next to her on the porch swing. Luana pointed to the area underneath her eyes, commenting on the dark circles Sophia wore. She laughed. "Ava hasn't been letting me sleep. She's been keeping me up most nights," Sophia said in a tired way. "She likes to jump around and lay right on my spine." I only expected it to get worse. Sophia's attention turned to me. "How are you feeling today?" she asked. I grimaced. "Not great." I didn't want to get into details. Except it felt like all the muscles were ripping from my bones, and I could definitely feel a cold coming on. I needed to be healthy when the baby got here. Sophia would need help. But winter was on its way, and that usually meant a crap ton of viruses all season long that I wasn't good at fighting off. It wasn't the best time of year for me to be having a kid, but here we were. Luana gestured to me and signed quickly. Sophia's mouth fell slightly open, and she signed back. "You want me to try my healing powers on Liam?" Luana nodded eagerly. Sophia looked hesitant. "I don't know. We've tried that before, and it didn't work." "Luana might have a point," I offered. "You couldn't before, but you've been training for months now. It might be possible." Sophia blushed. "All I've managed to heal is a simple scratch. I don't know if it's going to work with you." "Let's just try." I placed her hand against my chest. "Just see what you can feel, like Luana did when I met her." Sophia frowned slightly. "Okay." She closed her eyes and tried to concentrate. Nothing happened right away. Luana's gaze went from me to Sophia, like her magic could sense what Sophia's was trying to feel inside of me. Sophia's expression was clear, until it suddenly changed. Her eyebrows knitted together, and she frowned. She recoiled away from me, holding the hand that had been touching me as if she'd been burned. She seemed shocked. "What do you feel?" I asked. Luana signed the same question. Sophia hunched her shoulders. "It's not what I was expecting." That was Sophia speak for "you feel awful." Tears beaded at the corners of her eyes. I think she understood for the first time just how sick I really was. Telling someone about it and describing it to them was a lot different than feeling it yourself. Luana said something again, which caught Sophia's attention. I knew Luana wanted Sophia to try again. Sophia sighed before she hesitantly laid a hand over my heart. Her lip quivered, and a tear leaked out as she touched me. I quickly brushed it away. "Concentrate, Soph," I told her. "Look past it. I don't know what Luana's been teaching you, but try to use it to heal me." Sophia took a deep breath. "Healing magic is the process of using someone's power inside of them to make the body do what it's supposed to. But you're hard, Liam. Your systems don't know how to work. It's like the information they need to function properly isn't there." Luana's eyes narrowed, and she made a pushing gesture, as if telling Sophia to force it to. Sophia frowned, and I asked, "What's wrong?" "She's suggesting I try to transfer some of my energy magic into your body, like intrafusion, but backwards. She says the healing magic will work to get your systems going again. Basically, like the magic is teaching your cells how to regenerate, Sophia said. Is that going to work? I asked. I don't know. Let me try. Sophia closed her eyes once more. As she did, her hand began to glow white. I felt warmth begin to spread from where her fingertips touched me, and I knew it had worked. It was the same feeling I got when Esses healed me. Except this was less of a warmth and more of a fire. A strong one. A fire that didn't hurt, but one that rather blazed throughout my internal systems with an intense passion. As I felt the fire spread over me, the pain in my back disappeared, and I felt the symptoms of the oncoming cold lessen. Fatigue that had been plaguing me for days vanished, and I felt completely refreshed, like I'd slept for days, gotten a massage, and taken the strongest pain pills known to man. Sophia's face lit up. I did it! You did, Soph! I cried, and Luana clapped. I gave Sophia a tight hug. Tight as I could, anyway, with the baby in the way. I stroked her hair back. How do you feel? I knew great feats of magic could leave Elementi feeling exhausted, and Sophia had just done something incredible. Honestly, no different, she said. It was easy for me once I got past the initial shock. I think being pregnant has really helped me harness my energy powers. I feel fucking amazing, I said. Well done, Pawi. Luana pointed to Esses as if to say not to tell him because he'd get jealous. The little Kerbal was on top of Julian's head and beating his paws into the dragon's temple. Julian yawned like he was bored. I got an idea. Hey, you want to try healing someone else? What do you mean? Sophia tilted her head. I knew healing magic had some effect on mental illnesses, and Maddie was in a bad place right now. Esses had cleared my head after my suicide attempt, and though it didn't work as well on physical ailments, I had a theory that consistent energy magic could at least help offset some of the symptoms. Wait here. I walked into the house and lightly tapped on Maddie's door. I could see under the crack it was dark inside her room. Maddie, I've got something that might help. Go away, Liam. Her voice was muffled and angry. My heart fell. Maddie had hardly come out of her room since the wedding. She barely even talked to Drew now. The kid had buried himself in his job working with James and Carter in Intel to try and distract himself from the lack of Maddie's attention. Though she loved him, she was purposefully pushing him away for a reason I didn't understand. Mom didn't know what to do with her. Neither did the rest of us. Maddie hadn't said a word about the strange experiments Oleander had forced her to take part in. Whatever Oleander had done to Maddie had taken a permanent effect. One more reason why I couldn't wait to kill the bastard. Just try. Please, I begged. No, leave me alone. I tried to open the door, but it was locked. I'd have to break it down and drag her out of there, which I didn't think would go well. I wouldn't push her into this if she didn't want it. I sighed and returned to the porch. Never mind, I said. She won't come out. Sophia and Luana frowned. That's too bad, Sophia said. Luana signed something, and this time I could interpret what it meant. She'll come to us when she's ready. Not promising. But nobody could make me better when I had been in a dark place either. I had to be willing to crawl out of it. Maddie needed more time. Let's go home. It's pizza night, Sophia said in a chipper way, though I knew it was more or less to get my mind off my sister. Imogen's making your favorite thing, crust? I laughed. Yeah, wouldn't want to miss that. When we got back home, Imogen was putting toppings on top of uncooked dough, except mine, of course, because toppings were gross. Sophia's was loaded with everything but the kitchen sink. Her pregnancy cravings had made her beg Imogen to put eggs on her pizza now. It had totally gotten out of hand. Sassy was making pizzas for herself, Squeaks, and Esses, balancing pepperonis on her nose, though I think she ate more toppings than she placed because the bag was half gone. Esses scurried onto the counter and rearranged the toppings so they were placed in a symmetrical order instead of all over the place. Sassy huffed like she was offended. You could order 20 pizzas for Julian and it wouldn't be enough. I could hear the beat of his wings outside as he flew away to go hunting. Imogen finished Jonah's cheese pizza before she started placing basil pieces on her own. She loved margarita. When Luana came up to the counter, Imogen's eyes flashed upward. She pushed a small pizza toward Luana and began signing while she spoke. I prepared your favorite, ham, bacon, and pineapple. A huge smile spread across Luana's face, though Imogen more or less grimaced back. Imogen's unpleasant look couldn't fool me. She wouldn't have made a pizza for Luana unless she liked her. The girl was having a hard time not letting her in, and ancestors, it showed. These days, Luana went everywhere Sophia did, and Sophia always had Imogen. I bet Imogen was secretly growing to like Luana, despite her best efforts to keep her at a distance. Imogen could act like she hated Luana all she wanted, but I wasn't buying the ruse. As Imogen placed the pizzas into the oven, Jonah walked into the house wearing a stunned expression. Squeak squeezed her way through. She danced on her hooves as Jonah sank down onto the couch in slow motion. He let out a very long, dramatic, and loud sigh. He obviously wanted attention. "What the hell's the matter with you?" I asked, irritated. Sophia sat beside him on an armchair, while Luana took a spot on the couch. "You'll never guess," Jonah teased. He played with the ends of his hair, and Squeaks copied his sigh from earlier. "Well, we're waiting, so spill," I said. "Jake said he wants to wait to have sex," Jonah said in a dreamy, distant voice. I didn't get the tone. It was like Jake had asked him to go to Disney World or something. "Isn't that a good thing? It shows he doesn't want to hurt you," Sophia asked. I was thinking the same thing. "It's not just that. There was more," Jonah rushed to say. "Jake, well, he said he doesn't want to have sex until after we're married." Jonah said the words like he revered them. Imogen's jaw dropped, and Sophia reeled back like she'd been given some kind of scandalous news. Luana merely smirked. Okay. Why?" I asked. "I think he noticed I was uncomfortable the other day," Jonah said with a bit of a frown. "We had this big, long talk today, and he said that, I don't know, he wants to show me I have value, that he really treasures me, and I'm more than what I can offer people, that when it's the right time, he wants to make this last forever." Jake was really building Jonah's hopes up. He'd better pull through on all this bullshit, because if he didn't, me and him were going to have a problem. "Oh my gosh, that's so sweet." Tears beaded in Imogen's eyes, and she fanned them frantically with her hands. "I didn't know things were that serious," Sophia said. Luana scoffed as if to say she didn't know Jake. "I didn't either, but he really likes me for me," Jonah said. "I mean, he still wants to fool around, but he doesn't want to go all the way until we make things permanent." "Have you guys fooled around?" Imogen ate a chip, and Jonah, no shit, turned pink. You'd think he was a freaking virgin. "No, all we've done is made out," he admitted. "In 5 months?" Sophia asked in surprise. I elbowed her lightly to let her know that was rude. It didn't matter how long it took you to sleep with someone or if you ever did. She knew that. She sent me an apologetic glance. Jonah didn't notice. "Yes, and it's just been dreamy. He's been dreamy. This relationship is the best one I've ever been in, and we haven't even touched each other. I didn't think that was possible." "Sure it is," I shrugged. "All the best relationships start out that way." Well, I thought you had sex with someone and then you started to love them, Jonah explained. After you gave them what they want. No, Jonah. I shook my head. That's not how it works. I know that now. I didn't know you could have feelings for someone without doing anything, but you totally can, he gushed. I seriously have never felt this way about anyone. Well, congratulations on taking a vow of abstinence, because I couldn't do it, Sophia cracked. She slapped Jonah on the shoulder. I snorted. That was a fucking understatement. The woman couldn't last 3 days without going on a hunt for my dick. It's so romantic, but also so frustrating. Jonah collapsed against the cushions. Do you know how long I've been dying to jump him? Now I have to wait until we say our vows. I'm going to get blue balls. I'm sure blowjobs are still on the menu, Imogen quipped, and Sophia snorted. Luana let out a tiny giggle. A bit of abstinence will be good for you. I rubbed my eyes. Maybe Jonah would stop being such a perverted, intolerable horn dog now. Or he'd get worse. Yeah, he'd probably get worse. Jake just needs time to stock his sex dungeon. Imogen laughed. Jonah's eyes gleamed with interest, and he sat up. Do you really think he has a sex dungeon? I thought about Jake. Military guy who had a control fetish? Probably. Jonah squealed. This is so going to be worth the wait. I groaned. Please don't give me any images. For the love of the ancestors, I didn't know why we couldn't keep this shit private. Sophia giggled. Come on, Liam. You're just as filthy as the rest of us. You just know how to hide it. I had to smirk. Ooh, so Liam's not such a prude after all, is he? Jonah questioned in interest. Hey, he comes up with all the ideas in the bedroom, Sophia stated. I shrugged in agreement. Imogen smiled. It's so cute how you two are married. Now Jonah's next on the list, she said. I guess wedding bells are ringing. Imogen meant to be playful, but I caught the bitter resentment in her tone. Her words came out in a snarky jibe. She was probably feeling left out again. Imogen had plastered on a smile that showed she was trying, but was obviously fake. Luana reached out a hand as if to place it on Imogen's shoulder until she thought better of it and recoiled. There was scratching at the door. Luana stood and opened it. In walked the jaguar that was Chief Kawak's companion. Around the jaguar's neck was a note. Luana took it and unrolled it. As she read the note, she looked up to Sophia, then down to the letter again. What's up? Sophia asked, curious. Luana signed something, and Sophia said, Chief Kawak has summoned me. He says he must speak with me. It's urgent. Want us to come with you? I offered. Sophia narrowed her eyes as Luana continued speaking. She says it's best if I go alone. I won't be long. Sophia left arm in arm with Luana, following the jaguar. What do you think the chief wants her for? Jonah wondered. I don't know. It's weird he asked her to come alone, I mused. She's not alone. She's with Luana. We can trust her, Jonah said in a carefree way. Squeaks clacked her beak in agreement. Imogen rolled her eyes, but I ignored her. I wonder if Chief Kawak summoned her because he found something about her birth parents, Imogen wondered. Hopefully, though I was sure it wasn't about that. We had no clues whatsoever on where Sophia had come from, and that was unlikely to change. Jonah sighed. Poor Sophia. I feel just awful for her, having this baby and not knowing who Ava's grandparents are. It's not easy. Heritage aside, my first thought was the downside of not knowing who Sophia's parents were meant we didn't know if they carried any medical conditions they could pass down to Ava Marie like I did. It was terribly worrying. There's got to be an explanation, Imogen tapped her chin. We've barely looked into this. We haven't had time, I said. We're too busy trying to win the war. We've got time now. Without another word, Imogen slunk off to mine and Sophia's room. She opened the closet door and started ruffling through items, tossing clothes and boxes to the side. She pulled out a backpack that we'd taken on the road the night of the Battle of Arenda Academy and started rifling through it. "Imogen, you shouldn't be going through her things," I growled. "Relax. I'm not trying to be nosy. I just want to help," Imogen insisted. Sassy stuck her head in the bag, but came up empty. This invasion of privacy wasn't like her. The old Im wouldn't have done this, but the new Imogen didn't care anymore. I was about to stop her before Imogen pulled out something from the backpack. "Aha! We can start here." From what I could see, Imogen held a photograph, one the three of us had never seen before. I think it came from Sophia's scrapbook, but she'd never shown us it. It was too personal. The scrapbook had gone up in the fire, but Sophia had managed to save this picture. "How is that going to help?" Jonah asked. "I don't know. We'll look at it and try to find clues," Imogen said crossly. She left the room and slapped the photo on the dining room counter. We huddled over it in a circle, inspecting it closely. In the picture were Alan and Betsy Weber, along with two college-aged girls tucked closely to their sides. All were wearing smiles and looked happy. "It's just an old picture," Jonah said with a casual shrug. "This gets us nowhere." The photo had gone through the ringer since we were on the run. Age had made it faded and yellow, and there were burn marks and holes in it from the various bullshit it had survived while we were fighting the battle and on the run. At first glance, I thought the woman in the photo was Sophia, but a chill ran up my spine when I became certain the woman in the photograph was not my wife. There were small features that were different, but they were there. The woman in the photograph was strong and beautiful, but she wasn't Sophia Maito. The most telling fact was Sophia didn't have green eyes or red hair. "This mystery woman seems familiar somehow," Imogen said, pointing at her. "I think the other girl in the picture is Lucy Grayson. She was Alan and Betsy's daughter," I said. "She was the one everyone thought was Sophia's mom, but she died in childbirth." "If that's the case, this other woman in the photo must be Lucy's best friend. It makes sense that she'd give up her baby to the parents of someone she trusted," Imogen mused. "She does look a lot like Sophia." "This mystery woman, that's gotta be Sophia's mom then." Jonah shoved the both of us aside to get a closer look, but I pushed him back. We leaned so far over the photograph that I thought our breath might blow it away. As we observed the strange woman, I took in her sharp jawline, her perfectly manicured brows. Even today, she never had a hair out of place. But her nose was different. She must have changed it. That one small detail had been enough to hide the truth for years. I put things together a second before the others did. My stomach bottomed out. Bile rose in my throat, and I inwardly cringed as my heart picked up speed. No, it couldn't be possible. It'd break Sophia's heart. Imogen let out a great gasp. She flung herself away from the counter and waved her hands as if shooing away imaginary flies. Sassy yipped at her feet like she'd given her the idea. "What? Did you figure it out?" Jonah asked, looking wildly around. Squeaks copied him, swiveling her head from side to side. Imogen jabbed her finger at the photo. "How did Sophia overlook this? How did she not recognize—" "She doesn't look at herself every day like we do, Im," I said. My throat was parched and my voice was hoarse. Of all the terrible things to happen. "Anyone mind bringing the Stormlord up to speed?" Jonah said crossly. Imogen made an annoyed noise. She picked the photo up and held it in Jonah's direction. "Is it really not that obvious? Who else do we know has red hair?" Jonah's eyes widened. He looked at the photo again, then back to Imogen before he stated, "No fucking way. If that's really her, She must have had some work done, because she doesn't look like that anymore. We don't have any proof, I rushed to say. A photo means nothing. Look at her, Liam. She looks just like her. Imogen shoved the photo in my face. I pushed it away. Coincidence, I forced out. Jonah played nervously with Squeaks's feathers. Maybe she's not her daughter? Maybe she's a clone. I rolled my eyes at Jonah's pathetic attempt to remedy the situation. Jokes weren't going to help. You can't deny this. Neither of you can, Imogen burst. Sophia deserves to know. I shook my head. How can you even suggest that? How can you suggest hiding this from her? She has a right to know who her mother is, Imogen yelled. My hands were shaking. What are we going to do? We can't tell her that Madame Doya is her mother? Imogen screamed. We have to, Liam. Do you know how badly this is going to crush her? She's been working up a fantasy in her head that her parents are incredible people. How is she going to react when she finds out the woman who gave birth to her is a fucking psychopath? I screamed. Just then, the door opened and Ezra walked through. He paused when he realized we were all shouting at each other. Hey. I felt a twinge of annoyance at my brother. Not a good time to stop by. Hey, your place is my place, Ezra said. He went to the fridge, took out the milk, and drank it straight from the carton. Gross ass. Don't you have to be annoying somewhere else? We're busy, I stated. Hey, I just came by to celebrate, Ezra offered. I can take the party elsewhere, but I thought you'd all want to join in, seeing as how you all hated the bitch as much as I did. Celebrate what? Imogen asked, cocking her head. Haven't you heard the news? Ezra asked. Madame Doya has been found and arrested. She's been put into holding to wait for her trial. Her one request was to see Sophia in private, probably to beg for mercy or something. Ice filled my veins. That's why Sophia had been summoned moments ago. She was probably with Doya right now. I didn't know what that madwoman was going to do to my wife and baby. I had to get to Sophia. Where'd they take her, Ez? He noticed my balled fists and my harsh tone. He backed away. Why does it matter? Ezra asked. Imogen flung the photo at him. He caught it and asked, Why are you giving me this? That's Sophia's mother, I forced out. Ezra looked closer, then his hand went over his mouth. Oh. He staggered backward a few steps. Oh, no. Yeah, you see what we're dealing with? Imogen said. Ez, where's Doya? I snarled. There's a holding cell near the temple. She's probably there, Ezra blurted out. He still seemed stunned. I didn't waste any more time. I ran out the door. The door slammed against the wall. I hurried down the stone steps, where Julian was more or less napping on the ground below. Julian! I called, and his head snapped up once he heard my voice. I climbed onto his back and held tightly to his spikes, pressing myself to his form. The temple! We have to get there right away! He spread his wings and took off, flying over the village as quickly as his wings could carry us. As the cold wind blew back my hair, I shivered, but it wasn't from the chill. I wasn't sure what kind of trick Doya had planned, but I did know one thing. Sophia might be Doya's daughter, but I was her husband, and I'd make damn sure that woman would never hurt her again, even if I had to do something drastic.
Chapter 20. Sophia. I didn't know why Chief Kawak had summoned me, and neither did Luana. The note didn't say much, just that I was needed urgently, and that it was best if I come alone. I didn't know why they hadn't summoned Liam, considering he was the Tawakwa chief. If something bad had happened, he'd be at the top of the call list. which made me think either this wasn't bad or was very personal. The closer we came to the Anichi temple, the faster my heart beat. Ava Marie kicked my stomach like she too could feel my anxiety. I couldn't explain why my heart thumped like the rhythm of a drum. All I knew was I didn't think I was ready for whatever Chief Kawak had summoned me for. Luana and I, along with our familiars, followed her father's companion around the side of the temple and to the elders' meeting quarters nearby. Chief Kawak stood on the steps outside, his hands casually crossed in front of himself. His eyes were soft, but his expression gave nothing away. "Is something wrong, Daddy?" Luana signed as soon as we were within view. Chief Kawak sighed and responded by signing and speaking at the same time.
"It's too soon to say. Come, Sophia."
I hesitated as he held a hand out to me. "What about Luana?" He frowned.
"I'm afraid your presence has been requested privately. Luana and I will wait for you outside."
"What do you mean?" I asked. Chief Kawak placed a hand on my back and began leading me to a door on the other side of the building. "I thought you summoned me."
"I did,"
he replied.
"but it's our prisoner who wants to see you."
"You have a prisoner?" My eyebrows shot up. Essis squeaked in equal surprise at my feet.
"She turned herself in today,"
Chief Kawak explained, stopping in front of a door I'd never entered before.
"Her one request was to see you."
I racked my brain, trying to think of who he could be talking about. All my friends and family had either died or were with me in Hokavale. My only other thought was Haley, and she'd only want to see me to kill me. She'd never turn herself in, though. "Who are you talking about?" I asked. Chief Kawak reached for the door and swung it open. I caught sight of the woman's fiery red mane a moment before he answered.
"Madam Eleanor Doya."
My stomach bottomed out. I must have heard him wrong. Doya couldn't be here. But she was, clear as day. Beyond the door sat a small room with only 4 jail cells. There were small windows along the top of the walls with bars over them. They let in a small amount of light and cast sharp shadows across the jail floor. The nearest cell housed a lioness behind Noxite bars. Naomi. I could feel the Noxite draining my energy the moment I stepped into the room. She lay on the ground, her ears drooping like she was ashamed to be locked up. Madame Doya sat on a cot inside the farthest cell. Her red hair was tied into a frayed braid, and her usual smooth skin seemed worn down by stress. For the first time, I noticed age lines along the corners of her eyes. She wore one of her usual velvet dresses with a cloak over the top. The hem of both were covered in dirt. She sat straight up with her shoulders back in a regal position, but something in her eyes had changed. When she looked at me, she did not narrow her gaze or look down her nose at me. In fact, it was just the opposite. Soft eyes filled with pain, regret, and sorrow met mine. They darted downward at my pregnant belly momentarily, before she met my gaze again. Part of me wanted to run away. This had to be a trap. But another part of me was curiously drawn forward. I had to know what she wanted to say. "What is this?" I demanded as I stepped into the jail hall. There were bars between Doya and I, but I still felt uneasy. Essis followed at my side. "What could you possibly have to say to me?" Madame Doya stood from her cot and came forward to the edge of her cell. "I've come to apologize, Sophia." I scoffed. "Apologize? For what? Tormenting me when you were supposed to be my mentor?" Turning your back on me when I thought I could trust you. Siding with Oleander? Killing Alric? I took another step into the jail. The main door quietly shut behind Essus and me. I had the urge to summon my fire, but even if I wanted to burn Doya's ass, I couldn't, with the Noxite surrounding me, separating us.
I'm here to apologize for all of it,
Doya stated.
I did what I thought was the right thing.
Seriously? I cried. You sided with the man who started a war!
No,
she said firmly.
I never wanted this war to happen. Not like this. You have to understand that I made sacrifices in order to fulfill the ancestors' will.
What will? I demanded. How do you know what they want? You did what you did to gain power.
Yes,
she confirmed. She didn't sound proud of it, but she didn't seem to regret it either.
Only those in power are able to make change. You and I are not so different, Sophia.
Her words hit me like a punch to the gut. I went breathless. I'm nothing like you, I spat. I won't kill for power.
But you will kill to save the people you love,
Doya shot back. It was true. I'd do anything to win this war and save the Hawkeye.
The only difference between us is how we go about saving the people we love,
Doya stated.
I thought I could protect people by being in power. I thought I could change the Elders' views. But the deeper I got, the harder it was.
I don't believe you, I growled. You killed Alric!
Because Oleander was questioning my loyalty,
Doya roared.
Oleander asked me to kill him. If I didn't, I'd lose my place on the Elder Council, which meant I had no power to save anyone else.
I crossed my arms. That's pretty bold of you to claim saving anyone. Name one person you've saved. She gripped the bars to her cell and dropped her head. I'd never seen her look so vulnerable, and I still couldn't believe it. It had to be an act. Slowly, Doya lifted her gaze and answered simply,
You.
My jaw dropped. Was she serious? In what twisted way had she convinced herself she saved me? What? I gasped, practically laughing. You've done nothing to help me. You almost killed me when we left the castle.
I was trying to stop you,
Doya stated.
I do nothing without good reason, Sophia.
Then I want a reason, I snapped. Why do you try to stop us from leaving the castle?
Because I couldn't protect you from Oleander if I didn't know where to find you,
she burst. The jail went really silent. I could hardly process the idea that she wanted to protect me.
You may not realize it, but I have always protected you,
Doya said.
When the Coigny elders wanted to use you, I'm the one who led them astray.
My knees felt weak. Why would Doya do all that just to turn around and act like such a bitch to my face? Was that another cover for the elders? There were times when she was nice to me, when I thought we actually had a connection. Which was the real Doya and which was the fake? If that's true, then what are you doing here? I demanded. Why aren't you in Kinpago using your position to overthrow Oleander?
Because...
Doya inhaled a deep breath, then dropped her shoulders and sighed deeply.
Because I'm tired, Sophia. I'm sick of fighting this war.
Weren't we all? Why not tell me this before? I insisted. Back at school, you could have said you were trying to protect me. I might have actually believed you then.
I couldn't, because...
Doya trailed off. I pursed my lips. Because you're a cold-hearted bitch! Holy ancestors, that was like a 1,000-pound weight lifting off my chest. I hadn't even meant to say it, but I wasn't lying either. I'd been thinking it since the day Doya humiliated me in front of my class by trying to make me light a candle with no knowledge of magic. It felt really good to finally tell her how I felt. The jail went silent for a few moments before Doya said, "You're right." Excuse me? Had I heard her right? "I should have done better," Doya admitted. I was so shocked I nearly forgot how to breathe. Essis pressed close to my leg, like her confession terrified him. It was like Doya had been body snatched and replaced by a clone. Doya shook her head and true regret crossed her features. "It's why I left Oleander to come find you, Sophia. It's why I was at your wedding." "I knew I saw you in the woods," I growled. "What I don't get is why you care. Why start making your amends with me? Why attend my wedding?" Doya held her head high, but her features softened. "What kind of mother would I be if I had missed my own daughter's wedding?" The air left my lungs and the world spun around me. What she was saying, no, it couldn't be possible. And yet it made so much sense. "No, you're lying!" I could hardly get the words out as the realization hit me like a bolt of lightning. Doya was really close to my grandparents. I had Coigny powers like she did. She spoke to me about becoming chiefess because I had elder blood in my veins, and she'd always known. It fit. But that didn't make it true. And yet something told me it was. Call it intuition, call it a message from the ancestors, I didn't know what. But I did know that my search for my birth mother was over. I just hadn't pictured it ending like this. My knees buckled beneath me. I gasped as I dropped to the concrete. Essis screeched and placed a healing hand on mine immediately. A moment later, the door behind me burst open.
"Where's that sorry excuse of a motherfucking—"
Liam cut off as he entered the room and saw me gasping on my knees. I glanced over my shoulder at him and his face paled. He rushed over to me. I could hear Jonah, Imogen, and Ezra shouting outside, along with the beat of Julian's wings overhead. Liam knelt at my side and pulled me into his arms. I relaxed into him and finally felt like I could breathe again. Liam looked down at me and pushed my hair out of my face.
"Talk to me, Pawi. What did she do to you?"
"Nothing," I stammered. "She just said, 'She's my mother?'" I phrased it like a question. It was just too unreal to accept. Liam frowned, but there was something in his eyes that was unlike the shock I expected. It was like he already knew. I pushed myself up straighter. "Liam, she's lying. She has to be."
"I don't think she is, Soph,"
Liam admitted.
"I never realized it before, but you actually have a lot of Doya's features. It's possible—"
I cut him off. "Don't say it!" "But it's true," Doya cut in. Liam shot a disgusted look at her, then turned back to me.
"Let's discuss this outside."
Liam started to help me to my feet, but Doya stopped him. "Wait!" Liam let go of me to stomp closer to Doya's cell.
"Wait for what?"
he roared, getting close up to her face.
"We've waited long enough, but you've come too late. Sophia wants nothing to do with you."
Doya watched me the whole time Liam spoke, then finally turned her narrowed gaze on him. "Why don't you let Sophia speak for herself? It's what Coigny women do." Heat flared in my veins.
Don't you dare pretend I'm anything like you. I may be Coigny, but that's where the similarities end. My husband is right. I want nothing to do with you. My guts twisted. How could this horrible woman be my birth mother? It seemed like some sort of sick joke. I reached for Liam's arm. Come on, Liam, let's go. There's nothing more she can possibly say to me that will make this better. Liam and I turned toward the door, but Doya's rushed words halted me in my tracks. Don't you want to know who your father is? I whirled toward her, but hesitated. Of course I wanted to know who my father was, but right now I feared terrifying disappointment. He might be like her. Maybe it was better if I didn't know at all. Before I could answer, Doya reached into her cloak and pulled out a small, leather-bound book. She reached through the bars of her cell and held it out to me. I didn't take it right away. I'm on your side, Sophia. She glanced back to the book as if encouraging me to take it. This is one of my journals. It explains everything you need to know. I wanted to stomp out of there, just to show her she had no hold over me. But I still had so many questions. Curiosity won out. I reached for the journal. Wait, Liam cried. It could be cursed. Liam was right, but I hesitated. There was so much I still wanted to know. Please, Sophia, I mean you no harm, Madame Doya begged. Just take it. I eyed Doya a moment longer, searching for ill intent in her features, but I didn't find it. Cautiously, I reached out for the journal. I want to know, I whispered. Liam shot Doya a hard gaze as I stepped away. I walked to the other end of the jail, where I flipped open the journal to a page marked with a red ribbon. The entry was dated the same week I had arrived at Orenda Academy. Liam wrapped a protective arm around my waist and looked over my shoulder. We both began reading. Dear Diary, I thought that I could outrun my past. I thought that abandoning it that night would make sure it stayed in the past where it belonged. 18 years later, my past finally caught up with me. Sophia Henley is a reminder of everything I lost, and I despise her for it with every fiber of my being. She doesn't know that her eyes look just like his. She doesn't know the reason I can't stand to be around her is because every time I look at her, I'm reminded of the worst moments I've ever endured. She doesn't know what she's done to me. I can't say it's all her fault. Elliot played a part too, though he doesn't know it. Even 18 years later, I'd never once mentioned it to him. Elliot Bain has always been a master of charm and confidence. One day of Hawkeye history and I was done for. I knew I should have stayed away. Forget the fact that he was 12 years my senior, my teacher, and that I was his student. He was water, and I was fire. Mixing the two was strictly forbidden. All the more reason to chase him. Elliot Bain was a forbidden fruit in every way. And if there's one thing I know about Coigny, it's that we will fight until our very last breath to get what we wanted. And I wanted to prove to the whole goddamn world that I could have Elliot Bain. It started out with innocent tutoring sessions, just so I could get him alone. I was cunning. I was careful. I didn't strike right away, only lured him in. It only took a few months before I had him right where I wanted him, in a position he couldn't resist even if he wanted to. Elliot Bain was in love with me, and we didn't give a flying fuck what the elders or the ancestors thought of it. That first time I kissed him in his office was everything.
I still remembered the feel of his hands on my hips, the way he kissed me back even though he knew it was wrong, even though he knew it could cost him his life. "Eleanor," he whispered, drawing away. "We shouldn't." I didn't have to speak. All I had to do was kiss him again, and he was back under my spell. Our months of innocent tutor lessons turned into months of guilty pleasures. Of all the men that had crawled into my bed over the years, none of them could love me like Elliot. He loved me with an unmatched passion I had never experienced before, nor would ever experience again. Fire and water didn't belong together, but Elliot and I did. I was sure of it. Until the night he called it off. "It's getting dangerous, Ellie," he told me. I was still lying naked beneath his sheets. The sorry bastard had the nerve to fuck me first. I ran my fingers down the side of his face, drinking in his features. I was so aroused that I was ready for another go. I climbed on top of him, and his breath quivered as my skin brushed against him. "It's always been dangerous, Elliot," I pointed out. "That's what makes it fun." I pulled the sheet up over our heads, but Elliot took me by the waist and rolled me off of him. "This is serious," he insisted. I don't think we should see each other anymore." The room spun around me. I couldn't have heard him right. Are you breaking up with me?" I demanded. Elliot dropped his gaze and spoke so softly that I barely heard him. "Yes." I sat upright in bed. "Tell me you're joking!" He didn't respond. "Tell me you're fucking joking, Elliot!" I shot out of bed and paced across the room. The fire in my body raged. I needed to calm down, and fast. I grabbed the first thing my hands could find. I held a vase over my head and smashed it to the floor. "Ellie," he said, horrified. "Calm down." "Calm down," I snapped. "I can either break things or set your goddamn house on fire. Which would you prefer?" "Ellie, this has to stop," he said firmly. "People are starting to notice us. You have to understand, I'm only doing this to keep you out of harm's way." "Yeah, well, maybe you should have thought of that before you fucked me 6 ways from Sunday." I grabbed my clothes and rushed out of the room. "Ellie, wait!" Elliot stopped me in the hall. I looked back at him and I snapped. I raised my arm and a fireball formed, hovering in warning. "If all you wanted from me was some sauce on the side, you should have made that clear. You told me you loved me." His face fell in apology. Looking at him was too much. I whirled around and ran. I've never stopped running since. It took 4 months. 4 whole fucking months to realize my body was changing. I'd attributed the fatigue and vomiting to symptoms of depression. It literally made me ill to lose the man I loved. I couldn't tell Lucy or Tony about it. They were starting a life of their own, married with a house in Kinpago. They even had a baby on the way. I couldn't tell them about my own, the half-breed monster that was growing inside of me. I kept it from them for their own protection. If word got out, they'd be at risk for not reporting it. Elliot and I would be put to death, as would the child. I couldn't breathe a word of this to anyone. So I didn't. Not my best friend, Lucy. Not my parents. Not even Elliot. As the months passed, I covered up with thicker and thicker clothing. By the end of my 3rd year at Orenda Academy, I had entered my 3rd trimester. It was impossible to hide any longer. I told everyone I was traveling for the summer. But instead, I rented an apartment in Kinpago and relied on delivery services to bring me what I needed until this was all over. The night it happened, I was lounging on my couch when tight cramps spread across my belly. I went to the bathroom thinking that was all it was, but the cramps kept coming, getting worse and worse each time. No, 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 I cried to the silence as I realized what was happening. I heard a pop, and warm water gushed out between my legs, soaking the floor. It suddenly occurred to me that I couldn't have this child here. I couldn't leave any evidence behind. I left the apartment in the dead of night and walked into the forest, clutching my stomach the entire way. I walked until it felt as if my limbs might fall off, until I could no longer trudge on by sheer will. I fell onto my hands and knees as the contractions squeezed my body tight, blocking off my airways. I gasped for breath. A moment of relief passed. I panted, pulling in as much air as I could. The forest spun around me as a wave of pain hit me once again. I curled up on my side, and the dirt stuck to my sweaty face. I cried out, begging the ancestors to make it stop. The urge to push came, and I did all I could just to get it over with. When the child came, the pain melted away. I could suddenly see the world more clearly. I lifted the small body in my arms and pulled the child to my chest as tears soaked my cheeks. She didn't make a sound, and for a moment, I thought it was a blessing. Then the first sound escaped her lips. I pulled her to my chest, right beneath my collarbone. I pressed her face into my nightgown to muffle the sounds, to smother them. She was a half-breed. She would die by the elders' hands, if not by mine. The least I could do was make sure they didn't torture her first. She was so small, so innocent. The child wiggled in my arms. Tears continued to stream down my face. Please forgive me. A growl came from behind me, startling me. I dropped the child from my collarbone, allowing her to breathe. She sucked in air, but she didn't cry. I turned to see a pair of golden eyes staring at me through the darkness. The moment I laid eyes on them, the whole world tilted on its axis and spun the opposite way. It felt like I was unwinding. The pain in my lower abdomen eased as if it had never existed in the first place. I smelled roses and heard the sound of the harp playing in the distance. The taste of sweet banana cream filled my mouth. The creature stepped forward, and her blonde fur transformed into bright orange flames. They burned all across her body, lighting up the forest around us. The fire lioness ducked her head, as if inviting me to reach out to her. I was so struck by her that I did just that. My fingers touched the flames, but they didn't burn. Naomi, I whispered. I didn't know how I knew her name, but it was like I'd known it all my life. Naomi took another step forward and pressed her forehead into the child's chest. The child didn't protest against the red-hot flames. She relaxed into them, enjoying their warmth. She's Coigny, I realized. There was no question about it. This child had Tawakwa blood running through her veins. But she also had mine. She was my daughter whether I liked it or not. Naomi drew away and the flames faded. She stared at me with sad eyes. I have to, I whispered to her. The elders would not let her live. I'm doing it to protect everyone. Naomi shook her head as if to say this wasn't the only way. Tears ran down my throat as I struggled to hold them back. It felt as if I were choking. What was Naomi suggesting? I couldn't leave the child out here. That would be merciless. I couldn't just give her away. Or could I? Once the idea came to mind, it took root and didn't let go. Naomi helped me to my feet and steadied me as we walked for miles through the forest. I held my daughter close in my arms so she would feel warm, so she would feel safe. We snuck through the darkness of night through the Coigny village until we arrived at 1345 Fire Brick Lane. We avoided the streetlights and slipped through the gate in the back. I raised my hand and knocked on the door. Alan answered, and his face went stark white when he saw the blood on my nightgown.
Ellie? Dear ancestors, Betsy!
Betsy was a midwife. I knew she could help.
Betsy!
Alan screamed again as he guided me inside. Betsy came running down the stairs. She was already in her nursing scrubs, with fresh gloves in her pocket. There was blood streaked on her shirt. She took one look at me and dove into medic mode. In our room, now. I couldn't hold the tears back. I shoved the child into Betsy's arms. Take her, please! Betsy held the child gently and guided me down onto the bed. Alan, I need towels. Tony! I was sobbing so hard I couldn't process what happened next. Betsy began administering medication through an IV. I curled up on the bed and let the emotions wash over me, taking me away from the child I'd just birthed. It was almost as if it hadn't happened at all. I woke hours later feeling disoriented. Betsy sat in a chair beside the bed, watching over me. I heard the sound of a man singing soft lullabies from the living room. Was that Tony? How did you know? I whispered. I could barely speak after everything. Betsy shook her head. I didn't. But the medicine, the gloves, it was like you were prepared. My words stopped dead in their tracks. She was prepared, but not for me. Lucy? I asked. Her too? Betsy nodded, but tears began to well in her eyes. They didn't make it. Betsy began to sob. She couldn't be serious. Lucy? I asked breathlessly. And her daughter? Betsy nodded. She wanted a home birth. Complications arose, and... She cried so hard she couldn't finish her sentence. I curled in on myself. I'd cried so much that I had no more tears to shed. I couldn't wrap my head around the news that my best friend was gone. We're going to tell everyone in the morning, she said, like she needed to give an explanation. Footsteps padded down the hall. Tony entered the room carrying a small bundle of blankets. He stared down at it with hope in his eyes.
I heard you talking,
he said softly.
Would you like to hold her?
No, I said quickly. Tony hugged the child protectively.
Why didn't you tell us you were pregnant, Ellie?
I rolled away from him and didn't answer. The answer was just too painful.
Ellie,
Tony said softly, in that tone he always used to keep me calm when my emotions rose too high. I can't do it, Tony. Of course you can, Betsy said. I have resources that can help. If it's about finances, I said I can't do it, I snapped. I quickly softened my tone. Take her for me, will you, Tony? You can raise her as your own. Tony hesitated.
You mean lie?
No one will know, I pressed. They'll think she's yours. Tony gaped at me, like he was half considering it. Ellie, maybe you should get some rest, Betsy suggested. This isn't the kind of decision to make right now. I'm not going to change my mind. Betsy, you're like a mother to me. If I wasn't serious about this, I wouldn't be asking. A man cleared his voice from the doorway and stepped into the room. I hadn't realized Alan had been listening.
"Whatever you need, Ellie,"
He said.
"We're here for you."
Tony's eyes brimmed with tears.
"If I'm going to take her, she needs a name."
I knew what Tony was doing. He was trying to get me to bond with her. I couldn't. "You can name her," I said. Tony stared down at the sleeping child.
"We named our daughter Charlotte. Maybe we can give her Lucy's second choice, Sophia."
Damn it. Lucy and I came up with that name together. "Whatever you want," I said, already trying to erase Sophia's name from my memory. No matter how hard I tried to forget, that name would forever haunt me with what I'd just done. My knees quivered, and my ears rang as I read the passage. This couldn't be real. Doya, my mother, and Bane, my father? Liam and I exchanged a wide-eyed look of disbelief. I whirled back toward Doya. "How do I know this is real? How do I know you're not lying?" "What reason do I have to lie to you?" Doya asked. "I don't know," I cried. "A million, I'm sure. You could be Oleander's spy. You could be trying to get me to help you out of here. If Bane were my father, I'd have Tawakwa blood. I don't. If anything, my father was Anachi. We could at least confirm I had spirit magic in my blood." "You do have Tawakwa blood," Doya claimed. "Mixed children always inherit the magic of their same-sex parent. If I wasn't telling the truth, I never would have turned myself in." "But why?" I demanded. "Why are you here? This isn't like you." "Things have changed," Doya snapped. Liam crossed his arms and stepped forward, protecting me.
"Changed how?"
Doya opened her mouth, but she hesitated. "I'd rather speak to Sophia alone." "Anything you can say to me can be said in front of Liam," I insisted. "Answer the question. What changed?" Doya pressed her lips together firmly, then answered carefully. "For one, you're carrying my grandchild." Ancestors. I hadn't even thought of that. How could my precious Ava Marie have Madame Doya's blood running through her veins? My voice shook in anger as I glared at Doya. "You just admitted you tried to smother me as a child because I'm mixed house. Why would I believe you wouldn't try to do the same to my baby?" Doya let out a shaky breath, as if I'd hit a nerve. "Because if I were to kill every mixed child in Kinpago, I'd have to kill myself." The breath left my lungs. For a moment, I couldn't speak as I processed what Doya had just said. Liam was the first to compose himself.
"You're saying you're mixed house,"
he snapped. It was obvious he didn't believe her either. Doya nodded.
"Then why didn't you fight for interhouse relationships?"
Liam snapped. "I did!" Doya shouted. "Or don't you remember how I found Vanderbilt's son and presented him at your trial?" It was true. She'd helped us win our trial. We wouldn't have without her. "Your actions don't match up," I accused. "Why all the resentment against me if you're mixed house too?" "Because I didn't know," Doya insisted. "Not until I went looking for Sean Andre to save your case." Her tone softened as she explained. It was so strange to hear her speak without firmness. "When I was young, just a toddler, my parents spoke of leaving Kinpago. I always knew there were other Hawkeye out there, but I didn't know where. When your case came up, I went searching for them to help win your trial. I turned to my mother's journal, and discovered that my father had come from Hokavale. He was Anachi. He posed as an unbonded Coigni in order to attend Orenda Academy to learn alchemy and bring the knowledge back to the tribe. My parents fell in love and had me, but my father's true identity remained a secret long after his death. I was able to piece together information from my mother's journal to find a secret passageway to Hokavale, where Vanderbilt's son had been living for years. That is how I found him to bring him to your trial. It is also how I got through Hokavale's shield to attend your wedding.
I couldn't stop my hands from shaking. Everything Doya said made so much sense. It filled in all the holes that hadn't made sense in the past. It explained why my Anachi magic was so strong. Because it wasn't as far back in my lineage as I thought. And yet, I couldn't wrap my head around her actions. I couldn't forgive her. I went so weak that the journal fell from my hands. The cover flipped open and an old, worn photograph fell out. I didn't care until I caught sight of the woman's features. The air left my lungs as I bent down and lifted the photograph. In it, a young, regal woman with flowing red hair smiled at the camera. She wore a floor-length dress that I recognized. It was one of my ancestors, my spirit guides. The woman in the red ball gown. "Who is this?" I demanded, shoving the photograph toward Doya's cell. "Why do you have a picture of her?" Doya looked momentarily confused.
That's my mother, Viola. She died just before I went to Orenda. Why?
Liam took the photograph from my hands. I could see recognition in his eyes. The first time I met my ancestors, Liam had been there to summon them. He remembered her.
Doya must be telling the truth,
Liam said.
Spirit guides are always our direct ancestors.
Which made Viola my grandmother. Doya wasn't lying. Hot, angry tears pricked at my eyes. Why not tell me all this sooner? You knew for months you were mixed house. You've known since the day I came to Orenda that I was your daughter. And you lied. You continue to lie and deceive. Anything to serve your twisted, evil purpose. Doya didn't deny it. It was almost like she agreed with me.
I admit, I let my shame consume me. I allowed excuses to treat you the way I did.
You were mad at yourself, and you took it out on me? I accused, shaking my head in disbelief. My stomach knotted so tight I thought I might hurl. You're a horrible, bitter woman, and you will never be my mother. At that, I whirled around and stomped out of the jail. Essis followed close at my feet, and Liam exited behind me. Once I was outside the jail, I felt a strong wave of heat rush over me as my fire surfaced. Jonah and Imogen both said something, and Luana signed, but I couldn't hear or see anything. My vision blurred and my ears rang. This had to be some sort of nightmare. I stomped several steps away from the door, but my knees were too weak to hold me up. As angry magic swept through me, I felt my blood pressure suddenly drop. I lowered myself to my hands and knees to keep from passing out.
Bowie!
Liam cried, coming to my side immediately. I think I'm going to puke, I admitted. Essis put a hand on me, and the nausea eased immediately. I took several deep breaths.
What happened in there?
Jonah demanded. I just shook my head, letting him know I couldn't handle speaking right now. To say this was the shock of a lifetime was an understatement. When I finally caught my breath, I looked up to Chief Kawak, whose eyebrows were knitted in concern. What's going to happen to her?
She'll stay here until her sentencing,
he answered. Good, I said breathlessly. It'd give me time to sort my feelings. Finally, I turned to my friends. Let's get somewhere comfortable. There's something Liam and I need to tell you. We returned to the house with Jonah, Imogen, Luana, and Ezra in tow. Jonah kept insisting we tell him what was going on, until Liam snapped at him that he was going to have to wait until the two of us could catch a breath. Finally, we settled into the living room, and I felt like I could breathe again. Liam sat next to me on the couch, his arms wrapped protectively around me. So, what happened? Imogen asked carefully. It took me a moment to say it out loud because I still couldn't wrap my head around it. It turns out Doya's my mom. I expected gasps to travel around the room and utter looks of shock, but nobody seemed surprised. Wait, I narrowed my gaze. Why aren't you all shocked and furious? Jonah bit his lip.
Well, we sort of figured it out.
What? When? I cried, my spine straightening. You just failed to mention it to me?
Relax,
Jonah insisted.
It was barely an hour ago.
Imogen lifted her hand and held out a piece of paper. We looked at your pictures for clues, and we found this. I took the picture from her. It was one of my grandparents that I'd saved from Lucy's scrapbook. But they weren't the only ones in it. Doya and Lucy stood beside them. We never realized how much you two look alike, Imogen said. I guess I can see it, I remarked. But my stomach sank, as this was another confirmation that Doya was telling the truth. I looked to Liam. I'm guessing you didn't figure out who my father is? Liam shook his head.
Do you want to tell them, or should I? OMG, Jonah gushed. I'm guessing it's scandalous.
I cringed. That's a bit of an understatement. Imogen's jaw dropped. It's not Alric, is it? All eyes turned to her. Jonah looked totally disgusted.
Sweetheart, he banged Perot for years. No way did he go anywhere near Doya.
Well, I don't know, Imogen cried. He could be bi. It's the most scandalous Coigny relationship I could think of. She could have killed her baby daddy to cover it up. I ran my hands over my belly. The thing is, it wasn't a Coigny relationship. Ezra's eyes got really wide.
Not Oleander. Please, ancestors, anything but Oleander.
Liam shook his head.
No, thanks the Great Spirit.
I took a deep breath and spit it out. It was Bane. Jonah's jaw dropped so wide, it was comical. Imogen started screaming so loud, I swore the neighbors could hear it. Ew, 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 Imogen cried, before slapping her hand over her mouth. I thought Bane was hot. I thought your father was a total silver fox. Ew, ew, ew! Ezra had no words. He just shook his head in utter disbelief.
But how?
Jonah chuckled.
I think it's a little late for the birds and the bees talk, bro. No, but I mean like, Bane?
Ezra looked a little disgusted. It's pretty weird, Luana agreed.
It actually explains a lot,
Jonah cut in.
I mean, that's why Sophia's totally gorgeous. Both her parents are fine.
And it explains why you were attracted to Liam, Imogen cracked. You're totally hot for a Toaqua like your dad. Ew, I frowned. I don't like Liam because of Bane.
Nah,
Ezra agreed.
she likes him for other reasons.
He made a rude hand gesture toward his package, which sent the room into a laughing fit.
I can't believe it. He went from Buff Bane to Daddy Bane.
Jonah snickered.
Now you can really call him Daddy,
Ezra added, and everyone died of laughter, except Liam, who grimaced. Ew, gross! I put my head in my hands. That's so nasty! I'd always gotten a weird dad vibe from Bane, and never found him attractive. Ancestors, now I knew why. Do you think Doya called him Daddy? Imogen wondered aloud, and she totally cracked up. Everyone else lost it. Even Squeaks and Sassy were laughing up a storm. I wasn't sure if they actually found it humorous, or if they were trying to lighten the mood for my sake. I still didn't know what to think of it, but I had to crack a smile. I turned to Liam, who hadn't had much to say about the whole thing. What do you think?
I don't know,
He admitted. He looked grossed out.
All I can think about is Bane's shitty sex advice.
I started laughing. Liam tapped his finger against his chin.
You know, that totally makes sense now. He went on and on about passion and makeup sex. He had to be talking about Doya.
Oh my God, I realized. He wanted to give us pointers on our unique situation. He was totally talking about Coigny and Tawakwa banging. Liam cringed.
Ancestors. Once he warned me you might try to burn my house down. He must have said that because Doya threatened to when he broke up with her.
I couldn't stop laughing. It felt really good to make light of this whole thing. You think he would have said any of that if he knew I was his daughter? A silent beat passed between us before realization hit.
Wait. Bane doesn't even know.
Liam realized.
Should we go tell him?
I thought about it for a moment. My laughter had died and a heavy rock settled in my gut. I don't know if I'm ready for that. I still need time to think about this. Liam ran a finger down my arm.
Okay, we'll sleep on it.
Just then, the door burst open and Cade came running inside. Arabelle followed breathlessly behind him. Imogen's eyes darkened the second she saw him.
You guys!
Cade cried.
I just heard Doya turned herself in and is being held in a holding cell near the temple.
Ezra cut in.
Yep. Beat you to it, bro.
Imogen rolled her eyes. Someone always beats him to it. Usually it's me. The room went really quiet, except for Jonah, who threw his hand over his mouth and sang,
Ooh.
Cade crossed his arms and his nostrils flared.
Seriously, Im? You're going to bring this up now?
She shrugged. You're the one who came over. Usually it's hard to get you to come.
That's it! Cade shouted. I'm sick of this, Imogen. What do you think the deal is? That I don't love you?
I don't know, she snarled. Let's take a poll. Who here thinks Cade's impotent because he's not attracted to me? Essus started to raise his hand, but I didn't think he understood what Imogen meant.
I'm not impotent, Cade shouted. I just want it to last. I want us to last.
You made that really clear when you left me, Imogen said sarcastically. Nobody said anything as we watched them implode at each other. They fought so much it was practically normal now, but they usually went off in private. This was a different level of shit. Cade raked his hands through his hair.
We're really going to do this again. When are you going to start acting normal?
Do you even know me? She screamed. I've never been normal. I never will be.
And that's what I love about you, he insisted. But this isn't like you at all.
That's because you haven't been paying attention, Imogen cried, her hands balling into fists at her side. None of you have! At that, she stomped off and slammed the door to her room, leaving Sassy behind.
Whoa, Jonah breathed. That was intense.
Cade rolled his eyes like he couldn't deal with her right now.
She does this all the time. We get in a huge fight, she storms off, and 2 seconds later she's all happy-go-lucky and wants my attention. I swear something weird is going on.
Except she won't talk to anyone about it, I added.
True,
Jonah agreed.
I've tried, and she just shuts me down.
Sassy whimpered and stepped forward, nudging me in the leg. I bent to pet her. What is it, girl? You want me to go check on Imogen? Sassy whimpered again. Her eyes glistened when she looked up at me.
Just let her cool off, Cade said. She'll come around. She always does.
I ignored him and stood, though Liam had to help push me up. Sassy's right. Imogen needs to know we care. I'll go check on her. I needed a distraction from all this Doya bullshit anyway. Helping Imogen would take my mind off things. I left the room and went to knock on Imogen's door. Hey, Im, is it okay if I come in? No, she snapped. I sighed. Im, please, I'm just trying to help. The door swung open, and Imogen stood in the doorway. Her hair was a mess. Her eyes were bloodshot, like she'd been crying on the bed. But her features were hard to read. You can help by getting Cade to leave, she suggested. I sighed. I'm not going to do that. You and Cade have to work things out. Come back to the living room and we'll all talk about it. Imogen scoffed. What? Like a therapy session? I don't need help from you. I took a step back. I was pretty offended by the accusation in her tone. I do have some experience with relationships, I bit back. Sure, but you and Liam have been a train wreck for ages, she growled. Excuse me? I cried. Liam and I are perfectly fine. Yeah, now, she emphasized. Which is exactly why I can help, I told her. Liam and I have worked through our issues. There's a ceremony that might help you and Cade. I don't care, she said in a clipped tone. Whatever it is, I don't want to do it. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need some air. Imogen pushed me aside and stomped toward the door. I was so shocked that I didn't move for a second. Then I hurried behind her. The living room was full of voices layered atop each other as everyone tried to talk some sense into Imogen. Get out of my way, she snapped at Cade, who had placed himself between her and the door.
Im, please, just let me,
he begged, but he was cut off as Imogen twisted her hand. The viney plant next to the window grew 3 times its size and curled around Cade's arms, dragging him back and pinning him to the wall. What the hell? A few weeks ago, Imogen couldn't even revive a bonsai tree. Now she was doing crazy magic? Imogen stomped right past Cade and through the door. Sassy scurried beneath everyone's feet to follow behind her. I've got this, I said to everyone, as I hurried past them and left the house behind Imogen. Im, wait up, I called down the path. She didn't acknowledge me. With each step she took, she brushed her fingers across a different piece of foliage, and the plants died beneath her touch. She was farther ahead. I lost her around a corner, but it was easy to follow the trail of dead plants. My pulse quickened. I was really frightened for Imogen right now. I'd never seen her use her magic for anything but growth and beauty. She was obviously really pissed. Way more than I knew. When I caught up with her, Imogen had stopped in a small park. She sat at the base of a large tree with her head in her hands. Sassy ran up to her and curled at her feet, but Imogen nudged her away. "Imogen," I said softly as I approached. "Please talk to me." "I can't," she sobbed, without lifting her head. "Yes, you can," I insisted. "We're best friends. I want to help." "You can't help!" she roared. Her eyes were red and dilated when she looked up to me. "Your life is fucking perfect, Sophia! You have Liam and Luana and Ava Marie. I'm nothing to you!" Fuck. I didn't want to do this again. How could I show her how much she meant to me? "Imogen, I love you so much," I promised. "You have no idea." "That's not true!" Imogen shot to her feet, and she held her hands upward. I took a cautious step back as her magic began to shake the ground. Her eyes darkened. She was really starting to scare me. "If you really loved me, you'd know the truth. But you're also wrapped up in your little lives that you can't see what's staring you straight in the face." "Then tell me," I begged. Imogen's eyebrows knitted together. The ground continued to shake, and roots tore out of the soil. The tree behind her twisted, and the branches rustled, sending leaves raining down around us. "Look what I can do, Sophia!" Imogen cried as the tree uprooted. Roots swung everywhere like vines. I threw my arms out to create a force field around me. Heavy roots whipped past me and slammed into the ground at my side. My heart hammered, and I seriously thought that Imogen had finally fallen off the deep end. But none of her roots touched my shield. They avoided me on purpose, like this wasn't an attack, but a display. And still, I feared for myself and my daughter. Imogen had never terrified me so much in my life. "I don't get it," I cried. "Your magic's been weak. How are you doing this?" "Just because I'm not special like the rest of you doesn't mean I'm weak," Imogen cried. "I'm powerful." "I know, but you have to stop," I cried, as roots continued to swing toward my force field. "This isn't you." Tears streamed down Imogen's face as she continued to control the tree. "I don't know how to be myself anymore." "Then let us help," I begged. "But I can't stop," she sobbed. "Stop what?" I asked, ducking from another root that came too close to my shield. "The nightshade!" she screamed. My whole world seemed to stop. Though her magic raged around me, I felt timeless in my little bubble. Imogen was using black ivy? How had I not realized it before? It explained everything. The irritability, the weakening magic when she was off it, the high when she was on it, and the strange surge of power she had now. She must have just taken it when she stormed off into her room. I felt like the worst friend in the world for not realizing it. Then again, it wasn't something I'd ever have considered. The old Imogen never would have done this. She would have never touched drugs. But times had changed. We all had. Imogen dropped to her knees, and the roots returned to their place in the ground. Tears streamed down her face. Sassy tried to cuddle up to her, but Imogen didn't acknowledge her familiar. "I just want to be happy," Imogen sobbed. Finally, I dropped my shield and I stepped forward. I reached out my hand to her. "I want you to be happy, too. I want the old Imogen back." Tears continued to stream down her face. Even the high of nightshade couldn't cure her heartbreak right now. "You don't get it! The old Imogen is gone! All I am is nightshade now!" "That's not true, I promised. I felt sick not knowing how to help her. We can find the old you again. She shook her head.
You still don't get it! Just forget I ever told you!
Imogen scrambled to her feet and started running.
Wait! Im!
I tried to keep up with her, but she moved faster than I could. When I turned a corner, she and Sassy were gone. This time, there were no dead flowers to lead me to her. In that moment, it was clear. Today, I had gained a mother and father, but I had lost my best friend.
Chapter 21. Liam. It had already been a long day, and I had a bad feeling in my gut things were about to get even worse. Imogen hadn't come back after she'd stormed out. We hoped she was at her parents', though we weren't sure. We never knew where Imogen was anymore. She was always running off and disappearing. Sophia came back, though. She didn't say anything to anyone, just went immediately to her room. Cade and Ezra, sensing the tension, booked it. Jonah chatted with Luana while I went to the bedroom to check on my wife. My heart sank like a stone in water when I saw Sophia crying on the bed. She was curled around a pillow and holding it while Esses braided her hair. She was a total mess. "Polly, you gotta calm down." I sat next to her and rubbed her back. "This isn't good for the baby." "It's been too much today," she sobbed. "I can't take it." "I'm sorry about everything that happened with Doya. It's not fair." "It's not even about Doya," she cried. "It's Imogen." My worry intensified. If Sophia was more upset about something Imogen had said than the fact that Doya was her mom, we had a real problem here. "Did you guys get into another fight?" "Yes, but it's worse than I imagined." Sophia let go of her pillow and sat up slowly, brushing hair out of her eyes. Esses grumbled when she ruined the braid he was making. Imogen told me she was using black ivy." My veins turned to ice and shattered. A sickening feeling entered my stomach as the world tilted around me, almost out of reality. "What? Are you sure you didn't misunderstand?" "No. She said she was using nightshade, and all of us had been too ignorant to notice." Sophia gave another sob. As much as I wanted to deny it, it was the only thing that made sense. Imogen hadn't been acting like Imogen, not since we got to Hokavale. Substance abuse was the one thing that would make her change her behavior so drastically. What if Cade and her brother's betrayal, losing our home, losing everything, had been too much for her to handle and she'd turned to drugs to escape? "She said we should have noticed. Why didn't we?" Sophia's tears ran hard and fast. "She was right. This is our fault." "It's not our fault, Soph. Even if she is using, we can't be responsible for Imogen's choices." I reached out and grabbed a tissue from the nightstand to wipe away her tears, and she took another to blow her nose. "You say that now, but maybe if we had been better friends." "Nothing is going to stop someone from using drugs if they decide it's the only thing that's going to help," I said firmly. "We've all been wrapped up in our own lives, but we did it because we had to move on. We wouldn't have survived if we didn't. Imogen knew she could come to us for support, but she didn't. You can't put that on us." Sophia sniffed. She was warring with my logic versus what was in her heart. I never thought this would happen to Imogen. She was the bookish girl who was sweet and innocent, the girl who was at the top of her class and had more fun being in the library on Saturday nights than going to parties. Even when we had drank together, she'd never gotten wasted. I'd bet on my life she'd never do drugs. Yet addiction always happened to the people you thought it would never touch. Even Imogen had a limit. She was strong, but she had a breaking point. "Come on." I took Sophia's hand and dragged her upward. She stopped crying and wiped her face frantically, though it still looked puffy and red. Esses followed us as we headed to Imogen's room. "Hey, guys, what are we doing?" Jonah asked as we passed him in the hall. Neither of us answered. Jonah saw Sophia's tear-streaked face and drew to our side without question. Luana had noticed the tension and remained near, though a little distant. Sophia and I began going through Imogen's things. I searched the closet. Sophia went through the nightstand and searched under the bed. Esses even helped, scanning the top of Imogen's desk. Jonah stood in the doorway while Squeaks watched from behind him. Though he seemed stunned, he didn't stop us. "Why are you searching Im's room?" Jonah asked immediately. Sophia and I didn't say anything. Suddenly, Esses chittered loudly. He stomped his foot on the desk, pointing to the drawer. I crossed the room and opened it. My gut twisted. There it was. The black ivy sat in 3 small vials, the liquid a purplish-blue color. It was placed in such an obvious spot, it was almost as if Imogen wanted us to find it. Maybe she had, and we'd all let her down. Jonah let out a noise when he saw the nightshade. He knew what black ivy was. He'd done plenty of raids for it with Jake while working in the army. The note sounded devastated. He fisted his hands in his hair and took a few shocked steps backward. Tears beaded at the corners of his eyes. Sophia's expression was crestfallen. Luana seemed less surprised, but very sad. Sierra's wings slumped on Luana's shoulder as the black ivy glimmered in the light. Me? I was pissed. I fucking knew it. I'd known something was up with Imogen. I wished I would have followed my instincts and investigated earlier, before it ended up like this. Jonah flew to explanations. "Maybe it's not hers. Maybe she told me she was using. She confessed while we were having an argument." Sophia pinched the bridge of her nose and closed her eyes. She was trying not to cry again. "For how long?" I asked. I struggled to keep my voice even and not yell. "How long has she been using this shit?" "I don't know, Liam." Sophia's voice rose a few pitches. "She didn't say." "Well, when did her behavior change?" "Why are you asking me all these questions? I wouldn't know." Sophia was getting frantic again. Jonah leaned against the wall. He had a hand over his mouth and was silently weeping. Squeaks laid her head on his shoulder. Luana tapped Sophia's shoulder and signed something. Even though I didn't completely comprehend, I got the gist. Luana was right. "She must have found a dealer shortly after we got here," I murmured. There were a few beats of silence. Sophia said, "I don't get it. Why didn't Sassy tell us? She had to have known." Familiars operate off free will and loyalty to their elementi. Even if Sassy wanted to tell, and I'm sure she did, she won't interfere with Imogen's choices unless she's the one who wants to get help, I said. "You had to have known." Jonah whirled on Squeaks, fists clenched. "You could smell the black ivy on her. You knew she was using for months and didn't tell me?" Squeaks made a clicking sound with her beak and stomped her hooves. Jonah's expression grew outraged. He crossed his arms and turned his back on Squeaks, fuming. "What did she say?" Sophia asked. "That it wasn't her story to tell. She could have overdosed, Squeaks. She could have died. This is total bullshit," Jonah roared. Squeaks tossed her head angrily and shook it, stating she was insistent she'd done the right thing. "That means, Esses, you knew too." Sophia turned to the little guy, and he hung his head in shame. "All the familiars knew, but it's the same thing. Free will is their most sacred law," I stated. "They're our souls. They're supposed to guide us on our life paths, not interfere in our choices and tell us what to do. In their eyes, revealing Imogen's secret would have been wrong, like revealing Sophia's pregnancy." "It doesn't matter. I'm getting rid of this right now." Jonah shoved past us. He grabbed the bottles of nightshade and stomped to the bathroom, where he poured them down the toilet. He flushed the nightshade down the drain and threw away the bottles, still shaking. "That's only a temporary fix, Jonah. She can go get more," Sophia said weakly. "No, she won't. We won't let her," Jonah said. I hated to tell Jonah this, but nothing could stop an addict from using if they were determined to. If Imogen was addicted to black ivy and she didn't want to get better, we couldn't help. This was on her. All of this was a desperate cry for help, but I worried Imogen had gone to a place we couldn't reach. Though I knew we weren't to blame, a small part of me felt like we'd failed her. "We have to tell Cade," Sophia whispered. "I'll tell him," Jonah said viciously. "Then we're fucking fixing this." Sophia and I gave each other miserable expressions. We couldn't fix anything if Imogen didn't want to. Cade had his own apartment on the other side of town, and Jonah was determined to get there yesterday. He walked at such a fast pace that it was like jogging for the rest of us, and his long legs didn't help. Sophia had a hard time keeping up. Her pregnant waddling would have been funny if the situation wasn't so dire. Luana took her arm and helped her power walk, while I kept an eye on Jonah up ahead. All of us were panting when we caught up with him. Jonah pounded on the door. It was Trace who opened. He stood wide-eyed at Jonah's rageful expression. Jonah didn't wait for an invitation. He forced himself past Trace. Come in," Trace said. He stepped aside to let Sophia and I pass. Sophia looked at me like she wanted me to control Jonah's wild behavior, but I wasn't about to get in the pathway of a raging bull. Jonah rarely lost his temper, but when he did, best to run the other way. Squeaks tried to squeeze in behind us, but when she couldn't, she just waited outside. Cade's house was a typical bachelor pad. There was a widescreen TV on the wall, beer cans littering the area, and a ping-pong table set up in the middle of the room. It was clean for the most part, but felt pretty bare. I'd had a sad feeling he'd been waiting for Imogen to move in with him so she could decorate. Ezra and Cade were playing ping-pong. Stevie sat on a nearby armchair and watched, while Amelia threw treats to Kiwi to get him to do tricks. Arabelle was curled up on a rug on the floor. She raised her head as Jonah's big boots stomped by. Jake was there too, thank the ancestors. He had a beer in hand and was messing with the stereo. I don't know why he'd stopped by, but I was glad he did because he was probably the one person who could handle Jonah right now. He was currently blustering around like a raging tornado. The ping-pong game halted when Cade saw Jonah's face. He put the paddle down as he asked, "Jonah, what the hell? Did you know Imogen's been using nightshade?" Jonah was on the verge of crying again. The silence was deafening once he spoke the words. Cade's face had gone completely white. "Huh? We found black ivy in her desk. She told Sophia she's been using," Jonah said. "She's an addict." Several people gasped, but it was nothing compared to Cade's reaction. He fell to his knees in shock. Arabelle darted to his side. Ezra ran forward and tried dragging Cade to his feet, but his limbs appeared to have become weak and frail. His eyes stared blankly, calculating all the signs over the past few months. Trace put a hand on the wall to keep from falling like Cade had. Amelia immediately got up and put her hands on his shoulders to steady him. Jake frowned. He was the first to say something. "This is very serious." Thanks, Jake, for stating the fucking obvious. Sometimes the guy was a bit too stoic. Ezra guided Cade into a chair. His hands were shaking, but he said nothing, just stared ahead like he couldn't accept what was right in front of him. "I thought the black ivy problem was under control," Amelia said, with a sideways glance at Jake. "Mostly, but we haven't been able to keep all the suppliers from getting in," Jake said. "They prey on desperate people." And Imogen was one of those people. She was looking for a way out, and she thought this was the only way. Jonah completely broke. He crumbled. Everyone looked away at the sound of his sobs, except for Cade, who still appeared like he wasn't looking at anything. Jake immediately took action and placed 2 hands on Jonah's face, trying to get him to relax. "Mom and Dad need to know," Trace said. He was almost in a daze. He shook his head slowly and said, "Maybe if we talk to her, something will change." "I'll go with you." Amelia hurried after Trace, probably to make sure he made it home. Jonah was so bereft that Jake had a hard time calming him down. He'd become distraught, babbling sentences that were hard to understand and didn't make sense. I wanted to do something, but what could I do? "I'm taking him over to my place," Jake said, his hand on Jonah's shoulder. "We should meet up later to discuss this." "Tomorrow," I confirmed. I glanced at Ezra. "You got him?" Ezra glanced anxiously down at Cade. "Yeah, I'll stay the night." I sure hoped so. Cade was freaking me out. Cade looked like he wanted to murder someone or cry or both. Fuck, I didn't know. "We need to go looking for her," Sophia protested. "She could be anywhere. I don't want her getting hurt." "I'll launch a search party," Jake said. "The Resistance police will track her down. The rest of you should return to your homes. It's best if we keep emotions to a minimum once we find her." Sophia was more disheartened than ever. Her gaze remained on the floor. I put my arm around her and said, "Come on, Pawi. Let's go home." Luana sadly waved goodbye. The walk back was quiet. Neither of us said anything, not until we got back to our bedroom. Sophia turned toward me and said, "So what do we do now? We can't let Imogen keep doing this without saying something." "Secret's out, Pawi," I said. "We don't know where she is, and it's unreasonable to take action until everyone's had time to process. Let's get some rest. We'll figure it out tomorrow." Sophia nodded somberly. I had to rub her back to get her to fall asleep. My own sleep was fitful. I barely got a few hours in. I woke up sore and aching. I gagged for a few minutes in the bathroom before I dragged myself to the kitchen and took some pills. I knew I looked like shit. I sent a message with Julian to let Madam Wells know I wasn't coming in today and to handle matters in my absence while I dealt with things back home. Jonah still wasn't back from Jake's, and I hadn't heard from Ezra about Cade. Around 10, Trace's familiar stopped by with a note saying that the search had been called off. Imogen had spent the night at her parents'. There, her family had confronted her about the drugs. It hadn't gone well. She'd stormed out of there too and hadn't returned. I knew she had to come back here at some point. She had nowhere else to go. When she did, we'd be waiting for her. I gave Julian more notes to deliver and set things into motion for later, hoping my idea would work. Sophia didn't wake up until around noon. She sat up in bed and blinked at me. "What are we going to do about Imogen?" she asked quietly. It was the first thing out of her mouth. "I have a plan," I said. "We need to stage an intervention, but we can't do it until she comes back, and Jonah still needs some time to chill out. We can't come at her if we're emotional. She won't listen." "You're right," Sophia rubbed her eyes. "There's nothing left to do but wait." Esses hopped onto her lap, rubbing his stomach. He wanted breakfast. Sophia handed him a granola bar that was sitting on the nightstand, but she didn't look hungry herself. "In the meantime," I began, not sure how this was going to go. "Look, I've been doing a lot of thinking. I think you need to sort things out with Doya." Sophia's expression immediately hardened. "Sort things out? Have you lost it?" "It's eating away at you," I began. "As shitty as this information is, there's no getting around that she's your mom." I stayed up all night thinking about this. As pissed as I was at Doya yesterday, I knew I had to be the voice of reason. I understood why Doya had done what she did and why she came back. I felt Sophia deserved to have a clear head before she made any decisions about Doya that were permanent. "She's no mother of mine," Sophia snarled. She got up from the bed and went to walk away, but I stopped her and made her face me. "Soph, things were really bad between me and my dad for a long time. If I had a chance to go back and make amends, I'd take it," I said. "Doya's in trouble with the resistance. They could execute her for what she's done. You might miss your chance to put this to rest." "Why do I think I care what happens to her?" she asked. "Because, like it or not, you share blood. You have a bond. I don't want you to have regrets, no matter where this ends up." Sophia bit her lip anxiously. She was thinking. As much as she hated Doya, I knew she was scared about having remorse. And like it or not, there was a child involved that had a connection to Doya as well. We had a responsibility to protect Ava Marie from Doya if she was a threat, but we also had a duty to make sure she knew where she came from. It kinda sucked, being in the middle. When Sophia's eyes met mine again, I took a breath and said something risky. "I never realized before how much you look like her, but now that I know, the resemblance, it's uncanny." "Don't say that," Sophia snapped, and she pulled away. "I don't want to cringe every time I look in the mirror." "She's a beautiful woman, Sophia, as are you." "I don't care. I don't want to be anything like her." "I know you don't want to hear this, but you are," I stated. "You're like her in so many ways. The good stuff, anyway." "There's nothing good about Doya," Sophia shouted. "She's pure evil." "People aren't one way or the other. The world isn't black and white," I said. "What good traits are there about Doya?" Sophia hissed. "I can't name one thing." "I can. She's confident. She's determined. She's intent to have things her way no matter what she has to face. She's brave and not willing to back down, not even to someone stronger than she is. She sees things through even when most people would quit. Those are all good qualities that show up in you." Sophia reeled back in shock as if she was slapped. After a few moments, she stuttered, "I'm nothing like her." "You are a little, which isn't a bad thing." "Doya is cunning and manipulative. I don't want to be like that," Sophia said. "I don't know how you can put this in a good light." "That should mean something. I despise the woman, and I can still see the good traits that she passed down to you," I said. "You don't have to have a relationship with her if you don't want to. You could throw her out of your life forever, and you have that right. But if you did without figuring out what she means to you, you might feel like something is missing." "Do you want that wicked crone around our child? Because I want to keep Ava far away from her," Sophia bit back. I hesitated. "Well, yes and no." "How can you even say that?" Sophia's tone was full of disgust. "As much as we don't like it, Doya is her grandmother. Ava Marie should at least get to meet her, to decide for herself. And I don't think we've gotten to see the real side of Doya, only the shield she puts up to try and keep you alive and keep everyone else out," I said. "She might not be the villain we all make her out to be." Sophia snorted. "She sure acts like it." "Look, as much as I hate to be sympathetic towards Doya, her life collapsed around her just before she had you. Her mother just died. Bane threw her out. Then she was pregnant with you all alone. Her best friend died the same night she gave birth. If all that happened, wouldn't you become bitter?" Sophia bit her lip. "I guess if my mom died, you left me while I was pregnant and Imogen died too, I'd be devastated." I'd hate the world. Right. And as for everything she did to you, this isn't an excuse. She was trying to protect you. She needed to make you strong so you could survive the elders. Think about it, Soph. Would you do the same for Ava Marie if you had to? Because I think you would. Sophia took a long pause before she ran a hand over her belly. I'd do anything to protect my daughter and keep her safe, even if she hated me in the end. Exactly. So don't be too hard on Doya. See things from her point of view, I suggested. She pushed you, but it was because she cared. And all along, she really was on our side. She tried to manipulate the trial in our favor. She protected you against Chieftess Annette and the rest of the elders. She did bad things along the way, but it was all for you. She did those things because she wanted me to fulfill the prophecy and become Chieftess, Sophia bit back. She didn't give a damn about me. No, I shook my head. No, Sophia, I don't think that's true. Why are you defending her? After everything she's done, you hate her. Sophia's eyes narrowed as her expression became stern, her mouth settling into a thin line. Ancestor, she looked so much like Doya when she did that. Because I'm a parent now, or I will be in less than a few weeks. I can consider how she would think. You have to be in the same position. Sophia took a few moments in silence before she put her head in her hands. You want to know the thing I hate the most about this? Even though I despised everything she did to me, once she explained herself, I could see her reasons why. I could see myself turning into a woman just like her if all that bad stuff happened to me. I was turning into her when you and I broke up. The only thing that stopped me from becoming a terrible person was having people around me who loved me. She didn't have that. I feel sorry for her, when all I want to feel is anger. You're allowed to feel anything, I said gently, but don't make any decisions on kicking her out of your life just yet. Try to get to know her as your mother, not as a tyrant. Then decide what you want to do. If you really don't want her around Ava, I'll back you up. But I don't think now is the right time to make that decision. Sophia looked away. All those pictures in Lucy's journal. Doya was so happy and carefree. She was so silly and sweet. I often had the thought she was just like me. I always wondered what had happened to turn her so cruel. It was giving you up, I said quietly. I froze to think who Sophia would become if she had to give up Ava Marie. A monster just like Doya had been, I was certain. I'm sure we had the same thought. Sophia's shoulders sagged in defeat. Maybe we're more alike than I thought. Esses chittered. Sophia picked him up from his place on the end table and stroked his fur. What are we going to do about Bane? I suppressed a shudder when she brought it up. I mean, Bane was cool and all, but the thought of him being my father-in-law was more than a little weird. We should tell him, Sophia. He deserves to know. Would you hold back on telling me about Ava? For 20 years? I asked. She twisted her fingers in Esses's fur. I know. It's just awkward. Very, I confirmed. But I'll be with you every step of the way. I think Doya needs to tell him, Sophia said slowly. But we can be there. Then let's go get him. Julian was more than happy to stretch his wings after being excluded from the drama yesterday. When we landed in front of Bane's house, I had to help Sophia off Julian. She could barely ride now, being 8 months pregnant. She took a deep breath before she knocked on the door, though I more or less felt like barging in. Bane opened the door. Despite it being the afternoon, he was still in his pajamas. Ah, just the two I wanted to. We know about you and Doya. Sophia said, without any leeway of an explanation. The color drained from Bain's face. His mouth fell open, and he made a few incoherent noises. It's not. Bain took a few very deep breaths that expanded his chest. The man nearly started hyperventilating. Ancestors, it was good no one had ever figured it out, because if they had, Bain was shit at covering it up. After a moment of trying to gather himself, Bain blurted, "I can assure you that whatever that woman said—" "Cut the crap, Professor. We know you and Madame Doya were in a relationship." "She told us," I said tiredly. Bain's shoulders fell. He sighed and admitted the truth almost regrettably. "It is true. Eleanor and I were involved, for a time. I can't say it wasn't serious, but I did have to end it. For reasons you both understand." I got now why Bain had always remained single. The longing in his voice gave it away. He really loved Doya, and even after all this time, no one else could measure up. "It's okay. We don't care," Sophia said. "But she has something to tell you, and I think that it's important you listen." Bain fiddled with his hands as he nervously bounced on the spot. I don't think that's a very good idea." "Please," Sophia begged. "It's urgent." Bain caved. "Very well. Let me put on something suitable, and I'll come." The sound of things toppling over and breaking could be heard once Bain closed the door, as if he was searching for something. We waited for him for at least a half hour. I was getting more impatient by the minute. How long did it take him to put on some pants and a decent shirt? Sophia held back a laugh as Bain exited the house. I tried not to groan. Bain had put on a bright pink suit that looked like it hadn't been worn since the 90s, with dress shoes and a white tie. His messy hair was combed back, and he wore a pink carnation in the pocket of his suit. He looked like he was going on a date instead of visiting his old lover in jail. Julian hissed, stomping his foot as if this was some great joke. Oh, ancestors. I rubbed my face and tried not to freak out. "Let's just go." We had to walk because Julian couldn't carry the three of us. Bain kept babbling the entire way, trying to explain himself. "You two must understand," he began. "The advice that I gave you about being in an inter-house relationship long ago, I was merely trying to protect you. I didn't want you to end up like—" "It's okay. We're over it," I said. "We know things didn't end the best between the two of you." Bain hunched over. "It did not. Times were different back then." I snorted. Things had only changed in the past year, what with Sophia and I's trial, and it wouldn't have been that way if we hadn't taken a stand. "Inter-house relationships are legal, you know," Sophia started. "Hokavale is a safe place." Bain smiled slightly. "I'm very aware. Yet, I'm not sure it's possible." Still, his eyes shined with hope. Was he hoping for some kind of reconciliation? It had been over 20 years. I wasn't sure that Doya still wanted him after what he'd done to her. Not that it mattered anyway. I was counting on the Anichi crying for her head. The Anichi standing guard at the jail let us pass. Doya was sitting with her head down in a corner of the cell. She shot to her feet when she heard footsteps coming. Even through all the grime Doya was covered in, her eyes still lit up when Bain came into the light. How could I have missed that all these years? It was the same way Sophia looked at me. It was veiled and disguised, but still there. After all these years, she still loved him. And by the way Bain looked at her, I was sure he felt the same. Doya observed Bain's suit. She laughed and put her head against the bars. "Oh, Elliot, you kept that old thing?" Well, pink is your favorite color, Bane said. And you picked it out. I was sure you wouldn't come, she said. You abandoned me before. I considered this no different. I never abandoned you, Eleanor, Bane said. He seemed a little annoyed. Teaching wasn't my passion. It was only meant to be something temporary. I desired to go back into the field. I stayed for you. Doya's lip trembled slightly, but she disguised it with a sneer. Well, you should have left the academy to go on your little treasure hunts. I was perfectly fine without you. This isn't what we're here for, I said, interrupting the conversation. I faced Doya. Tell him. Doya steeled herself. Without emotion, she said, I lied to you, Elliot. For 20 years I lied. We conceived a child together. Sophia is your daughter. Bane's mouth dropped open. He made a strangled sound, then clutched at his chest. His beady eyes darted from Doya to Sophia, noticing the resemblance, putting two and two together. His expression seemed calculating, adding up months. When the evidence became undeniable, his skin became clammy and turned ashen. Oh, shit. Ancestors, don't let this old man have a heart attack. Well, he didn't have a heart attack, but he more or less fainted. It only lasted for a few seconds. He'd come around by the time I'd knelt by him. Esses put a healing paw on his arm, and I fanned his face. Bane opened his eyes and saw Sophia standing over him in concern. He reared back from her like she was some kind of alien. Oh, please, compose yourself, Doya spat nastily as Bane clambered to his feet. He took a handkerchief out of his pocket and dabbed at his sweaty skin. How can this be possible? He finally rasped. I'm certain you know how it came to be, since you decided to get one last fuck in before you threw me out of your life, Doya snarled. Bane's face wilted. I was trying to say goodbye. Oh, goodbye, was it? You left me with quite a going-away present, Doya shouted. How do I know this wasn't on purpose? Bane questioned. You could have planned this. Says the man who whined endlessly about wearing a condom, Doya bellowed. Sophia grimaced, and I also made a face. Ew. Look, we don't need to hear graphic details, I began, but neither of them heard me. They were too busy arguing. I never wanted to leave you, Eleanor. Never, Bane snapped. I did what I had to do to protect you. I wanted you to stay alive. You left because you were a coward, Doya snarled. You were afraid of what the elders would do. I cared not. All I wanted was you. Damn what the elders had to say. Yet you still chose your fear over me. You can't possibly assume that I would have left had I known you were carrying my child, Bane burst. I did, because you have no spine, Doya seethed. You began exploring right after the Tawakwa riots, right after Sophia was born. You failed me time and time again. How was I supposed to know, Eleanor? You never told me, Bane shouted. And what if I had? Doya raged. You wouldn't have done what I was willing to in order to protect Sophia and I. You didn't have what it took. Bane appeared physically wounded by Doya's words. Doya's fingers whitened against the bars as she clenched them for dear life. It was I who sacrificed everything for Sophia, while you did nothing, Doya seethed. I'm the reason our daughter is alive. If I'd left it up to you to take care of her safety, she'd long be dead. How can I know if she's really mine? Bane asked. Sophia's face fell. He'd given her a heavy blow. Me, I wanted to hit him. How could he stand there and deny his child? It was something I could never do. Bane saw the look on my face and rushed to explain. It's not that I don't want her. I'm proud to be Sophia's father, he stammered. It's only a surprise. I never thought of myself in that role. I've been a bachelor my entire life. I only wish there was proof. What proof do you need? Doya snarled. Do you think I was with another man in the time I was screwing you? No, but I— Look at her, Doya cried. She has your eyes. Bane caught Sophia's gaze and flinched. He hunched inward. Yes, I suppose there is no denying it. Denying it? This was going too far. I was seconds away from losing my temper and telling Bane the only worthwhile thing he'd done in his life was make a beautiful daughter, and even then, Doya had done most of the work on that. But Sophia didn't take it offensively. She stepped forward and said, I know this is a shock for most of us. Her eyes flashed toward Doya. But we need to figure this out somehow, for the baby's sake. She deserves to be in a family where things are secure and she's loved. Bane said nothing, but Doya drew herself up. I will be here for this baby, Sophia. No matter what happens, you can always count on me to protect my granddaughter. She is my blood, and Coigny defend their own. Both you and the baby are precious things to me. I'll make sure you both have whatever you need. Her tone implied I'd walk out like Bane had done and become a deadbeat dad or something. I resented it, but Sophia's gaze softened. Doya had never admitted she cared about Sophia before, and it struck something in her heart. She's your grandchild too, Sophia said, turning to Bane. She doesn't need you in her life, but she'll want you. The only question is if you want her. Bane seemed contemplative, and a little scared. I don't know what kind of a grandfather I'd be, or even a father. I've never— You were my mentor in the tournament. You've been my teacher for ages. You know me, Sophia begged. Is it really that hard to accept me as yours? You can't depend on him, Doya snapped. He's not reliable. Bane's expression soured. He stood upright as he looked Sophia in the eye and said, If you are indeed my daughter, I have a responsibility to you and this child. I promise I will be here to help care for my granddaughter and try to make up for my past mistakes. Well, at least he was past his denial. But Doya wasn't convinced. She gave a sarcastic laugh and said, Promises! More vows to break! Bane's temper broke. His voice rose as he cried, How could you keep this from me? My own daughter! This was wrong, Eleanor. Because I truly believed you would cast her aside, as you did me, or even turn her in, Eleanor said bluntly. How could you love an inter-house child? The same way I love you, he bellowed. It was the first time he admitted it, and it was in the present tense. Bane paused. His face reddened as he realized the gravity of what was said. Doya's lip trembled again, and this time she didn't bother to hide it. Her eyes welled, like she was on the brink of tears. She made the same face Sophia did when she was about to cry. I think we've covered enough. I put an arm around Sophia's hip. You both know now. Just understand that Sophia and I aren't going to let this affect our baby, so you both need to make up your minds on what you're going to do. I guided Sophia out of the jail. Behind me, I heard Doya utter lowly, Will you come back? There was an audible pause before Bane replied, I don't know, Ellie. I cringed. This was such a messy situation. I didn't want Sophia to get wrapped up in it. Naomi rumbled as we walked by. It crossed my mind that a lioness was a very good familiar for Doya. She'd do anything to protect her cubs and ensure the lineage of her pride went on. The sunlight was a welcome reprieve from the cold darkness of the cells. I sighed and said, I think we've got proof now that interhouse children aren't weaker than others. You've got mixed blood in 2 generations, and you're the strongest elementi I know. That's true. Sophia laid a hand on her stomach. It makes me wonder how strong Ava will be. Bane joined us outside. He looked at Sophia again and paled. He forced a nervous smile before he stated, "Ah, I must prepare to go on another excursion. Excuse me." He hustled off without a goodbye. Damn, he really was shit with interpersonal relationships. "He's avoiding me," Sophia said bluntly. "Yes," I admitted. "He probably needs time to process. We dropped a bomb on him." "Do you think they'll get back together?" Sophia's tone was thoughtful as she nuzzled Esses. "You noticed too." I frowned. "I don't know. That all depends on what the Anachi Council does with Doya. She's not off the hook for her war crimes." Sophia frowned. I knew this wasn't the grand family reunion she'd imagined in her dreams. She probably expected some big thing with a group hug and tears, but she wasn't going to get that with Bane and Doya. Squeaks came trotting up the pathway, a note in her beak. I took it and read it quickly. "Jonah's home. We need to get ready for tonight. Go there and wait for me, please." Sophia nodded. Julian escorted her back. Meanwhile, I decided that Bane and I should have a talk. Or, more accurately, I needed to knock some sense into him. I let myself in when I got to Bane's house and nearly broke my neck tripping over a valuable artifact. Bane was hustling around, an open suitcase on the table. He tossed clothes and other shit into it haphazardly until it was fit to bursting. I was sure the old man hadn't folded laundry since the day he was born. His glasses were knocked askew, but it was like he didn't notice or didn't care to fix them. "You can't run away again," I started. Bane jumped. He grew sheepish as he saw my eyes on the open suitcase. "I beg your pardon, but I'm on a very tight schedule," Bane spoke quickly, voice bordering on irrational. "The Asa Imperii is very close. I can feel it. If I can find it, we may be able to turn around this war." "This isn't about the Asa Imperii. This is about Sophia." "You don't understand. I'm very close to cracking this mystery and—" "Look, I get you're terrified, but this isn't something you can walk away from," I said. "Burying yourself in your explorations isn't going to work this time." Bane's shoulders sagged. "I'm well aware. But me, a father, Liam, I just don't think I'm capable." "You got past all the hard stuff. It's not like you're going to be changing diapers." I rolled my eyes. "No, this is the hard stuff, Liam. My child is grown. I missed my daughter's entire life." Bane's tone was full of regret. "Now she's a married woman about to have a child of her own. I'm concerned I'll just get in the way." "Make it a priority not to miss any more of it." I crossed my arms. Sophia has a dad. She was raised by the Henleys. But that doesn't mean she couldn't use another. You aren't going to mess up Sophia's life. You'll make it better." Bane ran a hand through his peppered gray hair. It was wilder than ever. "How did you handle the news when you heard you were going to be a father? How are you going to get by?" I couldn't believe this. I was 23 years old. Bane was more than twice my age, and he was asking me for advice on how to be a parent when I didn't even know how to do that yet. "I don't know," I said. "I just fucking roll with it, I guess." "Roll with it," Bane mused, as if the words were sacred. Yes, I suppose I could roll with it, as the young people say." "Congratulations, you're already acting like a dad," I said bluntly. "And even better, you already like making dumb jokes, so you're farther ahead than you thought." Bane seemed ridiculously pleased with the praise. He straightened his glasses and fixed his askew tie. "This search I'm about to embark on is crucial. It can't wait. But I promise I will make amends with Sophia once I return." "That's all I can ask for." I wasn't very concerned with Bane's relationship with Sophia. I knew he cared about her, even before he discovered he was her dad. They'd work things out somehow. Doya, though, I wasn't so sure. Before we dealt with Imogen, I needed to have a private conversation with her. Doya looked up as the jail door abruptly slammed. Her eyes narrowed as she watched me stride. She didn't rise from her seat, as if to show that she didn't think I was worth her time. "Why are you here?" Doya asked condescendingly. She got that tight-lipped expression she always did when I was in her presence. I always wondered why she'd hated me so much. In the past few days, I think I figured it out. At the beginning of the year, I'd initiated a fight with Logan and told Doya I was protecting what was my own. Doya was venomous when she said Sophia wasn't mine. Now I understood. Doya considered Sophia hers, and I had taken her daughter away from her. "I'm here to sort things out." I shoved my hands in my pockets. "Let's get one thing straight. You and I are never going to like each other." Doya scoffed. "I'm sure that conclusion was momentous for your small Tawakwa brain to fathom. But we should get along. For Sophia's sake," I finished through clenched teeth. Ancestor, she was already trying my nerves. "I don't plan on you sticking around," she seethed. "Eventually, I'm certain Sophia will get tired of you." She married me. This isn't a phase. I'm staying with her, no matter what's to come. Doya gave a cruel laugh. "It's not really your choice whether you stay or go, is it?" What Doya said stung. No more than that, it actually hurt. Which was tremendous, because I'd resolved not to let anything she said get to me after Neshoma died. But she was right. I can't stop living my life just because I have a disease. "You got my daughter pregnant when you know you're on a time limit," Doya growled. "Like it or not, you're leaving behind a young wife and child." I swallowed the lump in my throat. My life expectancy is still up in the air. Any of us could die in this war. Doya's tone was spiteful as she rose from her seat. "The cold, hard fact is my daughter will most likely have to bury you long before she grows old. And when you are gone, it is I who will be there to pick up the pieces." "If you survive," I spat, "you're slated for execution." "Foolish boy, I've survived far worse than this." Doya's gaze was cruel. "I've done unimaginable things to live. This is one more setback in a very long list." This was getting us nowhere. "I came here to make peace." "I wanted better for her," Doya shouted. I could feel her anger as heat rolled off of her in waves. "My father was ill. He left my mother and I behind to handle life on our own. That's not what I wanted for Sophia." Things clicked then. I had a thought that Doya didn't really hate me at all. She hated the idea that I would die and leave her daughter alone, like Bane had done to her, like her father had done. "It can't be helped. We're joined together in the eyes of the Great Spirit. What's done is done," I said firmly. "If you're so concerned, at least know she'll be taken care of if the worst happens. Widows of chiefs are always treated with reverence by the tribe. She and Ava will have their needs met." Doya gave a sarcastic huff. "Your status means nothing. You could never be good enough for my daughter." "At least that's something we agree on." I crossed my arms, and Doya's expression became mildly surprised. I could never become everything that Sophia deserves. But regardless, she chose me. And I won't leave her until she demands my absence, if that day ever comes. I'm not like Bane. I didn't run away when things got tough. I was willing to die for her time and time again. That should prove to you I'm serious. However much you hate me, you can't deny that I love her." Doya paused to consider. It was almost as if she was struggling not to like me. Then she shook her head, as if convincing herself otherwise. "You're a Toaqua. They're all the same, loose and spineless, like water. You can't understand the passion that burns within a Coigny. We'd do anything to save the ones we love. I can't understand why she would choose you of all people, instead of one of her own kind. Water can be gentle, but it can also be ruthless. I've killed for Sophia. I'll do it again if it becomes necessary." Doya drummed her fingers against the bars. "Toaqua men have a way with women. They manipulate them. I didn't manipulate her into having a relationship with me. I was the one who tried to end it. But no matter what I did to separate us, it never worked. When two people are destined to be together, nothing can keep them apart." Doya let out a cold laugh. "You're still young enough to believe in a naive thing like fate." "I have to. Hope is the only thing that's kept us alive." "You stole her away on a vague sense of hope," Doya spat. "She left Orenda Academy without me there to protect her. If she had stayed, she'd be dead. You know this." Doya bit her lip and turned her face away. "I could have done something." "You could have done nothing." My temper was rising, but I forced myself to remain in control. "I could have done nothing. Back there we had no power, but here she stands a chance." Doya's cold gaze met mine. "You will not be able to control her once she becomes all she's meant to be. Neither will you. I don't think it makes me any less of a man to admit that scares me." "You should be scared of her." Doya pushed away from the bars. "We all should." There was a beat of silence until Doya said, "I can only imagine the power her daughter will inherit. 3 generations of inter-house ancestors running through her bloodline. We know now that kind of power does not inhibit a child. It perhaps makes them stronger." A chill crossed over my skin, yet I suppressed it. This is all speculation. None of us are sure if Ava Marie will be Coigny or Toaqua. "If you think your daughter won't be exceptional, you're dead wrong." Doya hugged her arms to her chest. "This child is a woman. She will most likely inherit a Coigny bloodline. Are you prepared for your firstborn to be a fire child? She cannot inherit the Toaqua chiefhood if she has no water abilities. Not to mention, your kind has never given the chiefhood to a woman." "Perhaps it's time for things to change in the Toaqua tribe," I said. "If Ava Marie wishes to pursue chiefhood, then I will organize that for her. But if it's not her life's path, then it won't be forced upon her. The chiefhood will be her choice, and the tribe will accept her regardless. She has the blood of all the Toaqua chieftains running through her veins. Gender has no standing on that." Doya's eyes narrowed. "If you're alive to enforce such a radical position." I rubbed my eyes. "Look, all I'm saying is we should make a pact. Both of us have the same interests. Our main priorities are to keep Sophia and Ava Marie happy and alive. We have a common goal." Doya's face was contemplative. "I will make this deal with you, Maito. We will work together to protect them both. For some asinine reason, you please my daughter, so I won't stand in your way or continue to oppose your marriage." Doya's tone turned dark. "But mark my words, if you hurt my daughter, there will not be a hole on this earth where I won't find you and burn you alive." "Great. Glad we had this talk." I took an impatient huff. "One last thing. I'd like to invite you to have Christmas with us. That is, if the Anachi Council decides to spare you and set you free." Doya's eyes widened. A hand flew to her heart. She kept it pinned there as she said, "I've never spent Christmas with anyone. Not since my mother died, at least. It's always been Naomi and I." What a sad thing to say. Well, the baby is due to arrive on Christmas Eve, and Sophia doesn't say it, but I think she might want you to be there. Why would you invite me? Doya's tone grew condescending, as if she thought this was some kind of trap. Because, like it or not, we're family, and I think Ava Marie should get to know her grandmother. Doya's face cleared. She clicked her nails against the bars and said, Well, thank you for the invitation, though I'm not sure if I will attend. I'd probably be happier if she didn't show up, honestly, but the offer was out there. Holidays were going to be really weird with Doya hanging around, if she survived her judgment. I had quite a crowd of people waiting for me when I got home. Sophia and Jonah were on the couch. Jake stood behind them, rubbing Jonah's shoulders. Both Sabor and Squeaks were curled up on the rug, Essus on top of them. Baby was outside with Julian, as we thought it would be best he didn't witness this. Ezra was in the kitchen, eating, as fucking usual. Trace was there too, leaning forward on an armchair with his hands clasped. Amelia had a hand on his shoulder, as she was there for emotional support. Kiwi chirped on his head. I was pretty sure the dumb bird had no idea why we were all here. Luana stayed against the wall like some kind of ghost, Sierra in her hands. Sophia had asked her to come, but it was clear she was a little uncomfortable. Imogen should be home any moment, Jonah said hollowly. This was it. Time to get ready. I think Sophia, Jonah, and I should do most of the talking, I said. The rest of you can back us up. Heads nodded in unison. I glanced around. Where the fuck is Cade? Ezra shrugged and took a massive bite of his sandwich. I don't know, dude. When I got up this morning, he disappeared with Arabelle. Cade knew we were doing this. It was critical he be here. Was he done with her now that he knew she was doing drugs? Whatever. Cade wasn't my problem. I cared about Imogen. The silence was awkward. The clock ticking on the wall seemed to grow louder with each second of impending doom. None of us knew how this was going to go. It was likely she'd explode. I feared Imogen would get out of control. Jonah broke the quiet. So, how'd telling Bane go? Sophia sighed. As you'd expect it to. He was in total denial. Then, when he couldn't handle the truth, he ran away. He's coming back, Soph. He said he'd fix things with you once he returned from his expedition, I said. She blew a strand of hair out of her eyes. I sure hope so. Honestly, we should have figured it out a long time ago. You're clueless, just like your father, Jonas said playfully. He was trying to make a joke to lighten the mood, but in the shadow of the dark situation we were in, it came out kind of harsh. Sophia's mouth dropped open in outrage. I'm not clueless. Please, girl, you're always 10 steps behind, just like Bane. It's so obvious now, Jonah purred. Sophia looked at me to back her up, which was difficult to do in this situation. Do you think I'm clueless? I knew better than to challenge a pregnant woman's ultimate wrath, but still it was really hard to lie. You're a little oblivious, but in an adorable way, I admitted. Sophia's eyebrows knitted together as she gave me a frown. Essus scrunched up his nose. So what if you're slow on the uptake? It's one of your quirks, Jonah said. Sophia gave a groan. Great. You all think I'm stupid. You're smart. Bane's brilliant, and so are you, I said. You both just have a tendency to be in your own little world. Sophia straightened up. Well, I take it as a compliment. Bane's one of the supernatural world's best explorers. His wandering mind could be mistaken for genius. Wouldn't go that far, but okay. Hey, you have your mother's temper, I'll give you that, Ezra said. We all know better than to make you angry, 'cause watch out. Not helping, Ez, I growled. He shrugged. To my surprise, Sophia didn't take the Doya thing in a bad way. It more or less made her reflective. Do you really think I'm that scary? When you get mad? Hells yeah. Never scorn a Coigny female unless you want to get burned, Ezra said around a full mouth. Sophia grinned like the compliment thrilled her. Nobody could argue she had a fierce Coigny streak. I like being scary. Well, I don't like it, so let's keep it to a minimum, I quipped. A couple people laughed. It eased the tension a little, which helped. Then the door opened. The laughter died as Imogen stepped through the threshold. She had leaves in her hair and dirt on her clothes. Her familiar looked worse. Sassy's fur was dull, not as red as it usually was, and the fox crawled along as if it was exhausted. She dragged herself to Squeaks's side, where she collapsed with a great sigh. Jonah looked at Imogen and almost started crying all over again, but Jake squeezed his shoulder, and he remained strong. Imogen glanced at him and quickly looked away. What's going on? She asked the question, but she knew. I stood. Come sit down, Im. Let's talk. Imogen hesitantly crossed the room and sat between Sophia and Jonah. She crossed her ankles and looked up, expecting a lecture. I began. Im, this has to stop. What has? She was playing dumb. Her eyes were big and round, but I saw they were dilated. She'd taken a hit before she'd gotten here. The nightshade, Jonah spat. It was obvious he couldn't handle seeing her high. We all know you're taking it. Imogen immediately got on the defensive. Of course Sophia told you, she sneered. You can never trust her to keep a secret. Sophia cringed, but Jonah wasn't having it. Did you honestly think we'd never figure it out? Look at you. You're high right fucking now. Jonah. I held out a hand to tell him to calm down. He was making things worse by taking it so personally. He kept his mouth shut, but fidgeted in place. Black ivy is dangerous. You can overdose so easily on the stuff. We don't want anything to happen to you, I said. Why do you guys give a shit? You hardly care if I live or die, Imogen snarled. We're friends. It's what we do. Sophia moved closer to Imogen, but she pulled away. Do you have any on you right now? I asked. Imogen's lip rose. That's none of your business. Good thing we got rid of the rest of it. I dumped your entire stock down the drain, Jonah said nastily. What? Imogen leapt up from her seat. She ran to the bedroom, and we followed. She ripped out her desk drawer, and when she saw the drugs were gone, gave an angry cry. You had no right to go through my stuff. She shoved Jonah, but he didn't go anywhere, just planted his feet and didn't move. You don't get privacy when you're using. Not here, I said. I was trying to maintain some sort of control, but already things were getting out of hand. You're not the boss of me, Liam. We all share this house. You have some sort of god complex, running around telling people what to do all the time. Imogen burst. She bolted around her room, throwing pillows and clothes around, looking for any black ivy she might have stored away. When she found none, her breaths grew ragged and panicky. Jonah crossed his arms. Well, I'm with him, and Sophia's with us, which makes you outvoted. You just want to control me. All you guys ever do is tell me how to live my life, Imogen shouted. You guys think you're so perfect, but you're just controlling assholes. This wasn't her. This was the nightshade talking. Imogen shoved past me and went back into the kitchen. She pulled open the cupboards and started tossing things into a bag she'd grabbed on her way out of her room. Sassy curled against Squeaks, her ears back. Squeaks put a wing over the fox and cooed. What the hell are you doing? I asked. She seemed nearly manic. I'm leaving. I don't want to live here anymore, she snarled. I don't want to be in a place where I'm not appreciated. How do we not appreciate you? Jonah had broken away from Jake and threw his arms skyward. Do you want us to fall down and worship the ground you walk on? You're so fucking dramatic, Jonah. And you know what? It gets old. Imogen threw the bag on the ground as she rounded on him. I'm tired of being the little sidekick in this freak show. What are you talking about? Jonah's tone was full of disdain. Imogen's face had gone so red, I knew an explosion was coming. You're the Storm Lord, Sophia's the Chosen One, and Liam's the Chief of Toaqua. What am I? Imogen started crying. Angry tears gushed out of her eyes so fast I was sure she'd repressed them for months. You all have something special, and me, I'm worthless. My heart dropped. Sophia whispered, You're not worthless, Im. Imogen huffed. Oh, really? Because ever since we got here, it feels that way. You needed me back at Orenda Academy. You don't need me here. Once we arrived, you replaced me with her. Imogen pointed at Luana, and she cowered against the wall. I stepped in front of Imogen's accusing hand to shield Luana from her rage. Im, we love you. If we didn't care, we wouldn't be doing this at all. Imogen rolled her eyes. Yeah, right. More like you just want to judge me for my life choices. Black Ivy isn't a life choice. It's life or death, Sophia protested. Imogen gave a harsh laugh. Nothing's going to happen. I have it under control. You're an addict, Sophia said gently. You have a problem. And if I do, so what? Imogen placed a hand on her hip. It's my business, not yours. You need to butt out of my life. Ancestors, we needed to fight for her. We needed to fight for her hard, harder than we ever had before. Nightshade was the cruelest thing we'd ever gone up against. And right now, the Nightshade was winning. You think you're not special? We couldn't have found the pieces of the prophecy without you, I said softly. Where do you think we'd be without you, Im? Huh? 'Cause I'll tell you, we'd be dead. You just keep me around so I can do your homework, Imogen snarled. You're not smart enough to figure this stuff out without me, so you guys put up with me to get what you want. This time it was Jonah who laughed. Wow, that is really fucking stupid. Imogen's nostrils flared. She clenched her hands into fists, but before she could respond, I stepped in. You're the one who saved us when we were on the run. You had a plan, put away money, had a place for us to live. None of us were smart enough to do that, I said. Big fucking deal. Imogen gave another laugh, but this one sounded more like a sob. You all have special jobs in the rebellion. You guys are all heroes. And what the hell am I doing? Growing food. Yeah, that's not important. I'm sure we could win the war if we were starving to death, I replied sarcastically. I guess working on the strategy team is useless too, huh? Sophia glanced at me, this time telling me I was the one who needed to calm down. I paused for a beat as a memory came back to me. A creeping horror twisted in my gut as I said, Wait a minute, were you high at our wedding? I was sober until that fight with Cade. Imogen's form trembled. That day, I decided I wanted to get clean. I didn't have any nightshade all day until we got in that fight. It was your choice to start taking nightshade in the first place, Trace grumbled sourly. You don't have the right to lecture me, brother, Imogen seethed. You're the one who started it all when you decided to fake your death. Everyone in my life walks out. You abandoned me. Mom and Dad abandoned me. The love of my life walked out on me when I needed him most. And he's not even here now. Imogen gasped for breath. He couldn't even be bothered to show up. Then fuck him, I said. Don't do it for him. Do it for the people who matter most. Do it for yourself. Myself? I hate myself. Imogen wiped at her eyes frantically. I'd give anything to stop feeling like this and to be someone else. I wish I could snap out of it and stop, but I can't." "Don't say that, Im. It's not true," I said softly. "You're a great person." She took a ragged breath. "It's only a matter of time before you guys leave me too." "We aren't going to leave you, Imogen. I'd rather die," Jonah said. Squeaks chirped to announce he was telling the truth. "If I mean so much to everyone, why did no one see me when I needed them the most?" she asked. "I thought you guys would notice the first time I used, or the second, but you never did. I brought drugs into this house time and time again, got high so many times right in front of your nose, and not one person noticed." "We noticed. We just didn't know what was wrong," Sophia pleaded. "How can we help you if you won't let us in?" "I shouldn't have to ask. I've always been there for you guys. I tried to help you with your demons and get past your pain when we were in hiding, but it didn't work," Imogen burst. "You didn't get better until you got to Hokavale. Luana ended up helping you more than I ever could. Nothing I did helped you." "Imogen, it wasn't like that," Sophia pleaded, but she sounded guilty. "I didn't think she should be. Different things worked for different people, and just because Imogen hadn't been able to help Sophia with her PTSD and Luana had, it meant nothing. Imogen still cared, and that was the important part. She didn't see it like that, though, and I didn't know how we could change her mind. "Why couldn't you be there for me?" Imogen gasped for breath. "Turns out you're all too involved with your significant others to care about your friends." Her gaze was directly aimed at Jonah. His face fell. Sophia stepped in to defend him. "If you'd just talk to us, we'd help. Imogen, you're my best friend." Imogen's voice rose to a screech. "Shut up, Sophia. You don't know anything about me. You just want to be a baby cannon for Liam." "That's not fair," Sophia responded viciously. "You know it's my choice to be a stay-at-home mom." Imogen snorted. "Yeah, some choice, relying on a man your whole life. We can't all be Mother of the Year like you. Sophia, patron saint of unexpected pregnancies." "I'm getting so fucking tired of you being jealous of me," Sophia screamed. "You'd have what I have if you stopped being such a bitch and let Cade back in. Maybe I want to accomplish something that's harder than spreading my legs," Imogen yelled. My mouth dropped. So did Sophia's. Both of us were temporarily lost for words. I couldn't believe she'd been so cruel. But Jonah, Queen of Sass, wasn't about to let a comment like that slide. "Says the little virgin," he mumbled under his breath. Imogen whirled around. "Excuse me? What did you just say?" Jonah's gaze became cruel. "I think you need to get some action like the rest of us. You wouldn't act like someone pissed in your Cheerios." "Take that back." Imogen's fingers curled, and the stone walls overhead began to crack. Debris and dust fell from the cracks, and the stone floor underneath began to shake. I was concerned the cave the house was built into would collapse at Imogen's wrath. "Enough! We don't talk like this to each other." I stepped between the two and forced them apart. The cracks in the ceiling stopped spreading, yet Imogen and Jonah's eyes remained locked. Sophia took deep breaths and ran her hands over her stomach, trying not to cry. I grabbed Sophia by the shoulders and dragged her to the side. "Soph, take a break," I growled. "I'm not going to walk out now when this could be Imogen's last chance," Sophia pleaded. "We are this close to making it full term," I snapped. "I'm not going to have Imogen's bullshit trigger labor a month early because you're overly stressed. There are more than enough people here to handle this. Give yourself 5 minutes to chill out." Sophia breathed deeply. "Okay." She quietly slipped into our bedroom and closed the door. I returned to the intervention. All had gone silent. Imogen had somehow ended up on the floor, kneeling to try and catch her breath. She was crumbling, like the weight of what she'd just said had crashed upon her. I lowered my voice to a gentle tone. That wasn't okay. You don't know what it's like, Imogen sobbed. She wiped tears away with the heel of her hand. I was feeling so miserable when we got here, so lonely. Cade betrayed me. My family betrayed me. Then we liberated the camps, and all those children were slaughtered in front of me. I had to watch those poor kids die, and I couldn't handle it. I needed you guys to be there for me, but how could I reach out? What with the wedding and the baby? Then Jonah got together with Jake, and I felt like I'd lost you all for good. Imogen sobbed harder. The night we got here, I went for a walk. This guy was on the corner. He said it'd make all my problems go away, and I thought, I'll just try it once, just to see if it helps. And it did. Nightshade didn't make me feel weird or strange. It barely made me feel high. It just made everything feel like things were going to be all right again. It was euphoric. I hadn't been fine since Cade left. I'd been barely holding on, and every time I took a hit, I felt good. Even if things were bad, I just didn't care. I forgot all the horrible things we went through. The nightshade made it so I was in a good mood all the time, no matter what happened. I was always floating. And feeling fine is so much better than feeling like you're nothing inside. I understand. I really do, I said. Remember when I almost jumped off that bridge? I felt like that for a long time. But I got better, and you guys were there for me. Now we're here for you too, and you can get better. I'm scared to give it up. I'll lose my powers. If I stop taking Nightshade, my magic might leave me for good. It's so weak now without it, she whimpered. If you keep taking it, you're going to die, Jonah pleaded. Trace nodded miserably beside him. Imogen's face twisted. Sometimes I think dying wouldn't be so bad. Imogen wasn't backing down. Time to bring in the big guns. I took a deep breath. If you keep doing this, I don't know if I can stick around to watch. What do you mean? Strands of hair clung to her face as she looked up. I'm having a kid. She's got to come first. I locked eyes with her. I don't want someone on drugs around my daughter. Imogen's mouth gaped. She couldn't believe I said that. Liam's right. Sophia came out of the bedroom. She took my hand as she came by my side. I have to stand by my husband. If you're not getting help, not getting clean, you're putting my baby at risk. You can't be in my life if you're endangering Ava Marie. I won't put up with it. Imogen sought out Jonah. You won't leave me, will you? Jonah's voice shook. I don't want to. What do you mean? Imogen asked quickly. I mean, if you keep using, you're gonna get kicked out, Jonah said quietly. Imogen glanced to Jake. He remained rigid and impassive. We have programs that can help you. There's a rehabilitation center here for Nightshade addicts. It's proven that people can recover and lead full lives. Imogen's expression was hard. What if I don't want to go to therapy? I'm afraid the policy is the same, even for you. Jake crossed his arms. We can't have Nightshade addicts who refuse to be rehabilitated in Hokavale. They're a threat to our security and compromise the safety of the rebellion. If you don't agree to attend our rehabilitation center, there will be consequences. Imogen stared at the ground and said nothing more. I could see the decision weighing in her eyes. She was so addicted to Nightshade, she had to think twice if she was willing to give us up. Then the door opened. Imogen turned on her knees. Cade had arrived. He appeared calm and collected, if not still hurt. I was kind of pissed at him for showing up late, until I realized that he hadn't arrived until now on purpose. He was holding off on showing up until he could go into this with a clear head. I bet he'd been outside the door the entire time, listening in to the conversation. Cade knelt by Imogen's side when he got to her and took her hands in his. Imogen trembled. "Cade, I'm so sorry." "I know you are, Chica." Cade's voice wobbled slightly. "But this has to stop." "I'm not ready," she whispered. "I'm not strong enough." "You are strong. You're my Imogen." He squeezed her hands and brought them to his lips to kiss them. A tear dropped from Imogen's eye and landed on the floor. "What if I can't?" Cade took a deep breath. It looked like it took all the strength he had to say, "If you don't go to rehab, if you don't get help, we're done. For good. I can't keep doing this to myself, Imogen. Your behavior has been out of control. At times, it's been abusive. I'm not happy, and I can't put up with it anymore. If you go to treatment, I'll be by your side all the way. I'll walk to the ends of the earth to make sure you get better, because I love you. I love you more than I've ever loved anyone else. I'd die for you. I'd go to treatment in your place if I could. I'd take the withdrawals for you." Cade took a deep breath. "But that's not possible. You have to put in the work. If you don't get help, I'm sorry. It's the end of you and me." Cade's tone implied he meant it. Imogen's eyes darted from his to the floor in a long contemplation. Finally, Imogen dug in her pocket. She took out a half vial of nightshade and gave it to Cade without any complaints. Once she handed over the vial, she said, "I'll go, Cade. I'll go for you, for my friends." Sassy rose from Squeaks's side and crossed the room. She slid into Imogen's lap to kiss her face. Imogen stroked her hand across Sassy's fur and whispered, "For me."
Chapter 22. Sophia. Imogen had promised to do better, and I could tell that she meant it. It took a huge weight off the entire group to know she was serious about recovery. It would take time for her to get back to her old self, but at least now we knew what was wrong, and were in a better position to help. She wasn't around the next morning, since she'd agreed to attend the live-in rehab program, which meant she'd be at the center for at least a month. Liam left early. He had a lot of chief duties to catch up on from the day before, and it sounded like he had an important meeting to attend. Jonah and I were left in our house alone with our familiars when a frantic knock came at the door. Esses and I were eating breakfast, while Jonah was in the kitchen tossing raw bits of bacon to Squeaks and Baby while he waited for his coffee to brew. We exchanged a quick glance, as if to ask each other if we were expecting company. The knock came again. Jonah dropped the package of bacon on the counter and rushed to the door. Squeaks immediately grabbed it, flinging bits of bacon all over the kitchen while she tried to rip the package open further. Jonah opened the door, but I didn't hear anything. I tried to peek around him, but his shoulders were so big I couldn't see who was in the doorway. "Slow down," Jonah insisted, while making motions with his hands. My heart leapt when I realized it was Luana. "What's wrong?" I asked urgently. I pushed myself up out of my seat, but I couldn't manage to rush it these days with how big I was getting. Jonah stepped aside and held the door open for Luana.
"Something about Doya," he said. "She's talking so fast I can't understand."
Luana's eyebrows came together and her breath came in ragged heaves as she signed quickly to me. "The Anachi Council is making their final decision on Doya today," she signed. "Why didn't they tell me?" I demanded. "They're not holding a public trial. There's no trial at all." "What do you mean?" My heart hammered. "They've already made a decision?" "No," she told me. "They're handing the decision over." "To who?" "Perot." Oh, fuck. I knew instantly what that meant.
The Anachi Council didn't want to make the decision themselves, so they gave the power to the person they thought deserved a say most.
The man Doya had wronged in the most unthinkable way. She'd killed Perot's lover. He was going to choose execution for sure. I couldn't let that happen. It wasn't until that moment that I realized how I truly felt about it. At first, I didn't understand my feelings. Not really. I'd watched Madame Doya murder Head Dean Alric in cold blood. A part of me wanted revenge for everything she'd done. But I didn't wish for her to die. Something Liam had said that hit me in that moment. It came to me so strongly that it was as if my ancestors themselves were standing beside me, screaming into my ears. "The world isn't black and white," I recalled Liam saying. And he was right. Nothing was black and white, hot or cold. For the first time, I actually believed Doya when she said she had a reason for everything she'd done. Standing in her shoes, I couldn't say what choices I would have made. I couldn't begin to understand it. But I didn't have to. I just had to trust this feeling in my gut right now. I had to save her. "We must stop this," I told Luana. "Follow me." I grabbed my coat and hurried out the door behind Luana. Essis followed.
Wait! Jonah called. What's happening? Can I help?
I turned back toward him. "Find Liam and tell him Perot's giving Madame Doya's sentence." Jonah's hand went to his heart, as if clutching at invisible pearls.
"But Perot will—"
"I know," I said firmly. "That's why I need to be there. She needs an advocate." At that, I turned back toward Luana and we walked as fast as we could toward the Anachi elders' quarters. The door was shut when we arrived, but we could hear voices inside. I didn't wait for an invitation. I opened the door and stormed in. "You can't do this!" I cried, before I had a chance to assess the room. Everything went silent as all eyes turned toward me. The Anachi elders sat behind their stone meeting table with their companions at their sides. But they weren't the only ones there. Liam and his Tawakwa council were also present, along with representatives from all the other houses. I noticed the solemn look on Bane's face. He was supposed to be leaving for another expedition, but he'd stayed for Doya. Perot was nowhere to be seen. Chief Kawak was the first to speak.
"We can't do what, Ms. Maito?"
I paused a moment, unsure of what my next move was. "You can't execute Madame Doya." Liam stood and stepped toward me.
"Sophia, calm down. That decision hasn't been made."
"But Liam, they're giving the choice to Perot!" I cried.
"I know,"
Liam said softly. I heard the confirmation in his voice. "Wait, you agreed to this?" Liam cleared his throat.
"The vote was split."
"He'll want her executed," I pointed out.
"We don't know that,"
Liam insisted.
"Perot is being summoned as we speak. We'll figure things out once he gets here." "Speak of the devil,"
Ezra muttered under his breath. Just then, Professor Perot stepped through the open doorway. Jake was on his heels like he'd escorted him here. Perot's gray hair was a mess, and he looked particularly anxious, as if someone had interrupted his morning nap. Baxter ruffled his colorful feathers and stayed close to Perot's side. "Perot, please," I begged before anyone else could say anything. "You can't kill Doya." Perot looked shell-shocked by my blatant protest.
"Miss Maito,"
Chief Kawak said.
"Let's take a moment to discuss this, why don't we?"
Liam pulled me aside, while Perot stepped forward. Chief Kawak folded his hands in front of himself.
"Dr. Perot, as the council understands it, you have a personal grievance with Madame Eleanor Doya. Is that correct?" Yes, sir, it is,
Perot said calmly, though I noticed his hands were shaking.
Due to the level of Madame Doya's crimes, the council has decided to hand the sentencing over to you,
Chief Kawak announced. Hold on, I argued. Why should he be the only one to decide? Chief Kawak frowned.
Madame Doya harmed no one when she came to Hokavale and turned herself in. Her worst crimes do not concern the Anarchy. Seeing as we have no evidence to present, and our council is in disagreement over her sentencing, we have decided to turn the decision over to someone else. Long ago, the Hawkeye would consult those a criminal hurt most, as a true testament to the extent of their crimes, to decide their sentencing. We choose to revisit that tradition today. Dr. Perot.
Perot looked shaken.
Well, I may need some time to think about this, Chief.
Chief Kawak nodded in understanding. It was clear he'd be at peace with whatever Perot decided. I didn't need to convince Kawak of anything. I had to convince Perot. Professor, please, I begged. Spare her. Perot eyed me curiously.
Forgive me, Sophia, but I don't understand. It was my knowledge that you and Madame Doya have never been on good terms.
I bit my lower lip. Well, no, but...
But?
Perot cocked an eyebrow. But she always did what she had to do to protect me. Perot's spine straightened. His curiosity had piqued.
How so?
I glanced down to my belly and ran my hands over it. It was hard to admit Doya had helped me in any way, but the more I thought about it, the more I realized just how much she had done. I swallowed the lump in my throat. Madame Doya gave birth to me. Gasps traveled around the room. Perot's eyes widened in shock, like he couldn't imagine Doya being a mother at all. It's true. Doya is my mother. A fact I did not learn until recently, I clarified. What she did to keep me safe was exactly what any mother would do. She gave me up to save my life because she knew the elders would kill me otherwise.
Because you're the chosen one?
Perot asked. To be honest, I don't think she knew that at the time, I admitted. But if she hadn't given me up, I very well may have died in the Tawakwa riots, the night the Tawakwa intended to kill me. The truth is, I'm mixed house, part Kawigni and part Tawakwa. Another chorus of gasps traveled around the room. People started whispering until it got so loud I could hardly hear my own thoughts.
Quiet!
Bane tried to calm down the council, but it didn't work.
It is true. Let Sophia explain.
The room went silent a few moments later, and all eyes turned to me. I glanced to Bane. He wore a somber but defeated expression. Do you want to tell them? I asked him. He nodded, though he looked nervous.
The truth is, I am Sophia's father.
We couldn't get the council to shut up after that. A few Kawigni representatives got really angry, while Ezra and Wyatt were cracking jokes about Doya and Bane.
That relationship had to be wild, Ezra said. She's gotta be a dominatrix,
Wyatt agreed.
Shut up,
Liam growled under his breath.
Now is not the time.
Perot looked deeply contemplative.
Elliot, you and Madame Doya? Come to think of it, I should have seen that one coming.
Bane scoffed.
I could say the same about you and Alric. Our secrets aren't so unusual after all. No, I guess not,
Perot said thoughtfully.
But I don't understand. Sophia's so powerful, yet she's inter-house.
Liam stepped in.
I think we all learned after our trial that mixed children are not as weak as they are made out to be. Yes, I suppose that's true.
Perot turned back to me.
So, Madame Doya gave you up because you were mixed house?
Yes, I confirmed. The elders would have killed me if they found out. Perot dropped his gaze.
I'm sorry, Sophia, but that is not enough to forgive what she did.
No, it's not, I agreed. What she did to Alric was unforgivable. But I believe her when she says she had a reason. Perot's hands curled into fists.
What reason could she possibly have?
The room quieted again, as everyone seemed interested in the answer. She wanted to help the Hawkeye, I said. I realized for the first time that I didn't just believe the things she had told me. I actually understood them. Life and death situations had a way of twisting your own worldviews. She intended to gain favor on the Elder Council because she believed that was the only way to make change.
But she didn't, Perot argued. She didn't change anything.
She did, I replied. She saved me from the Elders. Chiefess Annette wanted to use me, then dispose of me. Madame Doya lied to the council to keep them from getting their hands on me. She sacrificed what she thought was the key to elevating her own house in order to save my life. My breath grew ragged as I realized the truth of everything she'd done. She burned a rapist to keep him from hurting me. She hid my lineage from me so the elders wouldn't prosecute. I know that in the past she craved power, but more than that, she wanted to protect me. It takes a deep, unconditional love to make those kinds of sacrifices for other people. Perot tilted his head to the side.
You're saying she loves you, Sophia?
I gaped at him. I hadn't realized it before. Deep down in my heart, the anger I felt for Doya melted away. And for a moment, I saw the truth through her eyes. In her own way, yes, Madame Doya loves me. And she loves Bane, too. I looked to Bane, who had tears beading in the corners of his eyes.
Is that true?
Perot asked. Bane nodded.
I hope so, because I love her as well. Please don't kill her, Jacques.
Perot looked between me and Bane. The crease between his eyebrows deepened.
What do you believe will happen if I choose to pardon her?
My heart lifted at the thought. Honestly, I don't know. But I do know one thing. Madame Doya will go to the ends of the earth for the people she loves. That's the kind of passion and devotion Hokavale stands for.
I believe she will fight on our side, Bane added, to protect Sophia.
Perot didn't answer. He pressed his lips together thoughtfully and shot a glance at his familiar. I held my breath. I felt Liam stiffen beside me, and Bane wiped his forehead. He was starting to sweat. Finally, Perot let out a breath and turned to Chief Kawak.
I've made my decision.
Chief Kawak cocked an eyebrow.
So soon? Yes,
Perot said confidently.
Okay.
Kawak nodded.
What will it be?
I felt the whole room hold a collective breath. I didn't doubt some of the council members were hoping Perot announced Madame Doya's execution. But others looked uncertain. I took Bane's and Liam's hands in mine and squeezed them tightly, awaiting the answer.
What Madame Doya did to me, to Caspian, is something I can never forgive her for,
Perot announced.
She has wronged many people, both in this war and before.
My hands tightened. I didn't like the way his speech was going.
They'd have the water tank ready for her drowning by this afternoon.
But,
Perot said sharply,
Caspian would be damned if I stood here and strung this noose. I will not allow another unnecessary body to drop in this war. My only wish is to hear her apology. After that, consider her a free woman.
My heart swelled. There was something ironic about saving Doya's life, but I couldn't say I didn't owe her. She'd saved mine more than once. It took Chief Kawak a moment to answer. I didn't think he expected Perot to pardon her.
So be it,
He finally said as he stood from his chair.
Follow me, Dr. Perot. Let's get you that apology.
Chief Kawak led Perot and Baxter out of the elders' chambers and around the building to the jail. Liam, Bain, and I followed quickly behind them, but we were not permitted inside. We stood shivering in the cold and waited. I held Essus close, pressing my nose into his fur. Liam wrapped an arm around my waist, but none of us said anything. I think we were all worried Perot would change his mind. Several other people from the elders' chamber had gathered around us, though the crowd remained quiet and curious. While we waited, I heard the sound of hoofbeats, then a squawk. We turned to see Jonah and Squeaks approaching.
Bro, I've been looking for you everywhere,
Jonah said.
Looks like Sophia found you first. So, what's the verdict?
Perot's decided to spare her, I said, but only if she apologizes. Jonah winced.
That might take a miracle. Do you think she'll do it? To save herself?
Liam asked.
I don't think even Doya has that much pride. She'll do it,
Bain assured us, though he didn't spare us a single glance. He kept his eyes locked on the jail door, looking worried. After what felt like 2 hours, the door to the jail swung open and Perot and Kawak stepped outside. My heart pounded as the crowd began to murmur. I didn't see Doya behind them. Chief Kawak lifted his hands to quiet the crowd.
A decision has been made. Eleanor Doya has confessed and apologized for her crimes, and Dr. Jacques Perot has accepted this apology. We have reached an agreement to her role in Hokavale. She will be stripped of her elder title and be accepted as a full citizen of our tribe. No one is to harm her.
Bain pressed his hand to his mouth, and his eyes sparkled with tears of relief. Liam squeezed me tight to his side. I finally felt like I could breathe. Perot and Baxter stepped aside, and Chief Kawak motioned Doya forward.
Miss Doya,
He said,
you are now a free woman.
From out of the shadows, Doya stepped into the daylight. Naomi prowled at her heels. Dirt covered Doya's face, and her eyes looked sunken in. She had been totally worn down and defeated, but she lifted her chin in confidence. It seemed that nothing could quite break this woman. She had a steel spine if I ever saw one. Bain couldn't stop himself. He rushed over to Doya and swept her into his arms, burying his face into her shoulder. Liam and I exchanged a glance, shocked at the sudden display of emotion. I thought I'd seen it once before, the night of the elemental ball when they danced together, but I'd written it off. It was strange to see those two together like this, but it also felt right. Bain set Doya on her feet. He helped steady her, and she stared up into his eyes. A beat passed where they were locked in each other's gazes. I knew that look all too well. It was the same look Liam gave me just before we kissed. For a moment, I thought that's exactly what was going to happen. Bain reached up to take Doya's face in his hands, but he had to go and screw it up. His unsteady fingers moved forward, and he poked her in the eye. "Ancestor's cock!" Doya screamed, covering her assaulted eye with her hand. Naomi growled at Bane. Liam rolled his eyes.
Freaking clumsy as hell.
Jonah burst out in laughter and tried to hide it by pretending to cough. Essus covered his mouth and snickered.
I bet that's not all he'll be poking tonight,
Ezra teased under his breath. Liam elbowed him.
"I'm sorry, Ellie,"
Bane cried. He tried to comfort her, but he only made it worse by stepping on Naomi's paw. When he tried to get closer to Doya to assess the damage, she lowered her hand and accidentally slapped him across the face. "Ancestors," I groaned. "Could these two really be my parents? Someone has to go rescue them." I stepped forward and Liam followed. Essus stirred in my arms. I cleared my throat and the two of them straightened. Doya wiped at her eye. "Sophia," she said. "Perot tells me you're the one who advocated for my release." I shrugged like it was no big deal, but I knew it was. "You saved me more than once. I thought I should return the favor." Doya gazed at me with one of the softest expressions I'd seen her use. It was strange how gentle she was being with me lately, when she was still sharp with everyone else. I supposed it was her way of trying to right her wrongs with me. The soft expression vanished a moment later, and she cleared her throat, as if she couldn't be seen showing emotion. "Well, serving as a carriage driver isn't exactly my idea of fun, but at least I'm alive."
"That's what they've assigned you to?"
Bane balked. "I'm not in a position to make demands," she reminded him. "The council will no doubt be keeping a very close eye on me. But now I am free to come and go as I please. And, if Sophia and Liam will allow, I am free to see the birth of my granddaughter." Liam tightened his hold on my waist.
"That's your decision, Pawi."
I ran my hand over my belly. Ava Marie kicked, like she was urging me to respond. "I'd like that." I didn't know where the words came from. If you'd asked me weeks ago, I would have said Doya was the last person I wanted at the birth of my daughter. But now I thought it might be my chance to actually bond with her. Maybe now that she was free, we could get back some of the time we lost. Accepting Doya as my birth mother was a hard pill to swallow. To think we could make up both terrified me and excited me at the same time. That night, I visited my parents to tell them the truth. I wanted them to hear it from me before the gossip spread across all of Hokavale. Mom and Dad had been playing a game of chess when I arrived. Their foster kids played in the yard. My parents led Essus and me into the living room, and we sat to talk. "What's wrong, Sophia?" Mom asked. She had a way of always being able to read my moods. Essus went to sit by my parents' familiars. I nodded my hands in my lap. "I have something to tell you guys." Dad sat on the couch beside me and leaned on the armrest.
"It's a little late to tell us you got knocked up."
Mom swatted him in the leg, but I just laughed. "It's not that," I said. "I found out who my real birth parents are." The room went dead silent. Even our familiars didn't make a sound. It took my mom a moment to compose herself. "You did?" "Yep. I don't think you're going to like it," I admitted.
"Do we know them?"
Dad asked curiously. I sighed. "Yes. It's Madame Doya and Professor Bane." Mom and Dad gasped in unison. "No, Elliot wouldn't," Mom mused.
Eleanor must have been a student. She was years behind us in school. Dad shrugged. Well, she is a very attractive woman. Mom swatted him again, and Dad clammed up.
Look, I don't want to know all the details about how it happened, I said. I already knew too much. Picturing Bane and Doya screwing was the last mental image I wanted in my mind. But it's true.
Madam Doya.
Mom's eyebrows knitted in concentration, like she was trying to figure out how Doya could possibly be my mother. Dad eyed me.
I never would have guessed Bane, but he's a good man. I have to admit, if I were to share a daughter with any man, I'm proud to say it's with an elder. One of the good ones, anyway.
Ugh! I groaned. Don't tell me you have the hots for him, too.
Not me, Dad cried. Your mother's the one who crushed on him all through school.
Robert! Mom snapped. I chuckled. So, you're not upset?
Sophia, honey, Mom said gently. She sat next to me until I was sandwiched between my parents. We've always known you had other parents out there. We are not so naive to think you would never find them. It's shocking, yes, but... But what? I asked. But we've already prepared for this, she said. We knew the truth might surprise us.
So you're not upset? I asked.
She shook her head. This is not something we can change. It just is. I continued to knot my hands in my lap.
And what if I wanted to try to build a relationship with them?
Then do it,
Dad encouraged.
Don't let us get in the way.
Mom rubbed my arm. If this makes you feel better, then you have to do it. Just know that we're not going anywhere. We will always be here for you. A smile touched my lips, and I reached an arm around each of them.
Thank you, guys. You're the best.
Nothing would ever change that. They were my parents, and they always would be. But I had other parents now, too. And I wanted to have some kind of relationship with them. I just didn't know where to start. Cool water splashed on my face, and I squealed. I sat in a chair on the beach with Liam and Jackson, my arms wrapped around myself to ward off the chill. Liam was in a t-shirt, since the cold December air didn't bother him. Jackson didn't seem to care either, as the calm ocean waves washed over his toes, and he giggled. Esses watched the waves carefully, waiting for them to recede so he could run forward and grab as many shiny rocks as he could before hightailing it back to dry sand when the next wave came in. Liam snickered at me as he drew the water away from my face. Not fair, I teased. He snickered playfully.
You look lost. What's on your mind?
2 weeks had passed since Doya had been pardoned, and I was still trying to process everything that happened. I hadn't had a chance to talk to Bane yet, since he'd left on another excursion the moment Doya had been released. Things between Doya and I were still a bit stale. I could tell that she was trying, but she seemed to avoid me too. I knew it would take time to break down the walls she'd spent 2 decades building up. I shrugged. Just thinking about Doya and Bane. Liam lowered himself into the chair beside me. It was his day off, and we'd agreed to babysit Jackson to give Haloki a break. She was inside, helping Beatrice with housework and making sure Maddie was well. Liam's little brother was having a blast in the sand, and Liam had been twisting the water to make shapes for him.
Do you think it will ever sink in?
He asked.
Because I still can't believe it.
I scrunched up my nose. I know. Doya's so harsh. And Bane's so
clumsy. They just don't seem like a couple. Liam chuckled.
Don't get me wrong. I see where you get some of your personality traits. But seeing those two together, it's just so...
Weird, I finished for him. I said it, and yet I wasn't sure I believed it. Those two fit together. Not in the same way Liam and I did, but in an opposites attract sort of way. The sound of a door slamming caught both of our attention. We looked down the beach to see Bane coming out of his house. He didn't notice us as he started down the front steps and headed toward the ocean. I glanced to Liam. I didn't know he was back.
Me neither,
He admitted.
You should go talk to him.
What? Now? I balked. He looks busy. Liam frowned.
There's the Bane in you talking.
I furrowed my brow. What do you mean?
I mean, you tend to avoid conflict when it doesn't stem from anger.
He teased. I do not, I lied. But he was telling the truth.
Come on, Soph.
Liam said.
One of you is going to have to step up and talk first. And I think we all know it's not going to be Bane.
I took a deep breath and eyed Bane far down the beach. He stepped into the waves and started manipulating the water. Okay, I caved. I'll go talk to him. Liam kept an eye on me as I headed down the beach alone. Bane didn't notice my approach. He was standing ankle-deep in the waves, tossing dead fish to multicolored porpoises with long, fanned tails. They surrounded him, jumping in the shallow water and making clicking noises to get him to feed them more. I cleared my throat from behind him. Bane jumped so high that he dropped his bucket of fish. The porpoises tried to swim forward and eat them, but they didn't make much headway in the shallow water.
Sophia!
Bane stammered as he bent to scoop up his half-empty bucket. Professor Bane. I nodded back to him. It felt really weird to call him that, now that I knew he was my father. He paused a second, and his eyes went wide.
Dear ancestors,
he muttered under his breath. What is it? I asked. Bane cleared his throat.
You just... When you say my name, you sound like her.
He had a note to his voice that seemed to question how he didn't see it before.
What brings you here?
I shrugged, but we both knew the truth. We had to talk about how he was my father. I was wondering if you found anything on your expedition. Bane straightened his glasses, then reached back into the bucket and started tossing fish again. He didn't meet my eyes.
I haven't found the Asa Imperii, but clues continue to emerge. I'm getting quite close.
That's good, I said. I walked over to a nearby boulder and sat on it. It was just the right size for me to rest on. So, did you get much time to think about us? Bane tossed a fish, but I must have startled him with my question because his aim was totally off. He smacked one of the creatures straight in the nose. He winced, but didn't look back at me.
I had a few moments,
he admitted. And? I prodded, my heart hammering. What do you think about being my dad? Finally, Bane turned around. His mouth bobbed open and closed like a fish. It looked like he wanted to say something but didn't know how. I straightened on the rock. I can go first.
Sophia, you don't have to...
Bane started, but the words had already started coming out and I couldn't stop them. I've pictured for a long time who my birth father might be. I gazed down at my belly and started rubbing it, just so I wouldn't have to look him in the eye. It was easier that way. I supposed I got that from him. For a long time, I believed it was Anthony Grayson. From the stories I've heard, he was a really great guy. He died for me in the riots, but I never got a chance to know him. When my grandparents told me it was all a lie, I created a picture in my head of this guy who gave me up to save me, because that was the noble thing to do. But I never thought I'd actually meet him. I assumed, like Lucy and Tony, he was dead. But it turns out he's not. Bane slowly walked over to me.
Sophia, if this disappoints you...
My gaze snapped upward, cutting him off. No, of course not. Just the opposite, in fact. You're alive, and I get a chance to actually meet you and love you. Tears beaded in the corners of Bane's eyes. I couldn't help it when my voice cracked. You saved my life by mentoring me in the tournament. You're busting your ass to find the Asa Imperii for us. You are as noble as any dad I could ever ask for. Bane's shoulders fell, and he came to sit beside me on the rock.
It means a lot to hear you say that. Mentoring you for the tournament and seeing you win was one of my greatest accomplishments. You are a truly gifted Elementi, Sophia. You have a big heart and a sharp mind.
My heart swelled at the compliments. He sighed before continuing.
All my life, I thought I would remain alone. But now I have a daughter, a family. If it should be anyone, I'm glad it's you.
Tears began welling up. I'm glad it's you too, Bane. I threw my arms around his neck, and he stiffened for a moment before relaxing into it.
Please, Sophia.
He sighed.
Call me Pata.
What does that mean? I asked. Bane smiled.
It's Hawkeye for Dad.
I rode the high of my conversation with Bane for the next 2 weeks. He stuck around so he could be home for Christmas. Or so he said. I'd noticed Doya's carriage parked at his house a few times when we went to visit Holoki, though I wasn't sure if they were merely talking or something else. I think he was finally starting to face his past instead of running away from it. Bane had come over to visit a few times and kept bringing presents for the baby. Most of them ancient artifacts he'd picked up, because apparently my dad didn't know what shopping was. I figured it was his way of trying to make up for not being there for me. Doya invited Bane and I to dinner on Christmas Eve. She didn't cook, so we ended up at the Falcon's Nest. It was our first time out together as a real family. After I'd told Amelia the truth about my parentage, she'd said the idea of Bane and Doya together was stranger than water on a phoenix ass. I couldn't say I didn't agree, but there was something oddly natural about it, too. I couldn't explain it. Doya and Bane sat on the same side of the table. He insisted she try his shellfish and spooned it into her mouth. A few people threw dark glances our way, and I knew they were aimed at Doya. Most people weren't happy she'd been pardoned, but she was doing her job and keeping out of trouble, and they couldn't fault her for that. All she had to do was shoot a sharp gaze back at them, and people cowered under the weight of her stare. I guess some things never changed.
We were almost to the entrance of the underwater temple when a beast sprang from the shadows and jumped straight in front of Thalassa.
Bane was going on and on about his adventures. He used wild hand motions and the leftovers from his clams to tell the story. I'd already heard this one 3 times, but Doya looked particularly interested. She leaned an elbow on the table and twirled her hair around her finger, biting her lip. She couldn't take her eyes off Bane. She was totally smitten. It was sort of weird to see her show any emotion that wasn't pure hatred. It was a welcome change, to say the least.
He had the head of a shark and the tentacles of a squid, and he was as big as the temple itself,
Bane continued. Each time he told the story, the shark creature got bigger and bigger. Last time, he was only the size of a semi-truck.
He had rows and rows of razor-sharp teeth, Bane said. He bared them at my familiar, but I assaulted him with my magic. Thalassa then whipped out her tail and severed his head before he could touch her.
Bane snapped one of his clamshells in half to demonstrate. You're so brave, Doya praised. And she wasn't kidding either. Her eyes darted down to his muscles, but he was oblivious to her flirting. Liam would have complained about it, but I thought their courtship was half endearing, half comical. Bane turned his gaze to me.
Sophia, eat up.
I had a plate of steak and potatoes in front of me, but I barely ate a thing. Essus was scarfing down most of it, and what he didn't eat, he dropped under the table to Naomi. She was still distant and unsure of us, but she was starting to warm up to Essus. I'm full, I told him. This baby isn't leaving any room for my stomach anymore.
Yes, of course, Bane said. How much longer to go?
Doya and I exchanged a glance. Sometimes Bane could be so clueless. Elliot, she's due today, Doya reminded him. Bane's eyes went as wide as saucers.
Today, ancestors, we must prepare. Shouldn't you be getting ready?
I giggled under my breath. There's no guarantee. It's not like we have a set time. It could still be a week. As if Ava Marie could tell we were talking about her, she moved inside my belly. A nerve in my back twinged and my stomach cramped, but I was used to the discomfort by now. Bane straightened in his chair.
Yes, of course. I only meant Sophia!
The door to the falcon's nest flung open. All eyes turned to the entrance as Liam ran into the restaurant looking panicked. Doya looked him up and down. Can't you see we're trying to have a quiet family meal? Liam ignored her and wrapped me into a tight hug.
Thanks the ancestors you're okay.
My heart hammered and my stomach dropped. Essus froze and potatoes started falling out of his full mouth. Liam, what's wrong?
It's the elders,
he warned, glancing between the three of us frantically.
The task force is trying to get through Luana's shield.
What? I gasped. How did they find us?
We don't know,
Liam admitted, shooting a glance at Doya. It wasn't me, she growled. If you think Oleander doesn't have intel like your military does, you're sorely mistaken.
Someone must have given us up.
Bane's eyes were wild as he considered who the traitor might be.
It doesn't matter,
Liam decided.
They could be here any moment.
Bane shot up out of his chair.
We must fight!
The entire restaurant heard our conversation, and they broke into a panic.
Get somewhere safe,
a father commanded his wife and children.
We're going to fry those motherfuckers,
a Coigny guy growled. Chairs screeched, and people spoke so loud I could hardly hear Liam beside me. Everyone rushed for the door, as if a fire alarm had just went off.
Come on,
Liam said.
We have to go.
Liam took my hand, and I scooped up Essus. We hurried out of the restaurant with Bane and Doya on our heels. Outside, the chaos had erupted as news spread. People rushed every which way, gathering their familiars. The ground began to shake beneath our feet, and wind whipped by us as Elementi lost control of their emotions. I drew in ragged breaths as my whole body contracted in fear. They couldn't be here. Not yet! Imogen and Luana stood to the side of the rushing crowd, with Sassy, Sierra, and Julian. Luana was on her knees, her fingers pressed to her temples in concentration. Imogen had just left the rehab center yesterday. Already on her first day of recovery, she was dealing with major stress. You can do this! Imogen cried. trying to comfort her, though she knew Luana couldn't hear her. "Liam, what's happening?" I shrieked, my voice rising several pitches.
Luana's trying to hold her shield,
he explained.
but there are too many task force battling it with their elements. We don't know how much longer it will hold.
"I can help," I suggested. I could do shield magic, but not as well as Luana. I'd never created a shield large enough to encompass a house, let alone an entire town. But the least I could do was try.
No, Liam argued. You have to get someplace safe. Doya, get Sophia to the caves. Bane, you're with me.
"Wait, Liam!" I begged before he could turn away from me. He placed a hand on either side of my face.
This is not your battle, Sophia.
"But what if you—" I started, but my breath caught. Worry knotted like a knife in my guts, and cramps formed in my lower abdomen, growing in intensity.
No what-ifs,
he insisted.
The only thing we need to worry about is keeping our baby safe. You need to get somewhere they can't find you.
Come with me, I sobbed.
I'm chief,
he reminded me.
I have to protect the tribe. But most of all, I have to protect you and Ava.
He placed a gentle hand on my belly, and Ava kicked his palm. Around us, Hokavale had gone into an uproar. The ground continued to shake, and angry familiars streaked through the skies in search of their elementi. But in that moment, it felt like Liam and I were alone. Our little family blessed with a moment to say goodbye. But I couldn't do it, because I refused to believe this was goodbye. Liam would come back in one piece. He had to. And yet, I couldn't stand here and allow my husband to walk into battle without me. Tears streaked down my cheeks because I knew I had no choice.
I love you, Pawi,
Liam whispered. I love you too, I hiccuped.
Take good care of her,
he said, before planting a passionate kiss on my lips. I wasn't sure if he was asking me to take care of Ava Marie, or if he was asking Doya to take care of me.
Bane, it's time to go,
Liam barked.
Jake will be waiting for us. Im, make sure Luana holds that shield as long as...
Liam was cut off as a rock tumbled from the cliffside above and connected with the top of Luana's head. She grunted in pain, and Imogen let out an earth-shattering scream. The ground continued to rock around us as Navita freaked out. Luana slumped to the ground, unconscious. No! I cried. I rushed over to her, but Imogen had already caught Luana and was cradling her in her arms. Sierra landed on her chest to begin healing, and Essis scampered to her side. Sassy turned into kitsune form and looked upward, like she could defend us from any other falling debris. Luana? Luana? I shook her, and she blinked a few times. The rock had barely been the size of my fist, but it left her dazed. Above us, the sound of a dragon's cry echoed. Luana's eyes went wide, and we all looked upward to see a huge dragon streaking across the darkening sky. Luana lifted her hands and signed weakly to me. Sorry, I couldn't hold it any longer. They're here. My hand shook, and my stomach ached as I looked up to Liam. Her shield has failed.
Fuck!
Liam growled.
What are we going to do?
You're a chief, Doya snarled. Isn't it your job to figure it out? Liam glanced around frantically until his eyes fell upon two students running up the canyon toward the military base.
Linus! Zoe!
The students halted in their tracks. The girl had a familiar at her side. I guessed she was Coigny.
Gather all the Anichi students you can find,
Liam instructed.
It's time to put your lessons to work. We need as many Anichi as we can to create and hold that shield. But Chief Maito, we barely have any power, Linus protested. Then take it from creatures, the earth, the air, I don't care, Liam barked. We need a shield now. You can do it if you all work together.
He looked uncertain to me, but the students didn't catch it. Take these, Luana signed to me. She reached into her pocket and pulled out 3 crystals. They were small, white rocks she'd been transferring Anachi magic into during our training sessions. Wait, Liam, I said quickly, stopping him. I took the crystals from Luana and held them out. Have them use these. It should help. Liam handed the crystals off to Linus.
You've got this.
Linus saluted him and said,
We're on it, Chief.
As the students ran away, the chaos increased. Liam, thank the ancestors! Haloki ran out of the sea of people, holding her skirt up to keep from tripping over it. Beatrice, the Anachi primate who'd been serving as Haloki's housekeeper, followed closely behind. Her blue feathers were in disarray and she looked worried, like she wanted to do anything to help. I remembered Imogen saying Britt and I were especially helpful creatures. Liam's jaw dropped when he saw her.
Mom, what are you doing here? Where are the kids?
They've gone with a group of Anachi into the caves to hide, she said. Beatrice and I want to help.
The best way you can help is to take Sophia into the caves with the others,
he said. She nodded in understanding. Anything to lend a hand.
Everybody move!
Liam shouted. My stomach tightened again as Liam rushed away. He mounted Julian and the dragon took to the skies before I could process what was going on. Down the street, a group of Anachi students had gathered. Anachi creatures joined them at their heels until they'd formed a circle. The students joined hands and they bowed their heads in unison. Each wore a similar expression of concentration. Between the crystals and their lessons in intrafusion, it didn't take long for a white ball of Anachi light to begin forming. The ball hovered in the center of their circle for several moments before growing too big to contain. My heart jumped as it shot upward toward the sky as if it had just been launched out of a cannon. I watched in awe as it exploded high above our heads like a brilliant white firework. The light dispersed into the shape of a dome, encompassing Hokavale in a protection shield once again. I didn't think it was as big or as strong as Luana's shield, but it was going to have to do for now. And ancestors, I hope it held. Hurry, Doya said sharply to Imogen, Luana, and me. We must protect the baby. My heart hammered as Imogen and I helped Luana to her feet, but it dropped deep within my chest as I stood. I heard the sound of a light pop first, then felt the gush of warm water between my legs. Doya was the first to notice I'd frozen up. What is it, Sophia? I swallowed the lump forming in my throat. I don't think we're going to make it to the caves. My water just broke. Haloki was the first to react. She reached out to Luana before gesturing for Imogen and Doya to follow. Come, girls. We must get Sophia home. There's no time to waste. My heart pounded out of control, and I gasped as painful contractions rippled across my middle. I'd been having them for a few hours now, I realized, but I'd written them off as cramps. Now I couldn't deny the truth as the agony increased with every new pulse. I didn't want this to be my reality. This wasn't how I'd pictured my labor to go, but yet I had no choice. Liam was gone, fighting in a battle I had no certainty he'd come back from. I'd have to do this without him. This baby was coming, and it was at the worst possible time.
Chapter 23. Liam. Can't these stupid fucks take a break? It's Christmas. I was complaining under my breath as we were en route to combat Oleander's army. The Anachi students had gotten the force field back up, but the damage had been done, and the elders knew where we were. With enough pressure, they could use their magic to break the force field down once again, unless we fought back and forced the elders to go back where they came from. Of course, these assholes had to wait for the day of my wife's due date to try and pick a fight. I was majorly pissed. They were going to be eating teeth and blood once I got done with them. A battalion of resistance fighters were already waiting for us on the beach. The Navita there were constructing a huge wall of earth at least 50 feet high around the area to stall any task force that made it to shore. Jake had arrived before us, along with a collection of Yapluma soldiers. He was commanding people left and right to their positions as battle preparations were hastily made under the light of the moon. I did a quick glance around. Hundreds of Yapluma were sailing through the air, Tawakwa surfing the waves beneath them. Coigny stood on the beach, creating a barricade of fire. I saw Lindsay, Bren, and Miranda charging the barricade with their magic, while their familiars marched in front of it protectively. Behind the barricade, Cade was doing his best to add as much earth as he could to the wall with the aid of the other Navita. Trace was helping him, but his hands shook as he cast his magic, throwing anxious glances at the ocean. Arabelle prowled before the earth wall, haunches rolling and teeth exposed as she growled a low warning at the sea. I landed Julian on the beach and dismounted. Ezra slid off Diami, and Jonah jumped off Squeaks as we approached Jake. Sabor flew high above him, his eyes fixed on the horizon for signs of the approaching warriors. "Where are we?" I asked, getting straight to the details. There was no time to mess around when an army of task force could show up any minute. "According to our spies, Kinpago isn't coming out in full force. They're only sending their best warriors. I'm certain they think the resistance is a small uprising, and this will be an easy fight." Jake's expression hardened. "Little do they know we won't be so simple to defeat." "So where do you need us?" I had an idea already, but I wanted to be sure. They were coming from the land, but since the Anachi have got the shield going again, the army has changed directions and is attempting to launch a surprise attack by air and sea. They'll be arriving from the west. Luckily, we have intel, so we know they're coming, Jake responded. "What about Coigny and Navita soldiers?" Ezra questioned. "There won't be many. Oleander has kept the majority of the Coigny and Navita forces back in Kinpago to defend it if anything goes wrong. I'm sure he's concerned a surprise counterattack. He's been spooked ever since we liberated the camps and is implementing more security," Jake said. "He's playing it safe in the hope we'll be a pushover. This will most likely be an assault by water and air elementi." "So I'm guessing those are the people you need to send them packing," Jonah stated. "Correct. We need Tawakwa out in the water and Yapluma in the air on the front lines," Jake said. "They'll be our main defense against what's coming. If the elders make it past us, they'll run into the Coigny waiting on the beach. The Navita are our last stand. If their wall fails..." Jake trailed off. We all knew what could happen then. "I'll be with my men, commanding the Yapluma from the air. A commander's no good if he can't get his hands dirty," Jake noted. "And I'll be right beside you," Jonah added. The two men entwined hands, and Jonah gave Jake a reassuring smile, like he was certain it'd be all right. "I'll command the Tawakwa from the sea. We'll back you up," I said. "Do you think this is going to work?" Ezra asked cautiously. "We knew this day would come eventually. We've had these defensive maneuvers planned for decades," Jake replied. "Now it's only a matter of if we've come prepared." "They will work," Jonah replied confidently. "Ain't no way they'll get through to Hoka Vale." I contemplated things quickly. "Maybe we don't have to fight." You crazy?" Jonah raised his eyebrow. "The elders are coming to stick our heads in a place where the sun don't shine." "Hear me out. There are plenty of Tawakwa on the task force. I'm their rightful chief," I said. "If I ask them to stand down, they might follow. We'll outnumber them. The task force will either have to return to Kinpago or surrender." "That's not going to work," Jonah argued. "I'm for peace as much as you are, but even if they want to follow you, the Tawakwa working for Oleander are scared shitless of him. They'll do whatever he says just because they think there's no other way. I don't want to start my chiefhood like this. Any leader who leads their people into war has failed them, I said. I apologize, Chief Maito, but if we're going to defend ourselves, there is no other way. Jake frowned. You can make an attempt, but I'm certain this day will end in nothing but blood. I knew he was right, but I at least had to try. What the hell are you doing here? I heard Ezra snarl. I turned to see Stevie swing off of Nihoni as the Griffin hybrid swam up the beach. Stevie walked on shore with her hands on her hips, water dripping off of her. I'm here to fight, she stated. What, did you think I'd just sit home and cower while you boys have all the fun? You stopped me from helping you liberate the camps. You aren't going to stop me from protecting my people. You're not going out there, Ezra said viciously. You'll get hurt. Stevie threw her head back and laughed. I'm the one who'll be causing pain, I assure you. You've never been in a battle. You don't know what it's like out there. I won't let you risk your life, Ezra shouted. And I won't let you risk yours. Not unless I'm out there with you, Stevie insisted. Diami gave angry caws, while Nihoni slapped her tail in discontentment. It was the first time I'd ever seen them argue, but it was clear neither of them were budging. Ez, let her fight, I said. She has just as much right to be here as you. But she is sick. So am I. Let her fight for what she loves. Ezra's mouth became thin. Fine. He rounded on Stevie. Stay close to me. If you can keep up, Stevie deadpanned. Ezra, I need my counsel, I told him. I'm counting on you as backup if things go wrong. He nodded. He clambered back onto Diami as I mounted Julian, and Stevie got back onto Nihoni. She sailed below us as we flew our familiars toward the center of the ocean. Jake and Jonah soared beside us on their hippogriffs toward the Yapluma Air Force, who was hovering over the line of Tawakwa waiting in the ocean. The Tawakwa soldiers were lined up for more than a mile, their familiars churning the waters and making the ocean agitated. I saw many familiar faces in the resistance below. I didn't want to do this, but I had no choice. I had to put some Tawakwa at risk to save the rest of us. I wasn't a chief who desired to lead his people into battle unless there was no other way, and the resistance was backed into a corner. The beach had been evacuated. The only people who weren't here were Maddie and Drew, who I'd instructed to stay in Hokavale, as well as the women we'd left behind to help Sophia just in case she went into labor. Ancestors, I prayed that wouldn't happen with me gone. There was too much on the line today. We either had to win this fight or the resistance was done. There was no other option. Bane was waiting for us out in the water. He was riding Thalassa, who seemed calm as she kept her gaze fixed on the horizon. Wyatt was also there, appearing incredibly alone as he kept himself aloft on the water's surface. I caught sight of Amelia and Mr. and Mrs. Henley working together to freeze a large wave, to form a third barrier to slow the army up. "What's our orders, Chief?" Wyatt yelled up to me as Julian hovered close. "Hold the line. Don't let them get to shore," I stated. "And if they do get past us, hit them with everything you've got." "Simple. I like it." Wyatt surfed across the ocean waves to give my orders to the rest of the Tawakwa and the familiars forming the central battalion. The skies began to darken. Lightning ignited across them as Jonah called upon the wind and storms to work in our favor. The Tawakwa around me spread their hands over the water. Their magic worked together, and the ocean's crests grew larger until they became tidal waves, and even I was scared of their power. The water familiars hung back so they wouldn't get caught up in their torrential fury. Bane was more somber than I'd ever seen him. He clung tightly to Thalassa's horns as he watched the incoming storms. "This will be one of the greatest battles of our time. But it won't be the last." I was determined that the resistance make it through today, whatever it took. We heard them before we saw them. A line of task force members approached from over the sea. Yapluma flew over the waters while Tawakwa came cruising in across a huge wave that was the size of a tsunami. They came riding water familiars and soaring on creatures with wings that blocked out the skies. There had to be hundreds, both elementi and familiar. A stone sank in my gut and dragged my hopes to the bottom of the sea as I watched their shadows grow. I'd been in battles before, but I'd only been trying to escape, survive. Now I was in an actual war, and I was fighting for something I believed in. I was the leader of my tribe, and my people depended on me to get us through this. I wouldn't back down. I'd bring the wrath of the entire ocean if it meant protecting my little girl, who was due to arrive at any time. Bane, don't let them get through to your daughter, I told him as I watched the incoming line of soldiers sail closer and closer. His eyes darkened. They will have to take my life. Thalassa rumbled in agreement. The opposing army slowed as they approached us, and the tsunami began to halt. They were less than 50 feet away when they came to a stop completely. The only sounds that could be heard were the lashing of the waves and the beating wings of familiars pumping against the thunder. Nobody moved. It seemed both sides were waiting for orders from their commanders. I urged Julian forward. As he hovered before the army, I took a deep breath to speak. I felt Jonah's magic encompass me to project my voice as I addressed the task force. People of Tawakwa, I cried. You don't have to do this. You know my name. I am Liam Maito, firstborn and rightful chief of Tawakwa. I have gone through the ceremony and been accepted by the ancestors. You know as well as I that Oleander has no claim on our tribe. I beg you, leave your place on the task force and join us. We will accept you into our ranks as one of our own. For too long, the Hawkeye have been divided by hatred and bitterness. Let us unify into one tribe. I couldn't see the expressions of the people behind the helmets, but by the way their bodies tensed as they rode the waves, I knew many were shocked. They probably wondered how I'd been accepted to the chiefhood and why I had a dragon at my command. This is preposterous, a hideous voice interrupted my speech. I saw at the head of the wave someone I truly despised. Fucking Elder Malison and Elder Poole. Oleander had sent them to make sure the job got done. I knew Malison's Kraken and Poole's Leviathan were swimming somewhere in the deep, waiting to strike. Malison remained vengefully rigid, his sneering gaze on me, while Poole cowered behind him. He'd been forced to come here, I was sure. Oleander is the chief of Tawakwa. This boy has no claim to you, Malison told his army. Blood is more important than loyalty to one family. His father betrayed our tribe, and his son turned his back on the ways of the Hawkeye. We must punish them. Massacre and genocide have no place in the Hawkeye culture, I replied. Oleander has destroyed everything. He's ruined our homes, our lives, even our faith in the ancestors themselves. My voice grew stronger. But Oleander can't take any of that from you unless you allow it to happen. Choose to resist. Take a stand against what's wrong and become the Elementi I know you are, the Elementi you were always meant to be. If anyone moves, it'll be treason, Malison screamed. That was his favorite fucking word, and he loved to scream it at anyone who had the bravery to think for themselves. A few very brave Tawakwa had the courage to break ranks. 3 took off their helmets. They tossed them into the ocean and swam their familiars to the opposite side to join us. No one else moved. The majority of them weren't going to change sides. They were too afraid of Oleander. Who was too big of a coward to be here, I saw. Neither he nor Skyless were anywhere to be found. It was great being a dictator when you could send everyone else to die for you. With the betrayal of 3 mere Toaqua, Malison flew into a rage. His face turned red, and he flung out a crooked finger as he screamed, "Attack!" The two sides converged. The tsunami came crashing down. Members of the resistance went flying everywhere as the wave crashed them deep into the sea. Julian flew above it. I hung on, and Jonah's lightning cracked across the night sky, striking Yapluma from the air. Thalassa gave a roar, and I watched her and Bane plunge headfirst into the tsunami with her jaw wide, slaying dozens of task force members as they met untimely ends between her fangs. Everything became instant chaos. I'd thought there'd be some sort of organization to the battle, but no such thing existed. There was only blood and discord. It soon became a battle of whose magic was stronger as the Elementi warred to control the waves and the air. Some task force members raised Noxite guns. I began to panic. No fucking way. If they shot those into the crowd and we lost our magic, we'd be fucking done for. I raised my hands. I could feel the other Toaqua in the area controlling the water, but their orders to the ocean fell flat when challenged by mine. I was undoubtedly the strongest Toaqua here, and I'd show Malison exactly who he was dealing with. I commanded 50-foot waves to rise, directing themselves at the dozens of task force members shooting into the oncoming resistance. They barely had time to look up before the waves smashed onto their heads. Noxite guns and people went flying. The screams overhead were quickly doused as the task force was struck by the incredible wave. My magic felt it as people were crushed and drowned. Familiars struggled to get air and failed. Toaqua tried to resist the wave, use their water magic to find a way out, but my powers wouldn't let them. It kept them under until they gave up struggling, and I felt a collective breath of the Toaqua below me go out all at once, like a candle. I hated to do this. I didn't want to kill my own people. It fucking gutted me. I couldn't stand to accept the kind of monster I was for doing this to my own tribe. Yet in war, we all had to make sacrifices. My humanity was a small part of that. The task force members who'd managed to come up from the wave were immediately met with Julian's fire. Though I had reservations about slaying Elementi, Julian was a dragon, and he had no such restrictions. His fire encompassed the top halves of the Toaqua struggling to breathe. I pressed myself to Julian's neck and hung on as he agilely flew through the skies, igniting the bodies of task force and familiars all around us. Jake and Jonah flew close to one another. Jake barked orders at the Yapluma resistance, who were unfortunately dropping like flies as they tried and failed to battle against the magic of the task force. Jake sent water spouts spinning across the ocean, but they were combated and destroyed by Yapluma with their own air magic. Jonah tried to make up for it, blasting off lightning bolt after lightning bolt with all the fury of the Storm Lord. Yapluma attempted to fly around and duck Jonah's hits, but most weren't quick enough. He sent plenty of smoking bodies, both Elementi and familiar, plunging down into the sea, never to be heard from again. Squeaks and Sabor had both gotten into fights with other hippogriffs. The birds clawed at each other in midair, going in for the kill. The male hippogriffs looked as if they were stallions battling for dominance. Saber kicked his opponent in the head and dazed his enemy just long enough to give a fatal blow to the spine. It wasn't seconds before another hippogriff was upon him, but Saber was ruthless, fighting as if this was his territory and he would die to defend it. Squeaks's opponent kicked her in the jaw and sent her spiraling downward toward the sea, but she recovered quickly, long enough to spin around just as her enemy attacked. As he reached forward to rip out her organs, she lashed out just in time and dug her beak into his neck, ripping out his artery. The hippogriff gave a moan, then its wings failed. The creature crashed into the water, its blood spraying across the ocean and creating a dark maroon pool. I spotted Carter flying Tiara over the horizon, directing her so she knocked Yapluma out of the sky. Amelia had joined hands with her parents, and the three of them combined their magic to create a deadly whirlpool. Task Force screamed as they were trapped within the powerful rush of water. Amelia's hair whipped around her face, and she bit her lip in concentration as the Henleys struggled to keep the whirlpool going against the command of the other Tawakwa. Madam Wells was riding her killer whale, who was skimming the surface of the sea. As the whale swam, Wells stood on his back and moved her hands in a circular motion. A column of water erupted at her command and ricocheted toward the sky. She sent it spinning outward, and any task force unlucky enough to get in the way were immediately sucked into the column, unable to emerge again. Wyatt looked like he was in a pinch. He was surfing the waves, sending jets of water out as fast as he could at any task force that approached, yet they were closing in. I told Julian to go down. As I sent my hand flying outward, another wave came and submerged the task force chasing him. I reached out a hand, and he grabbed it. I yanked Wyatt onto Julian's back, and the dragon had to swing to the side to avoid getting hit by a Yapluma air blast. "This is a bit hairy, eh?" Wyatt cried out over the sounds of the battle. Though he'd shouted, I'd barely heard him. "Just a bit." I shot a jet of water at the task force member who tried to cut me in half with his air blast. He took it in the head, slamming down into the sea full force. Stevie rode Nihoni through the rough waves, but the cipher handled the churning sea like a champ. She easily swam across the rushing sea effortlessly. Stevie raised her hands, and as Nihoni rushed by a group of task force, she created a water funnel with her magic. The funnel was 20 feet long and just as high. It wrapped the task force within its waters, flinging them miles backward into the ocean beyond. Stevie created another funnel and another until she was manipulating 10 at once. Stevie tossed the opposing task force and their familiars far off into the horizon. She played the funnels like a puppeteer, making them move to her command with merely a flick of her fingers. Ezra watched from Diami's back, amazed as his tiny streams of magic fizzled out. She was clearly showing Ez up. Ezra gaped as he saw Stevie perform spectacular feats of magic like some sea goddess, while she smirked in triumph. "Glad she's on our side," Wyatt said. I couldn't agree more. The Henleys' whirlpool was beginning to die down. Amelia was slumped over in exhaustion. She struggled to keep hold of her parents' hands. Their faces had long turned white. Someone needed to intercede, fast. "Drop me over there," Wyatt said, pointing to the Henleys' whirlpool. Julian flew overhead and Wyatt leapt downward. He surfed the waves and took position on the opposite side of the whirlpool. The whirlpool sputtered until it expanded again. Wyatt helped push it outward to give chase after task force members. With the aid of Wyatt's magic, the Henleys were able to get the whirlpool's strength up again and even expand it. But I worried they wouldn't be able to last much longer. "Ez, they need backup," I cried out, pointing to Wyatt. "We've got it. Just hold on." Ezra jumped off of Diami's back and landed in the sea. He looked upward. Diami pumped his giant wings until he was level with the lightning crackling across the sky. The Thunderbird gave a loud cry that shook the air as he entered into the storm clouds. As he hovered in the air, Jonah's lightning gathered around his form until the electricity was crackling off his wings and gathering into a ball at his chest. Diami opened his beak, and a beam of lightning emitted from it in a powerful blast. It struck a task force dragon, and the creature took the blow in the chest. The dragon cried out before its eyes rolled in the back of its head, and it crashed into the sea, its body smoking from the blow. Diami continued to shoot at familiars in the sky with lightning blasts from his beak. He used his long tail as a whip to fling bolts of lightning at the task force battalion. As they struck, the lightning bolts acted like bombs, exploding on impact and sending bolts of electricity whizzing through the water. Anyone near the explosions was killed instantly. "That a boy, Diami!" Ezra cheered. I gave a quick glance over the battle to take record. The task force hadn't managed to advance. Holy shit, we were winning. We were holding them in place, and if we continued to do so, eventually Malison and Poole would have to give up. I hoped. Poole was a coward, but Malison never gave up. The old bastard would die first before he surrendered. Just as I was wondering where their familiars were, a colossal roar broke through the rage of the fight. Julian screeched and lurched to the side. I had to grab hold of one of his horns to keep from getting flung off. A massive tentacle had risen out of the water and was heading in our direction. One of the suction pads was almost as big as Julian himself. I steered Julian out of the way as the tentacle came crashing out of the sea. More tentacles began rising around us. I backed Julian off in horror as a giant red mantle rose from the deep. The giant squid was at least 300 feet long, a real monster. I watched in terror as the kraken's tentacles snatched dragons, griffins, and pegasi out of the sky, snapping them like twigs as its large red eyes blinked without feeling. The kraken had arrived, but it wasn't alone. Another creature jumped out of the depths, grabbing a periton in its jaws to pull the deer down below. The second monster had a long neck, a flat face, and fins that were ribbed with spines, sharp scales lining its massive body. Poole's familiar, the Leviathan. As the Leviathan crashed down, there was a rumbling sound from the ocean, and bubbles began rising. Many people screamed. Bodies were thrown from the water as a third creature came out of the depths, bringing all the fury of hell with it. I didn't know what the hell it was, didn't even know what to call it, but I knew if we got close to the thing, it'd kill us all. It resembled a long, slimy, gray worm. It had no eyes and no other features, but what it did have was a very large mouth and thousands of spinning teeth inside, which it displayed as the worm opened its mouth and roared. There was an elementi riding the sea worm's back, controlling the waves around it. The Tawakwa made it so nobody could get through the water and to the sea worm. Yet there was one creature strong enough to overpower the waves. A glimmering of sapphire scales shot past my vision, and I watched as Thalassa charged through. She roared as she dove forward, sinking her teeth into the sea worm's side. The worm gave a screech and attempted to divert its hundreds of spinning fangs in Thalassa's direction, but the sea serpent outmaneuvered him, swimming underneath the worm only to rise up and toss him out of the water. The worm went sailing, but the elementi on its back held on. The worm regained its balance and slithered through the water toward Thalassa, who was waiting for it. She dove her fangs forward and back again, striking like a cobra as she delivered heavy critical blows to the creature. Bane's teeth were gritted as he magically warred with the other rider. Both of them were attempting to make the ocean listen, but they seemed equally matched. The waves appeared confused, washing from this way to that as the magic manipulated them in different directions. Worse was the thrashing of Thalassa and the sea worm, which killed several people unlucky enough to be found in their path. Thalassa wrapped herself around the sea worm's body and squeezed, attempting to choke the life out of it. Yet Thalassa was only so strong, and though the sea worm couldn't get out of her hold, it also wasn't enough to kill the beast. The Kraken and Leviathan began slaughtering. The water turned red with the onslaught of their attack as they ripped elementi and creatures limb from limb. No one was spared. Some were torn in half by Leviathan teeth, others ripped apart by the Kraken's tentacles. I watched, sick, as the Kraken took a live man and deposited him in his beak, swallowing him whole. These monsters could devastate the entire Resistance army. We were losing this fight. "We need to contain these creatures! Stop them!" Jake cried out. Attention immediately turned to killing the 3 monsters. The Resistance fighters abandoned holding back the task force and instead worked together against the Kraken and Leviathan. Familiars swarmed in from above, but their teeth and claws didn't even scratch the skin of the monsters, and more often than not, magical creatures were killed in the process. Fire from dragons bounced off the creatures' backs like it was nothing. Not even Diami and Jonah's lightning bolts were enough to hurt them. The lightning deflected, shooting off into the sky and causing more harm than good. I tried and failed to intercede. As powerful as my magic was, my massive waves probably felt like a gentle massage as they rammed against the creatures over and over. Any ice we tried to create to freeze the creatures in place, they broke easily. It's like they were children playing with toys in the bathtub, and we had no say in our fate. Malison and Poole surfed on a large wave nearby. Poole seemed grim, his mouth a thin line, but Malison was laughing over and over at the carnage like this was his own personal entertainment. Thalassa had let the sea worm go and changed her strategy. She attempted to rip chunks out of the sea worm with her teeth to slow it down, while Bane used the water as whips to assault its rider. The rider had made a shield of water and was resisting Bane's blows, but the shield was barely holding up. As Thalassa lurched forward again, the sea worm took an opportunity to strike. Its thousands of teeth latched onto Thalassa's neck, ripping all the way down to her shoulder. Thalassa screeched and tried to get away as blood poured from her scales, but the sea worm seemed to be some kind of parasite. It didn't want to let go. Thalassa brought up her fin tail and smacked it against the head of the sea worm over and over until the worm finally released his hold. As it did so, Thalassa gave a harrowing cry of pain that made my insides lurch. Bane's water whips fell back into the sea. He hurriedly bent down to examine the injury. A large portion of Thalassa's flesh was shredded, and it weakened her. She'd survive as long as the sea worm didn't give her another blow. Bane's face contorted in rage. He gave a cry of anger, and as he flung his hands outward, I saw ice spread over the ocean and lock the sea worm in its grasp. The elementi riding it tried to intervene, but Bane wrapped a stream of water around him and froze that too, so that his arms were pinned to his sides and he couldn't move. Thalassa saw her opportunity and dived. She opened her jaw wide. The sea worm cried out as Thalassa's jaws dug into him viciously. I watched as she emerged victorious with the worm's heart in her jaws, which she swallowed in one gulp. The elementi on the worm's back sputtered and died. Bane's ice cracked and gave way as the sea worm sank downward. Thalassa reared her head, triumphant, though she seemed unsteady, and blood poured from the wound the sea worm had given her. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed the flash of task force helmets as a battalion sailed by. I turned on Julian's back and watched in horror as the task force battalion, or what was left of it, snuck past us and arrived on shore. I realized Malison's plan just as it had succeeded. The arrival of the sea worm, along with the Kraken and the Leviathan, were enough to keep the resistance fighters busy. We'd been tricked. "Jake!" I cried out, but he already knew. The commander realized he'd been fooled just as we couldn't do anything to stop it. The sea worm was dead, killed by Thalassa, but it was too little too late. The Kraken and Leviathan still survived, and they were slaying anyone who got close. What was more, Thalassa was wounded. She couldn't help us further without killing herself. "They've broken through the line!" I heard Jake cry out. My heart plummeted. The task force Tawakwa were using the ocean to quench the Coigny barricade. Lindsay, Miranda, and Bren, along with the other Coigny resistance, rushed along the shoreline to keep the firewall burning, but the flames noticeably shrank as the Tawakwa had an endless supply of water on the beach, and the Coigny only had so much energy to keep the flames alive. Some of the task force managed to get past the fire barricade and were currently assaulting the earth wall that Navita had put up. Even from here, I knew Cade was struggling as he and the other Navita fought to keep the earth wall standing against the onslaught of both air and water. It had all been a trap. The task force had lured us into a false sense of security, led us believe we were winning just long enough to get our guard down. We were being overwhelmed. The monstrous familiars were providing a great enough distraction that the task force was getting through. Even with powerful familiars and incredible feats of magic, it wasn't enough to save the resistance. Unless someone stopped their commanders. Malison and Poole were running this show. If they went down, the army would become disorganized. We might have a chance of winning this thing. Of course, I'm sure they thought the same thing about me. Sucks for them, I wasn't easy to kill. I didn't want to take any more lives, but this wasn't going to end. There was no other choice. I had to end them. But how? If I killed Malison and Poole, their familiars would die too, and the problem of the monsters would be solved, but the Kraken and Leviathan were protecting them. I couldn't get past the creatures and get close enough to kill them. No water power I had would end this. No matter how strong of an elementi I was, normal magic couldn't stop this. That's when it clicked. I had to stop fighting them like a normal elementi. I had never been normal. I'd always been weird, unique. That was my strength. I was an exceptional Tawakwa, and if I was going to take them down, I had to do it my way. And I had to do it alone, so no one else got hurt. Before I became chief, I didn't believe one man could make a difference. Now I was going to see just how much of a difference one man could make. "Get everyone out of the area," I shouted to Jake. "I'll handle this." His eyebrows knitted together in confusion. "Are you suggesting what I think you are?" "Take the resistance fighters and push the task force back from the shore," I cried out. "I promise you, I've got this." "Are you crazy?" Jonah screamed. "You're not strong enough to take them on by yourself." "Yes, I am." My tone was firm. My eyes locked with his as I said, "Jonah, trust me." I'd given him that same look in the elemental cup. I'd done it before in the Anachi Temple, at the riots, in the Battle of Arenda Academy. He knew I meant business. He also knew there was no talking me out of it. Jonah gave a nod to Jake. His eyes were unsure, but I heard Jake call out, "Fall back! Stop the onslaught on shore!" Jonah gave a hesitant look back at me as he flew after Jake to help the resistance. The only people who stayed nearby were Ezra, who refused to leave me, and Stevie, who refused to leave him. They rode their familiars against the waves as they watched me fly Julian away. "Liam, what are you doing?" Ezra cried out. "Get yourselves out of the way," I snapped. I ignored any further protests and advanced Julian toward the Kraken and the Leviathan. My shaking hands ran over Julian's scales as we drew within reach of the monsters. "I'm gonna need your help, buddy," I told Julian. He grumbled a pact. He was not afraid. Malison's greedy eyes fell on me, and a harsh, red-hot band of hatred ran across my chest. He surveyed me with his lip turned up like I was some kind of filth. Malison had been one of the people who'd killed my father. 1,000 years of pain couldn't amount to the grief he'd caused me. So I'd give it right back to him by taking away the one thing that could hurt an elementi the most. I couldn't stop Malison or Poole's hearts from here. They were too far away, and that kind of magic wouldn't work on something as powerful as the monsters they controlled. But I didn't need to override the Kraken's power or the Leviathan's. I just needed to take it. "What's he doing?" Poole asked nervously. The Leviathan gave an anxious groan as Julian hissed a predatory growl. "Most likely sacrificing himself, the fool. Giving yourself up won't save your pathetic little resistance," Malison yelled. "I'll give you one chance," I warned. "Stand down." Malison threw back his head and cackled that hideous laugh again. "You're delusional. Finish them off!" The Kraken lurched forward, tentacles reaching for Julian and I. The Leviathan leapt out of the water, jaws wide. I took a deep breath and held it in. I focused all my attentions on the Kraken. I reached out with my magic and felt the power coursing through its body. The amount of magical energy it had seemed vast and endless, more than any other creature. The same with the Leviathan. No matter where my magic went, their power never seemed to end. Through it, I could feel Malison's connection to his familiar, as well as Poole's, though it was noticeably weaker. Jeez, no wonder Malison had been able to creep around for so long. The Kraken had enough magical power to keep the old bastard going for another 100 years. I needed to redirect that energy. But there was no time to channel it slowly. This would take everything I got. I steadied myself, then anchored my powers to the Kraken and the Leviathan, connecting myself to them as I did to Julian. I was worried the spell would backfire and the monsters would end up sucking all the magic out of me. But instead, the powers from the monsters burst forward like a broken dam and began flowing into me relentlessly, like a waterfall pounding into a stream. Taking all the Kraken's power and the Leviathan's on top of it should have killed me. There was nowhere in my body for all that magical energy to go. But I was connected to Julian, and though we weren't bonded, his imprint still left an unbreakable magical tie. He was a dragon, a powerful magical creature, and he was strong enough to hold the energy I gave him. I sent the magical energy flowing down that tie to Julian, where it coursed through his body and nestled there, ready for me to use as a well when I drew from it. The Leviathan dropped out of the air in surprise. It landed on the water and floundered, trying to right itself, but finding it barely had the strength to keep itself afloat. The Kraken screeched, sinking into the depths and twisting its tentacles in uncontrollable pain. The monsters wailed as I continued to drain their powers away, making them weaker and weaker. The wave that Malison and Poole created began to shrink. It became minuscule, then nothing at all. Malison flapped his arms against the water to keep aloft, while Poole swam frantically, trying to figure out what was going on. "Poole, restore the wave, you insolent weakling!" Malison hissed. Poole raised his hand, but his face blanched when nothing happened. "My powers!" he yelped. "They're gone!" "Ridiculous!" Malison tried to cast, but he also came up short. His wrinkled visage became astounded when the water didn't move at his command. "What is the meaning of this?" Malison spat up water. "Explain yourself, boy." "I took your magic," I replied. "What power your familiars gave you now resides in me." Except I couldn't hold on to it for much longer, and neither could Julian. All that power had to go somewhere, and it was going out. I could barely control what happened next. The magic came erupting out of me in a colossal burst. It exploded from Julian and I and sent the ocean ricocheting into a shockwave. The very sound made my ears ring and go deaf. The sea spanned out below me until I could see the ocean floor miles below and the sandy bottom. The magic burst created a crater there, and the water fanned out in a circular spout. My hair swept back, and my clothes rustled around my form. Julian spread his wings to stay in the air, though his body shook with the effort. It was like we were in the eye wall of a hurricane. The Kraken and the Leviathan both got swept up in the magical blast. The head of the Leviathan was decapitated by the wind and the water. It went sailing in another direction than the body. The Kraken was carved to pieces by the magical explosion, ink gushing from its body and turning the ocean black. I saw Poole and Malison get swept beneath the depths by the undertow. The last I saw of them was Malison's withered hand reaching upward as it fell beneath the waves. Their magical energy faded from my body and returned to the ocean. It was then I knew that they were both dead. After the blast was done, the ocean sloshed back inward, filling up the crater and returning the sea to its natural state. The waves crashed angrily, then became still. Julian gave a moan. His head bowed and his wings slumped. He went down. I felt the cold water swell around me as we both crashed into the depths of the ocean, slowly sinking downward into the inky blackness where no light could be found. My dragon and I floated toward the bottom. I tried to summon a wave to save us both, but there was nothing left in me. Draining the magical energy from the Kraken and the Leviathan had left me spent. It had nearly killed me, if it hadn't already. Death was peaceful, and dying in water was the perfect way to go. I was so tired I forgot there was a family waiting back home for me. I didn't know if what I'd done had won us the battle, but I'd tried to save them. I'd tried so hard. I only wished I could have saved my dragon, seen my wife one last time. And by the ancestors, I wish I could have met my beautiful daughter. I hope Sophia told Ava Marie about me, how much I loved her. That kid hadn't even taken her first breath yet, and already she was my whole freaking world. Or what was left of it. I closed my eyes, and the last thing I saw was Julian's red scales as they became enveloped by the totality of the darkness.
Chapter 24. Sophia. I gasped for breath as contractions rippled through my abdomen. While Liam was down at the beach fighting off the task force, I was waging my own battle inside our home. Outside, wind whipped by the window, and we could hear the roar of sea creatures in the distance. The voices of Anachi students trying to hold the shield could be heard from down the canyon. In the bedroom, it felt as if my body had betrayed me, like it was trying to rip me apart from the inside out. At first, all I felt were a few cramps, nothing more than I got on my period. But the pain quickly accelerated until I was writhing on the bed, waves of nausea washing over me. It will all be worth it when my baby girl arrives, I thought to myself. 4 women surrounded me, but I barely noticed them moving around the room. All my focus had turned inward. I lay completely naked on my side, trembling on the bed. "How long will this take?" I asked Luana. It must have been hours already, but I'd lost all sense of time. I didn't know how much longer I could do this. Luana's eyebrows knitted together as she watched my lips move. Apparently, I wasn't speaking very clearly because she didn't understand me. "Every woman is different," Haloki answered. "Everything is progressing as normal." I was about to reply, but another contraction came. The pain was deep in my abdomen, along my cervix, but it felt as if every muscle in my body contracted at once. Imogen knelt beside the bed and squeezed my hand tightly. "Sophia, look at me. Keep your focal point. Remember to breathe." I opened my eyes and kept them on Imogen. She took deep breaths and used her fingers to count the seconds to guide me. Without her, I'd probably forget how to breathe. Finally, the contraction ended and I had a moment of reprieve. But I knew it would only last a minute before the next contraction came.
She needs painkillers, Doya insisted as she came into the room with a tub of hot water. Beatrice followed behind with a stack of towels.
Sophia has requested a natural birth, Haloki reminded her.
We have Anachi powers on hand,
Doya said, though I was too focused on making it through the next contraction that I couldn't read her tone.
Why not use those powers?
Because it can cause complications, Haloki answered. When it comes to birthing new life, the body must break before it can heal. Doya set the tub on the table beside Haloki, and the two worked together to spread warm towels over my body and rub my aching muscles. Meanwhile, Luana monitored my vitals, and Imogen helped me breathe through contractions. Essis had gone into the living room to grab the throw blanket off the couch to provide extra warmth. He returned and draped it over my shoulders. He and Sierra were the only creatures in the room, besides Beatrice. The others had stayed in the living room so they wouldn't crowd me. Haloki rubbed my shoulder while I squeezed my eyes shut and tried to breathe through the pain. Sophia, Luana's going to check your cervix now. I nodded that it was okay because I couldn't find the strength to breathe. Luana placed a latex glove on her hand and gently reached inside of me. I barely felt her, as my focus was on other parts of my aching body. Luana says you're 7 centimeters dilated, Haloki announced. We still have a ways to go. I groaned. I didn't know how much longer I could do this. It was unbearable. Is there anything more I can do? Imogen asked. Can I get you another pillow, Sophia? Some water might be... I started to say, but I gagged on my words. Trash can! Imogen quickly grabbed the garbage and I leaned over and puked. The scent of stomach acid assaulted my nose, which only made me puke again. Loud gags filled the room. Essis scurried up to me and grabbed my face the second I stopped puking. Concern filled his big blue eyes, as if to ask if I was okay. I'll be fine, buddy, I assured him. As soon as I stop feeling like I'm about to die. I said it to make light of the situation, but Essis didn't read my tone. He took it seriously, like he actually thought I was on the brink of death. I felt his warm, calm, healing magic flow into me before I could stop him. Essis, no! I cried. But the damage was already done. His healing magic flowed into me and rushed to the site of the deepest agony. For a moment, everything felt painless. Then Sierra flew forward and dragged Essis off of me. She knew his healing magic would only make the labor worse. She was trying to save me. The moment his healing hands left my face, the pain returned full force. It came back stronger than ever, like 100 pounds of bricks to my stomach. I gasped, but the air around me seemed so heavy I couldn't drag any of it into my lungs. I gulped in shallow breaths, but it didn't seem to help. I screamed. My cervix contracted and expanded in painful tremors, and my whole body heated to the point where the hot towels on my legs started steaming. My womb spasmed, as did the muscles in my back. I arched my back and cried out once more. My heart slammed against my ribcage so hard it rocked my entire body. Essis squealed in horror. Imogen screeched as I squeezed her hand with all my strength. Haloki began barking orders while Beatrice cleaned up the trash can I'd puked into. I barely heard anyone. All I could think was my fire was going to kill my baby, and yet I was in too much pain to voice my worry. I squeezed my eyes shut tightly and tried to pull back my fire, but another contraction started and I couldn't hold back. My scream tore through the room. Sweat dripped down my face. I got hot and cold all at the same time, which only terrified me more. "Liam!" I cried out, forgetting he wasn't there. In desperation, Haloki cooled the water in the tub and tossed it over me, but it did nothing to cool my raging skin. The water boiled the second it hit me and turned into steam a moment later. "Gah!" I cried. Ava Marie shifted inside of me. She pushed against parts of me that shouldn't move, like she was trying to find some way to escape the inferno of my womb. Tears streamed down my face, not because I cared about the pain, but because I feared for my daughter's life.
Help! Help my baby! Now can we use Anachi magic?
Doya barked at Holoki. Luana acted quickly. She forced my legs apart, then placed a hand inside of me to feel for the baby. I forced my eyes open to look at her. My breaths came in shallow heaves I couldn't control, and my heart beat so fast I thought I might pass out. Blood covered Luana's arms all the way to her elbows as it poured out of me and pooled on the bed. Luana's face fell. Her eyes went wide in a way that terrified me to my very core.
Is she okay?
I begged breathlessly. Luana's hands were occupied, so she couldn't answer. It felt as if the weight of 1,000 stones was weighing down on me in that moment. My baby had to be okay. She had to. Imogen managed to tear her hand free of mine. She reached up to push my hair from my face, but she jerked back when she felt the heat on my skin.
Sophia, look at me. You have to calm down. Control your fire. You've got this.
Tears streamed down my face.
No, I don't. I can't stop it. I can't control it.
I turned my gaze to Holoki. She was at Luana's side, her eyes full of worry. They didn't say it out loud, but I could tell something was very wrong.
What's wrong? I demanded. Is she okay?
She's breached, Holoki answered honestly.
No,
My baby had shifted. She was coming out by her back end instead of her head. In such a position, she could die.
there's more,
I accused. I could see it in Holoki's eyes, and I could feel it within my womb. My daughter's energy had shifted. Ava Marie wasn't herself. Holoki placed a gentle hand on my leg. You're going to make it, Sophia. Tears poured from my eyes harder.
I don't care if I make it, I sobbed. Just save my baby girl.
We will do all we can, Holoki promised. But you, Sophia, are our priority. Anger twisted in my gut. I couldn't believe that Holoki would choose me over her own granddaughter. I had already lived a full life. It was time Ava Marie got to live hers. Pain rippled through my abdomen and down my legs. I turned a hard gaze on Luana. Her gaze flickered to my face to read my lips.
You do everything to save her, okay? Anything.
Luana nodded, but there was pain in her eyes, like she was about to lose a friend. My vision blurred and my head rolled backward. Doya huffed and pushed Imogen out of the way. She took my face in her hands. Though my skin was hot and would burn anyone else, she was used to the heat and could take it. She forced me to look directly into her eyes while Luana and Holoki tried to move Ava Marie back into position.
Sophia, focus,
Doya demanded.
I'm going to take your fire and cool you down.
I whimpered. The fear and pain were so intense I barely understood what she was saying. For a moment, my face cooled as Doya controlled the heat from my body and pulled it into her. A second later, she jumped back like she'd been burned. She returned to my side after a split second.
Sophia, you have to let me in. Give your fire to me. If you share it willingly, it will not harm me,
she reminded me. Sobs rocked my body and I squeezed my eyes shut.
I can't. You can,
Doya insisted.
You are the strongest student I've ever had. You created lightning as a first year. You burnt the flesh from your hands to put a bully in her place. You fought alongside members of every house. You are a true Hawkeye if there ever was one. And you are my daughter. You can do anything, Sophia. Do this for your daughter. Save her.
Save her? Of course I had to. I'd do anything to make sure she was all right.
I would love her and protect her until the day I died. If the ancestors willed it, that just might be today. And I was okay with dying, if it meant Ava Marie lived. "Take it," I told Doya. She took my hands and squeezed tightly. It took every ounce of strength I had to manipulate my powers. I gathered them in the center of my chest, where my heart beat so rapidly my whole body quaked. I pushed the magic upward and outward, offering it to her freely. Doya's hands squeezed tighter on mine, and she gritted her teeth. I'd never transferred magic like this before, but if I could share a fireball with another Coigny, I had to be able to share my heat, right? Yet something about the pained look in Doya's eyes suggested it wasn't so simple. The heat seared her as much as it did me, and yet she didn't complain. It was as if this was her way of apologizing for everything that happened between us. She wasn't there for me before, but she was there for me now, in the moment I needed her the most. The heat in my body began to recede. I gulped a deep breath, hoping it was enough to soothe my baby. I glanced back to Hiloki, who was signing a question to Luana that I couldn't see. "The heat's going away," I said breathlessly. "Is she—" I was just about to ask if my baby was okay, but then I felt it. When the heat spiked, Ava Marie's heart rate increased. Now that we'd vanquished it, her pulse had plummeted. I could feel it the way I felt my own heart racing. My spirit magic moved through her, and in that moment I felt nothing. Everything just stopped. A beat passed where I tried to make sense of the total lack of energy between mine and my daughter's bodies. My own magic buzzed at a low frequency, but Ava Marie's, I couldn't feel her at all. "No!" I shrieked, my voice echoing off the walls of the house. "Sophia, it's time to push," Hiloki instructed. "She's still breached!" I cried. I didn't know how I knew, but I could feel that she wasn't in the right position.
Luana, you do anything! You take my life and put it into this baby's, you hear me?
Luana watched my lips move, then nodded firmly.
"Sophia, we're not—"
Imogen started, but I cut her off with a loud scream as I pushed with the next contraction. Imogen's terrified eyes widened, and she rounded the bed to take one of my hands. I gasped and squeezed Doya's hand on the other side. I squeezed so hard I swore I could have broken bones, but neither of them complained. On the other side of the room, Sierra held Essus back, and he wept as he watched helplessly. Another contraction came. I cried out as I felt parts of me tear. Stinging pain radiated between my legs, and my bones were forced apart as Ava Marie's body pushed them aside. The contraction ended. I expected for a moment to see my baby girl, but she hadn't made it out yet. She was stuck. I'd never felt a pain so intense in my whole life, because the pain wasn't just in my womb. It permeated all throughout my body, deep down into my heart and soul, like daggers tearing through every inch of me. My baby girl was almost here, and I'd already lost her. "No!" I screamed. "Ancestors, please, don't take her! Take me instead!" Bargaining was all I had left. My energy had completely drained, and I didn't know if I could push another time. I'd do anything to save my baby girl. "One more push, Sophia," I heard Hiloki say, but my vision was already starting to blur. The blood coated the mattress, my legs, the sheets. There was so much of it, I'd fear I'd drown in it. I didn't think it was possible for a person to lose that much blood and survive. Maybe it wasn't. As the next contraction came, darkness began to close in all around me. I barely registered my own cries as I put every ounce of energy I had left into saving my daughter. I didn't want to leave Liam. I loved him so much.
But I knew he would be okay because he would have our little girl at his side. I could still save her. I pushed with all my might until I thought my body would give out. Until it did. The darkness completely consumed me. For a moment, there was nothing. I didn't feel my daughter slip out of me. I didn't hear the cries of her first breath. For all I knew, she hadn't taken a breath at all. There was just silence. Just blackness. And then I saw a light. It was a bright, brilliant light, like that of Anachi magic. But it was so pure that I had to lift my hand to shade my eyes. All around me was black, except for the light, far in the distance. Ahead of me, I could hear the sound of birds chirping, wind rustling through the trees, and the gentle trickle of a stream. It sounded still and peaceful. I barely had a moment to take it in before I heard the sound of footsteps. 5 figures stepped in front of the bright white light. I walked forward to get a better look at them. The muscular man in front of me wore a feathered headdress, and he bowed reverently toward me. Beside him, a man in a cowboy hat bowed in a similar manner. Next, a woman with a red mane of hair and a corset ball gown curtsied. My ancestors. But they weren't the only ones here. The last 2 people standing in the light were my grandparents. Tears filled my eyes and my heart warmed as I took them all in. They were here to guide me to the ancestral lands. My grandmother stepped forward. Not Betsy, but my other grandma, the one whose DNA I shared, Viola Doya. She looked just like Madame Doya. I couldn't believe I hadn't seen it before. But there was a kindness to her eyes Doya's past had shadowed. I bet my grandmother had been a really good mom. Viola reached a hand out toward me. She wanted me to come to her. I started to take a step forward, but the sound of a newborn's cry stopped me dead in my tracks. I turned around and looked behind me into the darkness. The baby was there, alone and crying out for her mother. My heart broke as the cry continued because I couldn't find her in the darkness. But I knew she needed me, and I needed her. Our souls were tethered, and I couldn't leave her. I turned back to my ancestors. All of them held out a welcoming hand, beckoning me forward to join the ancestors. But I couldn't move toward them. "I'm sorry," I said. "My daughter needs me." Betsy smiled first, like she understood. Then all 5 of them were smiling, giving me their blessing to return. I bowed my head reverently at them. "Thank you." Then I whirled around and raced toward the sound of my daughter's cries. The darkness enveloped me again, but I continued to race forward until I could no longer feel my limbs. I didn't know where I was. All my senses had vanished until a sharp breath passed by my lips, filling my lungs. Beside me, Imogen was weeping over my bedside, and Doya was shaking me. Sierra glowed a brilliant white from above me. It was so beautiful and bright that it nearly blinded me. She fluttered her wings, aiming Anachi magic at my face like she was trying to force me to inhale it. Essus sat on my chest. Tears stained his white fur, and his healing magic warmed my heart. The sound of my baby girl's cries could no longer be heard. Fear ignited in my chest as I worried I'd only imagined it. Imogen and Doya shared a collective gasp as my eyes shot open. "Sophia! Thank the ancestors!" Imogen started, but I barely heard her. I sprang upright in bed, though it pained me to do so. Sierra and Essus must have worked some serious Anachi magic on me because I felt significantly better than before. no longer on the edge of death. "Ava Marie!" I gasped, glancing frantically around the room. "Where is she?" Luana and Haloki were hunched over the changing table. Beatrice walked away holding a wad of bloody towels. My heart leapt in worry. It was quickly soothed as Haloki turned around holding a small bundle of blankets. My daughter cooed, and my heart melted. "She's stable," Haloki announced, eyeing her granddaughter with soft eyes. She walked over to hand her to me. "She's the most precious child I've ever seen, Sophia. Congratulations." When I took my daughter in my arms, the world might as well have stopped spinning. In that moment, it was as if my daughter and I were the only two people in the world. We'd just fought the most intense battle together, and we'd won. Holding her was like holding on to the ancestors' magic itself. It was precious, fragile, and the most incredible blessing of all. For the first time in my life, I felt all my elements swirl together as one. My heart swelled with Coigny passion, and my soul radiated the serenity of the Anachi. And then there was water, an element Ava Marie and I shared. I could not control water, but Tawakwa blood ran through my veins. With it came a stillness I did not know until now. Like the stillness of a mountain lake blessed by the Great Spirit himself. There was nothing in this life greater than that calm, perfect tranquility. Ava Marie looked like her daddy, with the same shade of black hair and a beautiful skin tone that was a few shades darker than mine. She kept her eyes closed, and she wiggled in my arms. She was smaller than I thought she'd be, at least half the size of Esses. I brushed my finger across her soft cheek. I never thought I'd felt anything so smooth. She opened and closed her mouth, like she was trying to tell me something. I couldn't believe she was mine. She was the tiniest, most precious thing I'd ever laid eyes on, and it warmed my heart to infinity and back. She wiggled in my arms and reached out her fingers and brushed them across my chest. That one simple touch tugged at my heartstrings, as if she and I were spiritually tied, and she had the power to influence my own elements. I was so happy that tears began to stream from my eyes, and my smile turned into laughter. I was so relieved that she was okay. Sobs racked my chest, but for once they weren't out of anger, frustration, or pain. I wept for the love that flowed through my heart. My body could not contain it, and the tidal wave of emotions inside of me spilled over. This is what I'd been waiting for. My whole life I'd wanted her. I'd been through so much pain and so much grief, and she was my reward. Nobody said anything. They just let me cry and admire my amazing daughter in silence. She was everything I'd ever dreamed she would be. People said Liam and I couldn't mix because we were fire and water. But they were wrong. Fire and water created miracles. Our incredible little Ava Marie was proof of that. "You were right, Sophia," Doya whispered, leaning over to look at her granddaughter. "You and I are very different." "How so?" I asked curiously, not taking my eyes off my precious baby girl. Doya sighed. "You would do anything to protect this baby, even sacrifice yourself." "I disagree," I said. "On that, we are very much the same. We would do things for our daughters others couldn't ever imagine." Doya's features softened, and she smiled. It had to be the first time I'd ever seen her genuinely smile. "I see now why the ancestors chose you," I stared up at her in shock. It was clear by the look on her face. She really meant it. "Thank you," I whispered, before turning my gaze back to my daughter. She was perfect. If there's anything the ancestors chose me for, it was to be Ava Marie's mother. That's the greatest calling of all.
Chapter 25. Liam. Bro, you really need to stop being so dramatic. I felt unstable, wet sand pressing against my body and the ebb of the ocean washing against my feet. Slowly, I came to. The sky above me had gone clear as the stars faded, painted in colors of red and orange. Sunrise. It was Christmas morning. We'd been fighting all night. I heard the sound of birds and smelled smoke, but everything else was quiet. My head was pounding. I'd rarely felt weaker. Every limb ached, like someone was stripping off the muscles piece by piece, then grating on the bones with a fine pick. I couldn't tell if the earth was spinning or if my stomach was. I definitely felt like I was going to puke. I was going to suffer for what I did with a flare-up from hell, but it was a small price to pay to get rid of Poole and Malison for good. Ezra lay next to me, panting. I caught the sight of Stevie above us, her hands on her hips as she shook her head. All of us were soaked. "You're a special one, Liam Maito." She reached out a hand to pull Ezra to his feet. He got up and shook the water out of his hair. Me, I stayed on the ground because I worried if I tried to stand, I'd collapse. I don't remember what happened. My heart was still pounding in my chest. Ezra dived in after you. He got you out, and I got you both out, Stevie clarified. You passed out after you basically became a god. I'm impressed. Thought I'd win our little death bet for sure. Ezra gave her a glare, but the memory of me falling into the sea sent an arrow straight through my chest. Julian, I started, but I was too weak to get up. Relax. Diami and Nihoni got him. Stevie shrugged casually. I heard heavy footsteps. Julian peered over me, wide fangs on display in a grin. His tail wagged, like he was awfully pleased with himself. Diami chirped at his side, while Nihoni preened her feathers, looking proud. It got to me how awfully silent it was. Only a short time before, the sounds of battle had been deafening. Did we win? Did we fucking win? Ezra let out a snort and threw his head back. Dude, once you performed that crazy magic, they started hightailing it out of here. The task force couldn't leave fast enough. They didn't get past the barricade, and once the resistance circled them on the beach, they didn't have anywhere to go. The ones that made it out aren't going to come back here anytime soon. I sat up slowly. My stomach dipped with nausea at all the carnage displayed on the beach. Bodies, both task force and resistance. There were so many corpses that the sand had turned red. I watched, feeling sick, as resistance soldiers pulled carcasses out of the water. We'd sacrificed people today to win this fight, but not as many as I'd feared. Our numbers weren't devastated. I think I'm in love with you, Ezra told Stevie as he wrapped her in his arms. You were a badass out there. A badass? Stevie raised an eyebrow. It's a good start, but not enough, I think. I'll worship you like a goddess, Ezra told her, and he peppered her neck with kisses while Stevie giggled. Ugh, fucking gross. These two were ruthless with the PDA. Can someone help me get up? I asked crossly. Otherwise, I'm not moving from this spot all damn day. Julian tried to help, but only succeeded in kicking sand in my mouth. Jeez, bro, you're so needy. Ezra whined as he untangled himself from Stevie to lend me a hand. As he helped me, I tried to get all the gore off of my clothes and dry off, but my magic just wasn't having it. Let me. Stevie waved her hand, and the blood and water evaporated off of our clothes, leaving us clean and dry. I was shocked she could still do magic after relentlessly kicking ass, but I'd bet anything her symptoms tomorrow would be just as bad as mine. Bane was limping up the shore. He'd gotten a cut on his leg, but it didn't look deep. "How's Thalassa?" I asked him immediately. I didn't see her in the ocean. "Thalassa will be fine. She merely needs rest. She's gone to the deep sea to get some sleep and recover," Bane replied. "She's been in worse scraps before, I can assure you." Where the hell have you been exploring that she has to fight off giant sea monsters? I had the balls to wonder. "We should find Jake and get our next orders," Stevie said. "This is going to be a big cleanup." At the mention of Jake, I thought of Jonah. I hoped he was all right. We began searching the beach. I had to lean on Julian to walk as my strength recovered slowly. Bane turned in a different direction to help a group of Tawakwa carry off an injured familiar. With relief, I saw Jake and Jonah standing by a large rock up ahead. They were covered in blood and seawater, but looked okay. Sabor and Squeak stood closely together, their heads touching. As we headed toward them, I saw Amelia and the Henleys. They sat on a log that had washed up on the beach and just stared out at the ocean. Kiwi, who I hadn't seen the entire battle, sat on Amelia's shoulder, head lolling. He was tired. Trace sat next to her for comfort. Cade, Wyatt, Lindsay, Miranda, and Bren were helping to clean up the beach, along with their familiars. They all looked tired, but none seemed hurt. Although this had been a violent battle, none of our friends had been seriously injured or killed, which was a miracle in itself. I didn't know how much longer we could keep pulling off miracles around here. Sooner or later, they had to dry up, and our luck would run out. "Well, if it isn't the hero of the day," Jonah quipped. "I bow to you, Chief of Tawakwa." Jonah made a show of grabbing my hand and kissing up my arm, which was annoying. "Stop," I shoved him off. "It wasn't anything special." "On the contrary, it was quite incredible," Jake replied. "I congratulate you on saving our ass." "Not that I didn't help," Jonah said, batting his eyelashes. I rolled my eyes. Jake chuckled lightly. "Yes, you did beautifully." "What are the casualties?" I asked. Jake's shoulders slumped. "We've lost a few hundred. It was better than I expected, but burying your soldiers is never something to celebrate." "They died for us," Stevie said. "They knew what we're trying to create is worth dying for." Jake straightened up. "Yes, and it's not over. We won, but they'll be back. They know we're here now, and what we can do." It would have to wait for another day. We'd take this victory because we sorely needed it. "Liam!" I heard Maddie call my name, and I gave a start. She was in the water riding Manili, my mother's kelpie, over the waves. Maddie seemed frantic, her hair a mess and eyes wild. She must have rode along the beach for miles to get here. "Sophia's having the baby," she blurted. Several people around me gasped. My exhaustion faded away completely as adrenaline took over and flooded energy into my limbs, making the pain I felt vanish. I didn't care how tired I was. That didn't matter now. Shit! I didn't ask any more questions. I needed to be by my wife's side as soon as possible. I pulled myself onto Julian. He boosted me up with his nose before he spread his wings and took off flying, leaving the others behind. Julian flew faster than he ever had before on the way back to Hokavale. On the way, nervous thoughts kept running through my mind. Was Sophia okay? Was she going to pull through this? What about the baby? Had anything gone wrong? Damn it, they needed me and I wasn't there. Not that I could do fuck all but offer support, but I hadn't wanted her to go through this alone. Was I already too late to witness the birth? All thoughts felt flat and went static as the house came into view. Julian landed roughly. I all but fell off and launched myself forward, staggering up the stairs. I flung open the door. I expected to hear something, screaming, sounds of pain, but it was too quiet. My lungs froze as my gut twisted anxiously. Something bad had happened, hadn't it? It was far too quiet. Luana came out of the bedroom, Sierra fluttering around her. She was followed by my mother's Britney housekeeper. The front of Luana's dress was stained red, and in her arms she held a bundle of sheets and towels, all covered in blood. Blood was a normal part of labor, right? Except there seemed to be a lot of it. When Luana looked up and saw me, she beamed like the sun. Her smile made me relax just a little. Luana deposited the stained linens into a trash bag, then gestured for me to come forward and see. I followed her into the bedroom. Sophia was lying on the bed, her front end propped up on a few pillows. Her face was whiter than a ghost, and her arms hung limply on the blanket. She seemed incredibly spent. Esses curled up on her shoulder, sleeping, seemingly as tired as she was. Her eyes fluttered weakly when she saw me. A thin smile crossed her ashen lips. "Liam." "Bowie." I rushed forward and knelt at her bedside. I grasped her hand. It was freezing cold. Doya was kneeling at her bedside, stroking her hair. She gave me a harsh look, but said nothing. Naomi lay at the foot of the bed and gave a low growl, tail flicking. "Are you okay?" I sensed something wasn't right. I rubbed her arm, and Sophia gave a long sigh. "She'll be fine," Doya said calmly. As Sophia struggled to keep her eyes open, a question rose in my mind. Where was the baby? Then, the most beautiful sound hit my ears. It was soft cooing, little frustrated noises. I heard the sound of footsteps and rose slowly. I let go of Sophia's hand as my mother entered the room. Imogen was behind her, almost dancing with joy. Sassy pranced in a similar style, like she was welcoming a princess. "Sophia went into labor the moment you were gone," Mom said. "She just arrived not an hour ago." I sensed there was something Mom wasn't telling me, but all of that fled my mind when I noticed the pink bundle she was carrying. "Say hello to your daughter." Mom placed the smallest of babies into my arms, and everything changed. My heart turned violently inside of my chest when I saw her. The baby was so small, no more than 18 inches long, and was incredibly warm. She had soft brown skin and a mess of black hair on her head. She wiggled in the pink bundle, looking up at me like I was the person she depended on most in the world. Every emotion, every moment in time that I'd ever experienced hit me in that moment. It was hard to believe she was mine, even though I knew she had to be. Ava Marie raised a hand and ran her fingers along my cheek, and affection for her exploded inside my chest. My love for her felt like a hurricane, overpowering and unstoppable. Nothing could get in its way. It was like the sky met the earth when I looked at her, and everything I'd ever done wrong in my life didn't matter. Any regret I'd ever had or mistake I'd ever made paled next to the ever-encompassing universe that was her. My daughter was an ocean, and I'd fallen so far in love there was no chance of ever coming up for air. Our gazes connected as she made those murmuring sounds all babies make, though hers were unexplainably better. Ava Marie's eyes were glittering. They almost looked like glass. I started weeping openly. Didn't give a fuck who saw. Sophia's face melted as she watched me cry over her. Now that Ava Marie was here, I felt like I'd known her my entire life. I couldn't fathom what life had been like without her, even though she hadn't been here yesterday. Ancestors, Liam. She looks just like you, Imogen gushed. I couldn't deny it. We did look a lot alike, but she was much prettier than I was. She had her mother's beauty. She's so tiny, I said, almost in wonderment. 5 pounds, 8 ounces, Mom said. Smaller than average, but nothing to be concerned about. She's perfectly healthy. I didn't want to let her go. She was mine. I couldn't imagine giving her up to anyone ever. As she squirmed against me, something irreversible hit. Holy shit. I was a father. No matter what I'd suffered in life, it was worth it all for her. I wanted to make her life perfect. I was scared, too. Scared of what could happen to her. Scared of hurting her or making a mistake. I couldn't understand how men could abandon their children. I cut my own heart out before I put this baby down. No matter what she did, I'd never give up on her. So this is what love felt like. I'd loved before, but this was totally different. Oh my gosh! I heard Jonah gushing behind me. He peered over my shoulder, eyes welling as he set sight on the baby. What an adorable little thing! Doesn't she look just like a doll? Imogen asked as she crowded next to him. There was snickering behind me, who I knew was Ezra. She's cute. Too bad she takes after her dad. Shut up, Ez. The baby started crying. I had a lot of experience with babies because I had a bunch of siblings, but with my daughter, it was different. It's like I could tell what she needed. Do you want your mama? I sat next to Sophia's bedside and placed Ava Marie against her chest. Sophia cupped the baby close, and Ava Marie began to calm down. You did so good, baby, I whispered as I rubbed Sophia's shoulder. So good. Sophia barely acknowledged me. She was too busy cuddling Ava Marie to her chest. Mama needs her rest, and Baby and Daddy need to bond, Mom said, putting her hands on her hips. Everyone out. Doya rose, but I highly doubt it was because she was following my mother's orders. Doya did nothing unless it was of her own volition. When we had the room to ourselves, Sophia looked up at me. She needs to eat, but I need help. I'm too weak. I've got it. I helped Sophia feed the baby before she fell asleep. Ava Marie stayed awake a while longer, wiggling in my arms and observing my features in curiosity. Me? I couldn't keep my eyes away. We had everything already set up in the bedroom, so I changed her diaper and rocked her until she slowly fell asleep. Ancestors, she made tiny snuffling noises when she slept. I really couldn't handle this. It was like emotion overload. Hours probably passed, but I didn't connect with any of them. I'd seemed to step into a place where nothing else mattered, and I was too wrapped up in my daughter's existence to be bothered with something as small as the passage of time. After a while, there was a knock. Imogen entered quietly. She saw that Sophia and the baby were sleeping and whispered, I can come back. No, I replied. Stay. Imogen entered. She stood above me and looked down at the sleeping baby in my arms. Couldn't put her down once, could you? I laughed lightly. No. Imogen paused for a moment. She was worth it, Imogen whispered, as she observed Ava Marie's face. What do you mean? Her words were enough to make me wrench my gaze away. Sophia had a harder labor than expected. Imogen sent a worried glance at Sophia, but she was still out cold. I frowned. I wish I could have been here. It was a good thing you weren't here, Imogen said quietly. We almost lost her. She was begging Luana to take her life and use it to save the baby. The color drained from my face. Really? Esses used his healing powers, but when you use Anachi magic during labor, it speeds it up to a dangerous rate. She didn't have time to get ready, and then the baby breached. Ava Marie's heart rate went totally flat. Imogen's lip trembled. Sophia went so still. I was sure she'd gone to the ancestral lands and we'd lost both her and the baby. I was trying to come up with what to say to you. Imogen put a hand over her mouth and didn't speak further. My body had gone rigid. The thought of losing both Sophia and this precious baby. She'll be okay now, right? The words were tight. Yes, but if we didn't have Sierra, she'd be dead. My body trembled, but I didn't want to break down because it'd wake the baby. Take her. Imogen lifted the baby out of my arms. I got up and knelt by Sophia's bedside once more. I stroked her hand lightly. Sophia's eyes slowly opened. Why'd you do that, Bowie? I asked. My voice was choked. Why'd you try to give up your life? Because that's what a mother does. I've been waiting for her my whole life, Sophia replied. She's everything I've ever wanted. I wasn't going to let her go, even if I had to die for it. I blinked away tears, because honestly she didn't need to explain. If it came down to a choice, to sacrifice myself or Ava Marie, I'd die 1,000,000 times over. You are my miracle. I swept back Sophia's hair and cupped her head in my hand. She nuzzled against it and said nothing more. The door opened again. Jonah was accompanied by Cade. They'd cleaned up from the battle and were wearing new clothes. Jonah was carrying a Christmas bag, while Cade had a plate of food. Cade beamed when he saw Imogen. You look beautiful with a baby in your arms. Imogen rolled her eyes, but there was still a smile on her face. Haloki said you should eat something, Cade said to Sophia. He put the plate down next to her bedside. Sophia picked up the sandwich and took small bites. Esses, who'd woken up, eagerly gobbled down his half. And look what I got! Her first Christmas present! Jonah pulled out of the bag the biggest and poofiest pink newborn dress I'd ever seen. When she wakes up, she has to try it on. When she wakes up, I said firmly. Anyone who woke a sleeping baby in this house was going to get my foot up their ass. Happy birthday, little one, Jonah sang to Ava Marie. Can I hold her? Go ahead. I watched as Imogen transferred the baby into Jonah's arms. Ava Marie looked comically small in Jonah's wide frame. She could almost fit in his hands. Jonah stuck out his lip. Aw, now I want one. You're going to need different equipment, Cade cracked. Ancestors, could you imagine Jonah in labor? Imogen threw a hand on her forehead to imitate him being dramatic, and everyone laughed. She has the tiniest little nose, Jonah cooed. I just want to poke it. Don't you dare, I warned, but at that moment Ava Marie woke up. Her mouth opened and she kicked her legs, letting out a couple of grunts. Okay, back to Daddy, Jonah said quickly, and he pawned Ava Marie off like he was passing a football. He nearly dropped her. By the ancestors, if he'd done that, I would have lost my shit. I took her quickly and scowled. Be more fucking careful. I'm terrified of babies unless they're asleep. I don't know what they want, Jonah said. It's pretty simple. Food, sleep, to be changed, Imogen listed. Your own routine, Cade joked. Jonah waggled a finger. Hey, Jake and I are not into diaper play. Fucking gross. How did I know that was going to come up at some point? I sat on the edge of the bed. Sophia lifted a hand to play with Ava Marie's fingers as she ate. The room let out a collective aw. One day that'll be us, chica, Cade said, and he gave Imogen a tight squeeze. Imogen smiled slightly and let Cade wrap his arms around her. I felt happy for them. There seemed to be hope for their relationship after all. Sophia finished her sandwich and put the plate aside. Where's Haloki? She's working on Christmas dinner for tonight, Cade said. Along with Doya, only my mom could deliver a baby and then cook Christmas dinner. The woman was a whirlwind. But Doya, too? She's cooking? I asked. Ancestors, I hope she didn't poison the food. Yeah, guess she's staying. Cade shrugged. This has been one weird Christmas. I'll say. A battle, a baby, and a totally new family basically all in one day. You never knew what life was gonna throw at you. Ezra called Cade's name from out in the living room. He gave Imogen's hand a squeeze. She closed the door quietly behind him, eyes knitted together in concentration. What's up, Im? Something's on your mind, I said. Ava Marie squirmed in my arms, but as I jostled her, she began crying out. Sophia reached out for her. I handed her off, and the baby quieted again. Imogen kneaded her hands together. I don't want to ruin the moment, or the holidays. But, I pressed. She sighed. I hate to talk business, today, of all days, but I think we have to. I had a lot of time to think while I was in rehab, and there's some things about the prophecy that just don't add up. That got Sophia's attention. What kind of things? Well, prophecies are stories. They need to have an ending, Imogen said. And the last piece is supposed to be the air piece, but it just drops off from there. The air piece says that the society will burn and the Hawkeye will go extinct. There's just no finality to it. Total Hawkeye extinction isn't a finality? Jonah questioned. Imogen shook her head. No, not in the way it's worded. I had time to read books on prophecies while in recovery. I stopped reading after I started using. I lost so much time. What's your point, Im? I asked. Prophecies always have a way out. A loophole, if you will, to avoid the warning that came before and restore things to balance. And there is no such loophole in the pieces we have so far. Imogen tapped her chin. I know we think the missing Coigny piece comes last, but I'm not sure we're right on that. I think there's something we're missing. My heartbeat began to pick up. And you think there's another part out there somewhere? Why wouldn't there be? There are 5 houses. Why aren't there 5 parts to the prophecy? Imogen questioned. I know the Anachi tribe doesn't think there is because Shawana Harjo didn't give them a piece like the rest of the houses, but maybe whatever she prophesied was only meant for one person to know. And that's why Shawana would hide it, I said, if it exists. Exactly. Imogen sighed and slumped over. The thing is, I'm acting on a hunch. We have no proof. This could turn into a wild goose chase. Sophia shook her head. I think you're right. The prophecy hasn't sat right with me since we got here. We've just been too busy to pursue the idea there might be another piece. If that's true, where do we start? Jonah asked. We already know we've gotten something wrong, I said slowly. The Navita piece said the weakest had to bend for our tribe to survive. But the weakest aren't the Bayami. The weakest are the Defortai, people like Oleander and the Elders who harm the tribe to remain in power. Sophia's voice grew stronger. Shoana said I had more to learn, that it was up to me to interpret the prophecy's meaning when I was ready. I think I get it now. We all believed the prophecy was about Coigny because they wanted you to believe that. The Coigny wanted the prophecy to skew in their favor, so they forced the interpretation on us. But we know the prophecy was never about Coigny. It was about Anachi. So why wouldn't Shawana Harjo make a piece for the house the prophecy was about in the first place? My tone grew in excitement. So that means there has to be a spirit piece. Nothing else makes sense. The door opened again, and Maddie peeked her head through. Mom wanted you guys to start getting cleaned up so we can open presents, she said. She looked at my battle-torn clothes and wrinkled her nose. Preferably as soon as possible. It's actually a good thing you're here, I said. We wanted to ask you a question. What's up? Maddie crossed her hands in front of her. I hesitated. I didn't want to make Maddie mad by asking questions about prophecies, but she was a Nadarai and we needed her advice. We've been thinking, what do you think the chances are that there's an Anachi piece to the prophecy? I asked. Maddie's expression was thoughtful. To be honest, I'm not sure why there wouldn't be. I've looked over the pieces you guys have, and it seems unfinished in my opinion. There has to be more to the vision she had, a circle that makes everything complete. Do you know where she could have hid it? I asked. Maddie shook her head. I don't, but maybe if I thought about it, I could come up with some theories. Apparently, we had a revolving door on this place because Doya was next to enter. All talk of the prophecy instantly shut down. We didn't trust Doya with such crucial information, which is why Sophia hadn't spoken to her about the missing Coigny piece yet. She might be trying to mend her ways, but she hadn't earned our trust 100%. Doya was wearing an apron, her hair tied back. She looked rather motherly, which was so freaking weird. Maddie stepped aside, pressing to the wall to let her in. I've just come to see how things are, Doya said stiffly. If this was her way of checking in on Sophia, it felt rather formal. Things are just fine. Do you want to hold her? Sophia held up the baby to Doya. Doya's eyes darted down to the child. She seemed hesitant, before finally she held out her hands and took the baby into her arms. I felt anxious while watching Doya hold Ava Marie. I mean, the woman had tried to smother Sophia as a newborn. She was a cold-blooded killer. Yet when Doya held the baby, her face softened like I'd never seen before. Her eyes took on a gentle quality, and Doya smiled. Actually fucking smiled for what I was sure was the first time in years. It wasn't a smirk or a nasty grin like I was used to seeing. This smile was authentic and full of affection. You're going to be just like your mother, Doya said sweetly. The baby squirmed, and Doya placed a kiss on her head. Holy shit, maybe Doya could actually be nice. We were all caught up in the cute moment until a loud wham smacked the wall and made all of us jump. Ragged breathing was behind me. I turned and saw that Bane had come charging in here like some kind of wild animal. When Bane slammed the door, Ava Marie started screaming, like full-out crying. I didn't even know a baby could be that loud. Holy hell, she had lungs. I thought my ears would shatter. I've made some headway. Bane's words cut off as they were drowned out by the sound of Ava Marie's wailing. He stood stock still, his eyes widening as he took in the image of the child. Oh, Elliot, Doya said with a sigh. Can you please be more careful? Doya soothed the baby, and Ava Marie's cries dropped to a low shriek. My instincts screamed at me to reach out and take her, but Doya seemed to have it handled. Doya noticed my anxiousness. She gave me a kindly look and said, I've got her. You're a good father. I was floored. Had Doya seriously just given me a compliment? Seeing her daughter give birth must have changed her. Ava Marie's cries slowly dropped off as Doya rocked her gently. Bane stood overhead, his eyes alight with wonder as he took in the sight of her. In all my years, Bane breathed, I've come across many treasures in my travels, but she is just perfect. Damn right she is, I growled, and I crossed my arms. Anything less than perfect would be an insult to my daughter. You're her grandfather. Hold her for a moment, Doya said, and she held out her arms. Bane floundered. Me? Oh, no, I've never held a baby. I couldn't. But too late, because Doya handed Ava Marie off to him without caring what he thought. I stayed close, just in case Bane's clumsy ass managed to make a fumble. Yet he didn't drop her, thank the ancestors. He was really still, like he was terrified to make a wrong move. Ava Marie tucked her head against his chest, and Bane's mouth dropped open. It was like he couldn't believe she existed. "You look very handsome with a baby in your arms," Doya cooed, and she stroked Bane's back lovingly. Jonah's jaw dropped, and he mouthed, "What the fuck?" behind them. "Ah, thank you, Eleanor," Bane stuttered. He looked up from the baby and said, "I'm sorry I didn't get to experience this with you." "We can make up for it with her," Doya said, and she squeezed Bane's shoulders. What was going on? Were they getting back together or something? I was getting kind of tired of watching Doya hit on Bane, so I asked, "You want to tell me why you came blazing in here with your ass on fire?" Bane looked to me. His expression became deadly serious as he said, "I've made a shocking discovery, one we don't have time to waste on." "Well, tell us," Sophia urged. Bane took a deep breath. He glanced down at Ava Marie, then at Sophia before he spoke. "I've found the Asa Imperii."
Author's note. This story will continue in The Soul Sacrifice, Academy of Magical Creatures, Book 6. A note from the authors. The authors acknowledge that the United States of America is a country formed on stolen land. We respect and honor the indigenous peoples who have lived here for centuries, and we recognize there is still much work to do to make reparations and heal the damage caused to the many indigenous nations who were first here, both in the past and today. May we remember the atrocities once committed, create a better world in the present, and look forward together for our future. A special thank you to our sensitivity reader, Chris Riley of the Cherokee Tribe, for her invaluable feedback on Indigenous life and culture, as well as her commentary on living with chronic illness. This book contains characters with the following medical conditions. The information included is meant to educate readers on disabilities featured within the Academy of Magical Creatures series. Hearing loss. In the United States, approximately 48 million people are affected by hearing loss. Hearing loss can be caused by a number of factors, including genetics, infections, drugs, and aging. Individuals with hearing loss may use hearing aids or cochlear implants and may communicate with American Sign Language, or ASL. ASL is a unique language that uses hand gestures to communicate. ASL has its own rules for grammar and syntax, and does not follow the same rules as English. However, all conversations in ASL in this series have been translated to English for ease of reading. The Academy of Magical Creatures series is part of the Hidden Legends universe, a paranormal fantasy world created by authors Megan Linski and Alicia Rades. Included in this universe are the following series: the University of Sorcery series, the College of Witchcraft series, and the Prison for Supernatural Offenders series, with more to come. Each Hidden Legends novel features magical romances with disabled characters fighting for a better world. You can find out more about the Hidden Legends universe by going to www.hiddenlegendsbooks.com. This has been The Elemental War, Hidden Legends, Academy of Magical Creatures, Book 5. Written by Megan Linski and Alicia Rades. Narrated by Jennifer Jill Araya and Graham Halstead. Copyright 2020 by Megan Linski and Alicia Rades. Production copyright 2024 by Megan Linski and Alicia Rades.